Great news, you've just discovered the ultimate Google Business Profile course. It's the most straightforward and easiest to follow one out there. And while it's perfect for beginners, it also has all my valuable tips from my 25 years experience. Originally it was going to be a paid course for helping businesses post-COVID. However, with the recent changes with Google, I've just decided to make it free so you can access it in one full 6-hour video. And to make things even better and easier for you, I created a worksheet where you can gradually progress through the video. You can go to certain parts if you need to. You can even access extra detailed parts on my other videos on my YouTube channel. And you can even track your completion using this worksheet. One final thing, if you come across links that are needed in the video, then if they're not down in the description below, then just put them in the comments and I'll return your comments straight away with the link. I'm aiming for lots of interaction on this video, so feel free to put your comments, your questions, and let's just do this together so that you can really move your business forward, get the customers you deserve, and see your business really be boosted in the coming weeks ahead. So let's jump straight into the video. Boost my business. Now, I've been promising this for some time. I've spent 3 months building it. It's going to be absolutely free. And this is day one, which I'm really pleased to be able to present to you today. And it'll be in the same manner as all my previous videos that you've enjoyed. But the difference is we're going to be doing something together for the next 30 days that's going to have a major effect on your business. So there's no promises, no guarantees, but what I will say is I will deliver something for you to do each day. And if you follow that, the chances are that that's going to help impact your business and help it improve in the coming month ahead. So who do you think this is made for? Well, it's probably made for entrepreneurs like yourself, or if you're a small business owner, then it'll be ideal for you. Maybe it could be that you've already just started registering your business on Google and you've noticed the impact it gets when it's on Google Maps or Google search terms. It could be that perhaps you're working on behalf of a bigger company and you're in charge of the Google My Business program or listing, or you're in charge of making sure social media is having an impact for your business. So really, it's aimed at all areas because it will cover some basics, but it may also consider some things you've never considered before. So all you have to do is just make sure you come back to this channel each day, and that's going to give you a real boost or a real rocket boost to your business if you follow this process. So today's really just explaining a bit about how it's going to work, and we're also going to look at a few little gems at the end as well. So what type of things will this give you over the next 30 days? Well, it's going to show you how eBay, Amazon, TripAdvisor really can help if you've got a business. There's things you can learn from them. I'm also going to share many of the tools that I use, and I'm going to show you how I use them over the coming month. And I'm also going to then give you links to those tools, and most of them are free as well, so you can follow along and you can try them out on your business. And being a graphic designer and a web designer, there's going to be lots of graphics, there's going to be lots of charts, lots of references that you can follow along too. And here's something to look out for. How does the world-known artist Banksy help us with Google My Business? Well, you'll learn that in this 30-day challenge. And do you know what SEOO is? Well, you're going to find out about that too. And do you know what the biggest mistake is that people are making at the moment in Google My Business? Well, I'll reveal that to you too. Well, let's go into lesson 1 today, which is Google My Business, what you need to know. So what do you need to know? Well, let's just consider just a small bit of history regarding Google My Business first of all, because it hasn't always been known as Google My Business. And there is so much confusion. A few years ago, I was really confused by Google My Business. I'd heard of Google Plus, Google Places, Google Business, and now suddenly everyone was talking about Google My Business. In fact, when I spoke to other people regarding SEO or search engine optimization, they were saying, forget all the things you've learned about SEO, just focus on Google My Business. And they were right. Google My Business is really one of the best ways you can optimize your business for the search engines today. Why? Well, because the majority of people can't now get into the national search engine algorithm. It's so huge, you can't compete against the big companies. But Google My Business is a brand new opportunity to compete against local companies. So when your customers are local to you and they're looking for what you do as a business, suddenly now you can be number one in their search terms on Google. And it's just understanding the basics of how Google My Business works will get you a massive advantage over the majority of people that know about it but don't really understand it. And that's what we're going to focus on today. And sometimes it's that knowing something that others don't know is going to get you the advantage. It's interesting what Tony Robbins says. He says one reason people succeed is they have knowledge other people don't. And that's really a fair way of putting it, isn't it? Is that you're going to learn things that others haven't learned. Now, it might just be a case of you've got some friends or family that you think would really benefit from this. So not everyone's your competition. So if you did want to involve them, why not give them, or why not share this video with them today so that they can start from the beginning as well of this 30-day challenge. Now, each day I'm going to try and share with you a free tool. And today's tool is probably a tool that I'm sure you're very familiar with already. But it is Google, google.com, or wherever the local region is for you. But this does give you a lot of information. You can learn what Google's looking for. You can look for search terms. It even puts in bold what the keywords it thinks are with the keywords that you're looking for. So whatever your business is, you can put it into Google and you'll see how Google views that business. You'll see what results come up as well if you put in your town or your city next to your business. And actually, Google is a great tool to use in SEO terms, and it's something we're going to use throughout the whole of these 30 days. So don't ignore the benefit of our first free tool this week, google.com. And if we go into google.com now, you can just see how it's just a case of understanding how Google presents the information. So it's like on the front page of Google Maps or Google search engine, you just see all these opportunities to advertise. If you just think about, if you did a leaflet drop on 1,000 houses with 1,000 leaflets for, say, a gardening company, really not many people are going to take response to that leaflet. And yet how much better it is when people are actually looking for your business, asking you to almost like print 1,000 leaflets because there's 1,000 people out there that actually want a business of gardening locally to you. So it's really reversing it around. Rather than us looking to give it to people that don't want it, we're now being found by people that do want it. And think of the costs if you were to print 1,000 leaflets and then to take them round and then to post them through people's doors. And the majority of people then just put them in the bin, but you've paid to have them printed, you've paid for someone to go and deliver them, and maybe you'll just get 1 or 2% return on what you've done. What a cost that is. And yet, Google My Business is free, it costs nothing, and it's pretty straightforward in most markets and categories to get into the top 3 and appear before your customers when they're searching for you. Now, this is one of the true and false questions I asked. I asked a question with regards to pull marketing. Is it better than push marketing? We can see here the results, but absolutely, it's much better to have a customer inquire than for you to pull them into it. I can remember pushing my services as a web designer a few years ago, and you're almost begging people to do business with you. And that's not the way. It's not a good start. It doesn't really help. So much better when you're having to turn people down because you've just got too much business. And that's what Google My Business can do for your business. And that's why Google My Business is such a massive part of SEO, because it just goes out to the people that are near you looking for your business. Now, that is powerful. And you know what? The majority of businesses still haven't claimed their business. And if they have claimed it, they've certainly not bothered with it or optimized it. And that's where you're going to get the benefits today and for the next 29 days to follow as I show you the things you can do to optimize them. So I'm going to take you through each one. And if you follow it through, if you just give yourself just a few minutes each day, you're going to see a dramatic change in how your business gets represented in Google. And so what we're going to do over the next 29 days is give you some clear focus, a clear goal as to what you're going to achieve each day. So there'll be like a little bit of homework, which no one likes the sound of that, but just a bullet point or two for something for you to do after you've watched the video. And of course, if you do those things, that's what's going to make the difference. Knowing and having the knowledge is one thing, putting it into action is another. It reminds me of Brian Tracy, who said, living without clear goals is like driving in thick fog. No matter how powerful or well-engineered your car, you drive slowly, hesitantly, making little progress on even the smoothest road. So there's the story to take away really from today's lesson, is knowing what to do, following the process, you're going to be well equipped in the next month. And that's why I have this little section, questions to be honest with. So I'm going to ask you a few honest questions and you just have to ask them to yourself and then answer them to yourself too. So are you prepared to set aside 10 minutes each day and actually give your Google My Business a boost? And here's another question. It's day one. Do you know any other family members or business friends that would really benefit from this free course? Well, just share the information with them. Use the share button on this video. And if it's a boost to a small business, then of course it could be the best email that you've ever shared with them. So they'll be grateful for that. So make sure you do that. And of course, no doubt you've subscribed to this channel already so you don't miss tomorrow's video. And just bear in mind, I don't work for Google. I don't control what Google does. It could be that even during this month, Google changes something. So Google is the ones that make all this up. But all I'm doing is just trying to share you all the information that I've got to this date today with you. To the best of my knowledge, I will tell you everything I know. But of course, if you get questions, put them down below and I'll answer them as well. It's an interactive video. So you get not just advice on what to do, but you also get an opportunity to ask questions below as well. Have you ever had it where you've wanted to eat out and then when you've got there and turned up, it's been closed? And yet you've already checked to see what time it was open till. And you had like at least half an hour spare. Why was it that the website said a different time to the fact that when you get there, the shop's closed? Well, that can be really frustrating as a customer. So you'll know that having your hours accurately being represented online is essential. And Google knows that. And so Google will reward you if people are happy and with the consistency of your hours. Now, Google My Business has a whole section, not just for hours, regular hours, but it also covers things like holidays and even extra things like opening times for special occasions, happy hours, takeaways, and so on. So have you checked your hours? Are they regularly being updated? Do all your holidays match what your hours are for your shop or your business? Well, this is going to cover all those things today, plus a load of things that you may not have considered. So here's a few things. Should I always put 24-hour opening? Is that going to be an advantage? Is it an advantage always being open, even when it's a bank holiday or a public holiday? Does it matter if my hours are wrong? And if I want to change my hours, is it really difficult or is it straightforward? What do I do if I'm just away for a week and I just got a few special hours for that week? Or how do I add my holiday hours so I can be away? Well, we're going to cover all those things. It's really quite straightforward. It's nothing to be worried about. But today we're going to check your hours and we're also going to check to see what do all the other websites say and all the other citations and indexes say about your hours. Because if they're not consistent, Google will know. And that can also be a negative effect on your Google My Business listing. So I'm going to show you how there's a free tool to help you to check those things too. So questions to be honest about. Here's one to think about. Do my hours actually benefit my customers? So do you find that a lot of your customers are contacting you at a certain time and actually that's the time when you're closed? I mean, years ago, people used to close half day on a Wednesday in the UK. And also people used to close for lunch between say 1 and 2. But if your customers are coming to you at that time, is that the right time to close? Only you can answer that. But that's one of those questions to be honest about today. Think about your customers. Are they demanding a different type of hour set from you? And would that give you more customers for your business? Now, by saying you're always open and always blasting out 24-hour opening when it's not true, you could start to look desperate. I've often quoted this and said, avoid desperation. It shows and takes away your dignity. And that would be my advice here. A desperate business doesn't gain business. So how can you make sure that your hours are the same as all the other areas? Well, it's obvious that you can check your business website and make sure that reflects exactly what's on your Google My Business. That would make sense. But what about your Facebook? What about other business pages? What about Bing? What about Yale? How do you check all those things too in an easy way? Well, as always, I've got a free tool for you. This time, this one's going to be Bright Local. Let's have a look at it. On this free citation tracker, you can see how you can check your hours. You can make sure as you go to others that they're also all correct when you go to those citations. And so it's just a case of simply doing a scan, checking where you're found on the internet, and then making sure your hours are consistent. You may have heard of NAP, N-A-P, name, address, phone number, and really you could add to that hours as well as a few other things. Just check those things, make sure they're consistent. And what about 5 p.m? Is it the same as, say, 1700? Well, as far as Google's concerned, it may just be a little bit fussy sometimes. In the past, we would recommend stick with whatever Google's saying. So if it's saying 1700, then put 1700 if you've got a choice rather than 5 p.m. If it says 5 p.m. on both, then try and keep that consistency too. All those little things will add to what's considered as an authority, trust, and expertise, which is what Google's looking for. So to add hours to your business, you can type in your business name into Google, and then one of the ways to get there is if you click on Edit Profile, and then you'll see hours, and then you can decide on whether these hours are accurate. You can add various hours, you can close or open. But of course, if you're opening or closing because of COVID, then you've got options here as well. Or you can click on hours here, and again, you've got exactly the same information. So that's one way to do it. The second way is you can actually just log in or just check your hours first of all by clicking on here, and you'll see then that what's some 9 till 5 on my business. This was updated 2 weeks ago, which shows again an accuracy to Google, so that's another good important signal. Let's just show you if I was a restaurant, I can click on home in a restaurant, and you'll notice if you've not updated your hours, you can click on update business hours here, so that's another way to do so. If you haven't added hours before, which in this case on this business I haven't, then add hours is another option that comes up as to complete your business. So you really need to do this. If you click on this, it just takes you to the same place, which is info on the left hand here. So I just get to that a different way by click on info, and then you've got add hours. And then you've just got to decide really on what times you're opening for. Now I'm going to pretend that we're open from 8 a.m. And I'm also going to show you that, say we're open from 8 till 10 p.m. And some have asked, is it worth having 24 hours? Because that's another option. And 24 hours really isn't helpful, because at the end of the day, if you're not open 24 hours, so what restaurant would be open, say 24 hours? It's unlikely. If you're not open 24 hours, that's going to cause disappointment. So that's why 24-hour opening is only really useful if that's exactly what you're doing. So let's just assume then that we've done this. Now, what I'll also say is you can add more hours. And this is ideal. Things like if you do a special happy hour. So let's say, for instance, in this restaurant, we had an happy hour on Mondays from say 6 p.m. So it'd be 16 there till 7. So you can just do that. And that will then just show as an extra hour section, and that will show as like an extra happy hour. And you can have all these additional things that are known as more hours. So it comes under the more hours section. So you need to know a bit more about that if you feel that will apply. And also there are special hours, things like holiday hours that you need to consider as well. So we just go to my Zanet design one. So you notice these are my standard hours, but I also have holiday hours. So I've got no special extra hours like I did with the restaurant, but here for holidays, I can fill these out as well. So things like if it's a New Year or Christmas or an Easter or a bank holiday, then all these things can be added too. And you'll get emails that come through to ask for that. And again, every time you update it, it then just gives a signal to Google that you're very much ahead of the game and that you're keeping on top of your hours. And there have been occasions where Google have even shown that the hours have been updated on a particular listing. So on the community, we recently asked the question, if you were having an option to open 24 hours, would that be the right thing to do? Is that true or false? Opening 24 hours will get you more customers. Well, as you can see here, 19% said true, 81% said false, and it is false. The idea of getting more customers by going to 24-hour opening is not going to work on that alone. If you are opening 24 hours, then that's slightly different. But on the whole, unless it's true, then it's best not to put it. So if you want to know more about more hours, then there's a good explanation here on the Google My Business help page where it explains that these more hours are to enable you to set things like dine-in hours, take-out hours, so you can just make some changes so that it's not just about opening, but it's also about special times that are applicable as well. And so that's literally just a case of going to your business profile and updating the info under more hours. So in conclusion, what can you do today? Well, today, these are the things you're going to do. You're going to use that free tool by Bright Local, and you're going to check to see, are your hours consistent across all your citations and indexes? The second thing I want you to do is just look at your competition and check their hours too. And are you missing a trick? Are they doing something with their hours that you haven't considered? Do they have a happy hour? Do they have a delivery service with a special time at a certain time that you could repeat for your business? Is there something you can learn from your competition? So just check it out, do a search and see what their hours are too. And think about your forthcoming holidays and your bank holidays, your national holidays, and just make sure they're up to date too on your Google My Business listing. And that's the 3 things that you need to do today. And hopefully you've really benefited from just seeing that changing your hours doesn't take a lot, but actually could make a big difference to how your business is viewed by your customers. The best way to make news is to make a new category, not a new product. Well, that was according to Al Rise. But that raises an interesting question then. Can you get new categories on Google My Business? And the majority of people don't realise, but Google My Business is releasing new categories all the time. So it could be that you picked a category that you thought was ideal for your business at the time of registration or your listing. And now what's happened is Google's recognised that actually it can be more specific regarding your business. But because you've not changed your category, or because you've not checked, you've got no idea that that primary category is actually one of the reasons why you're not ranking at the moment, because all your competitors are using it and you don't know anything about it. So today I'm going to look at how you can find out what the latest category list is from Google. I'm also going to look at what you do when you get a different type of situation where you've got a business, but you're not sure what the primary category is, because there are several categories that fit your business. And sometimes those categories are quite extreme. In fact, I'll give you an example. In the UK, we have shoe shops that are around us all the time. But shoe shops are renowned for being a place to get your keys cut. And if you've got a trophy that needs engraving, you go to the shoe shop. So what do you do if you're a shoe shop? Do you become an engravers? Do you become a key cutting place? Do you become a shoe shop? Well, actually, you need to decide based on a few basic things. And we're going to look at what it is that you'd need to do so you can be in the right category. And of course, there's a big difference between primary category and secondary categories. Now, we recently asked a question on my YouTube channel to you, my subscribers, and we asked the question, and it's a true and false question. We asked, is it better to fill out all the categories you can on your primary and your secondary category? So even if something isn't that applicable, if it's close to what you do, would that be a good idea? Well, we can see from the results here, the 24% of you said that was true and 76% of you said it was false. And it is false really to think that just having and filling out all the categories is a good idea isn't going to fit the majority of businesses. Now, if you have 7 definite categories that you fulfill in your business really well, well then that would be perhaps the exception to the rule. But on the whole, if your business does not cater for all the categories you've listed, you'll disappoint your customers, and disappointed customers write bad reviews, and bad reviews isn't going to help anyone. So each day we have like a question to ask ourselves, and this is your question today. Again, a question to be honest about. Look at your category. Do you know what your primary category is? Does it truly reflect your business? If someone was to walk into your business today, would they say that yes, the primary category is exactly your main feature, your main way of earning your income? And of course, that's where the challenge is if you've got more than one category that's realistic to your business. There are a few ways in which you can find out what your competitors' categories are. Now, of course, in the past, the problem was that if you find out what your competitor's doing, you'll only ever find him for the category that's his primary category. So even if he's appearing under other categories, because he's got secondary categories, there's no way of knowing that. Until a few years ago, I put out a video that showed you how you could get into the code, because Google does have that information. It just doesn't make it easy to find. Well, since then, several tools have come out. There was GMB Spy, which is a video I did last year. And since then, even a better tool which you can have as a Google Chrome extension. It's called Google My Business Crush, or GMB Crush. So I've done a couple of videos on it already. Again, I'll put the link down below, but this is how it works. Basically, you go in, you then go into the map, you look at the various, you look at your competitors, and then it reveals not just only what their main primary category is, but it also reveals the order in which those categories appear. So you can see all their secondary categories too. And that just gives you a bit of confidence to know that is what your competitor is using, is that relevant to what you should be using too? It may also reveal some categories that you didn't know existed. Now, if you want to know about the very latest categories, then you can go to Plepper, and there you'll find, again on this link, which I'll put down below in the description, there you can put in your country, you can put in the particular area you're looking for. So we could do a search for shoes and see what comes up for the various categories for shoe shops. We could do a search for engraving. We could do a search for key cutting. And when we put in these different areas or business, we'll get an idea of how many different categories there are and how many are relevant. So in the case of the shoe shop that has perhaps 3 different types of businesses or services, you would want to include all of those within the secondary area too. Having said that, you may want to just think for a moment, what's the most profitable of these 3? So think about your business. If from the outset, from looking at the shop front, people conclude it's mainly a shoe shop, and if that's where you make the majority of your money and your income, then it would probably make sense to do a search and to come under the primary category of shoe shop. But if actually you were really focusing on engraving because there was great money in that, and there's a real boom for everyone wanting trophies engraved, well then maybe that would be the way forward. Or key cutting again would be another option. And that of course isn't just true for shoe shops, but it's also true for things like, for example, beauticians and hair salons. They tend to mix. You can get nails done in hair salons, you can get beauty things done within, so I'm told, in the hairdressers. The fact is that they kind of mix and overlap and offer more than one service. So again, you might want to do a search to see what would be relevant to your business. You know, most businesses I consult with miss out on these types of little tricks. So if you want to have a one-to-one consultancy with me, then I'll put a link down below on this video, and then you can then book into my calendar. At this stage, you just want to stress that really your primary category is what's going to make the biggest impact to your business. So don't just randomly pick anyone, but focus on what's the best category for you and for your profits. And that would be my real top tip for today when it comes to categories. So you've seen so far, you know that you can check to see what types of categories have become available because there are new categories out. You can analyze your competition to see what types of categories they're using. You can update your primary category here in Google My Business and your secondary categories as well. Make sure that they're relevant. Make sure that your customers won't be disappointed if they ask for those particular services. What's interesting, if I go to Google and do a search on, in this case, shops near me, shoe shops near me, and you'll notice here that the primary category is shoe shop, shoe shop, shoe shop. So that seems to be very much the case. What happens if I go for engraver near me? So engraving near me, engraver near me. So we get engraver, engraver, engraver. But the competition's a lot less. So I think that'd be much easier to rate in if that was your primary category and engraving was profitable for you. What about key cutting near me? So I just search for key cutters near me. And this comes up with shoe shop repair or shoe repair. And then locksmith. And then key duplication service. So that's much more of a mixed bag. So if you used, say, key cutting or locksmith or key duplication service, there's no competition. You would come up number 1 probably in the area. So that's worth bearing in mind that you need to just check out what's the most competitive category. Do I think I can get to number 1 in shoe shops in this area? Or would I be better perhaps going for a lesser category of engraving or key duplication service? Well, only you can answer that, but you may want to try one and then try another and see what happens. I'll put a link to Google My Business Crush or GMB Crush, and there you'll see that it provides you with a lot more information about what people are using, how they're being delivered on their categories, And I've got several videos that show you how to use it too if you wanted to know a bit more information on that. But it is in effect reverse engineering your competitor. So what things are you going to do today then from this particular discussion? Well, first of all, you're going to check out your competition. So do that, check out your competition, do a search for them and just see if they're using a different category to one that you've considered. Secondly, I want you to then go to Pleber and check to see if there's any new categories that you haven't considered to either add as a primary or a secondary category. Thirdly, I want you to just analyse your business and think to yourself, what's the most profitable part of my business? Because it may not be the main category you've currently got. And if that's the case, switch it so that the primary category is your most profitable service or product. So having the right category will bring in bigger traffic and could put you into an area where there's no competition. But today's challenge is going to make a big difference to your traffic. So you may find that you've not had much interest, not many inquiries, very few people have called you or texted you through your Google My Business listing. And there may be a good reason for that, because Google's rewarding at the moment particularly photos that are really useful and applicable to your business. So when was the last time you really took some good photos for your business? Well, today's challenge is going to help you to do that. So I challenge you to look at your photos and to just think from your perspective and from a customer's perspective, are they really inspiring people to visit your business? And how do they stand up against the other businesses that are also being found in the map results? If you get the right photos, you'll get huge traffic from today onwards. So in the next 10 minutes, you could potentially change your business and the amount of calls you get coming through. So how does all this work? And what can you do and what do you need to check? Well, by the end of this 10-minute video, you'll have a cheat sheet to follow. So after the video, you'll be able to go back and then you'll be able to work through it and make sure that you've done all those things. So for those that watch the whole entire video, I'll give you the cheat sheet near the end. And one of the things that's changed in the last few years is Google fully understands what pictures are now about. Years ago, you had to put an alt tag to say this picture is about something or another. Whereas now Google can read text on images, it can understand logos, it can understand the context of the image. And 99 times out of 100, it's got it spot on. But it also knows when pictures aren't particularly relevant to the business. And it also knows if you've taken a stock image and used that. So there's lots of mistakes people are making. If they're taking someone else's image or paying for a stock image and then using that, that's not considered as an authentic part of your business. So what's the best types of pictures you can take for your business? Well, they're high quality pictures of your work. And actually, do you know there's something even better than that though? Is if you can get your customers to give you a review and upload pictures of your work. That is the real thing you're trying to achieve here. When you're with a customer and they're going to give you a good review, ask them if they'll put a couple of photos up too. And that will make a massive difference to your traffic. So why is Google thinking that photos for Google My Business listings is so important? Well, think about it. Emotions are connected to visual things. When you see something, like if you see a baby crying, you might feel emotion. So think about for a moment, what's your business require? If you're not sure of what Google likes to find regarding your business, then do a search for your business on Google and then go to the images tab and just see what does Google view these particular things as. So for example, if you're a plumber, do a search for plumbers and look on images and then you'll get an idea of what Google is looking for. So maybe looking for a spanner, a wrench, a sink, a shower. And you need to think about then what photos can you take within your business that are relevant, that are authentic, and that are going to help customers gain your trust. Now, Diane Ackerman said that the visual image is a kind of tripwire for the emotions. That's true, isn't it? Others have said that a picture speaks 1,000 words. But it's not just words, is it? It's the emotions that can come from a photo. You can look at a photo of a really lovely meal and think to yourself, oh, your mouth starts watering. So you know that photos work, visuals work. It connects with the brain, it connects with emotions, it connects with the heart. I often ask true or false questions on my channel. So I asked you the other day, when it comes to uploading images, should you make sure that the image is given a keyword in its name? So for example, if you were a plumber, would it be right to put plumber bournemouth.jpg? and call that image that when you uploaded it? Well, if I'm honest, I don't think the keywords make any difference with Google My Business. But having said that, it's still a good idea to name your images descriptively. The reason being is if you upload it in other places, if you use it on your website, if you're just using images in general, sometimes it will default the alt tag to whatever you've called the name of the JPEG or the PNG or the GIF or whatever you're using. But on the whole, from a Google My Business point of view, I don't think it makes any difference. And it's the same with geotagging. On some tools online it will work, but on the whole, Google My Business is stripping it out. So don't overly worry about geotagging photos on this occasion, currently with the way Google's doing things. And of course, Google has a massive knowledge of knowing that photos have a big impact on a customer's trust with a business. So again, if you've got very few photos, or if you've not bothered to upload photos since you first started the listing, and maybe you just grabbed a couple of photos that were on your phone, and they weren't well lit, they weren't thought out, they were just random photos that you thought, well, I need to put something up, then today I really strongly recommend that you rethink it through and take a look at your photos. Why? Well, here's a few facts that you're going to find fascinating. 35% more click-throughs will come through your website. That's what Google says. Also, Google says that 42% more requests will come for driving directions if there's a good photo, first of all, on your listing. And Bright Local have found that has a 60% impact. But part of the challenge is to do the things that I'm asking on these videos. So can you ask these questions as I go through them and be honest with the answers? Do your images really look great? Ask someone to look at your images and say you won't be offended if they're honest. Here's another one. What value do your photos bring to your customers? Ask your customers, did they find your photos helpful? Find out what values it brought, if any at all. Could any photo do more damage than good? You know, if you've got the same photo repeated once or twice or 3 times, that could be doing more damage than good to your business. Or if you've got a photo that everyone else has used or a stock photo, Google knows that. It's not stupid. It then thinks, well, you're not trustworthy because you're saying that someone else's work, someone else's photo of their work, you're implying it's your work. And here's the final question for you. Does your cover and logo images, do they complement your brands? So if I was to look at you on Facebook, and then I was to look your business up on Google My Business, then I was to look your business up on your website, would I see a constant logo, constant branding? Would I see that the color schemes, the photos being used, the style of photo even, it's all complementing your branding? Or is it just random? Because if it's random, then it shows that the business isn't still fully clear on what its identity is. And if you, the business owner, don't know what the identity of your business is, well, then it's going to be hard for people to trust your business. When people find your business, they will click through. And of course, part of the algorithm is when people click through, you start to go up. So even though you might not be top 5 or top 10, getting these things right today will start to have an impact a month, 2 months, 5 months, 6 months down the line where people click through because they can see the professional side, the trustworthiness side of your business through your images. So we're nearly there, and I've got that cheat sheet that I've prepared for you, which I'm going to show you where it is in a moment. But just before we go on there, I just thought I'd just show you a couple of examples first of all that are going to really help. So let's just look at these together. So here is a driving instructor's business, and of course think about it. What would be the most impactful way of getting someone to pick up the phone and to go with this driving instructor? Well, it's to just see people passing. And that's really the best photo you can take. But you notice these are authentic photos. These are real people, real customers that have passed with this driving instructor. And so that would be the way in which I would recommend that type of business. Think about it from a customer's point of view. That's what you want to see. Now here I did a quick search for flower shops. And here you can see again the importance of flowers. If you come down here, a nice bright flower or two is going to stand out. Which one would you click on? Would you click on the map one? Probably not. Because again, you've already got the map here. So just again, this looks like a very small amount of information. So what you want is you want a nice bouquet of flowers, something that really stands out and shows the type of thing you do. And of course, if you go into each of these businesses, these photos here are going to be selected by Google. So if they're really, really high quality, I mean, this one hasn't got any photos. So that's a real shame. This one here, not too great, is it, the photos? You just got to think from a customer's point of view, what are you going to notice straight away when it comes to your photos? So they're all very, I mean, this is much better. It's got products, really high quality photos, genuine photos being shown here. And that's really what I think you want to see. And like I said, if you can get customers to upload photos, that's even better. And again, looking through some of these, not that I'm reviewing any of them, because again, that's not the purpose of this, but have any customers uploaded photos? Well, you soon see if they have, because they generally become the first thing that shows on here. Again, good quality photos, but only one review. That's a real shame. And here's an ad, and again, good quality photos here. But have we got, there you go. So there's a customer, uploaded photos, new as well, 6 days ago. That's what you're looking for, because that will give a great impact on Google My Business listing. So this is a start of a business with a restaurant, but you need the logo, you need the cover, you need the videos, you need the interiors. There's so many things to add. Food and drink. If you're a restaurant, there's a menu image you can add. And you'll notice if you work through all these things on the top, you can see what customers' photos are, you can see what owners. The 360, just as a little bonus here, if you want to know how to do 360, you can do that for free. Now I've got a video which I will just show a clip of here. If you go here, you can actually download an app, the Street View app, and you can make your own 360 video. And it's really simple and it's free, rather than paying the £350 or so that you'll need to get a professional to do it. So if you want that little trick, then I'll put the link to that below, and look out for that video if you haven't done it already. But videos in general, I think you can only have half a minute or so. It's quite a small file. Interiors, exteriors, food and drink, and so on. And again, here's a window cleaner, which I've been running a series of. And again, the importance of having the logo, befores and afters. Just show people genuine photos of your window cleaning or your gutter cleaning or patio cleaning, whatever it is that you do with your services. And again, you'll just see here, this shows the differences. So this started up only just a few months ago, this business on Google My Business. But look, when we add photos, look at the impact. These are people viewing the business. So blue is the business and red is what everyone else is doing. So everyone else, just the odd little image or two going out, making no impact on average. But look at the differences you've got here. Again, look at the difference. Customer photos, more than the average. And you just want to improve everything, get ahead on the game. So in this case, that's what you're trying to achieve. You're trying to get ahead of the average person. So in conclusion, what is it that you're going to have to do today to complete the challenge? Well, I've got this cheat sheet for you. So you can go through the video again and you can check things through if you want. But actually, if you just follow through these bullet points, I just briefly go through them for you. But basically, check there's no doubles when you go through them. So we've mentioned that already. Check, is it relevant, the images you've got? Think, is it really helpful? Or is it vague? And if you can get a closer up version of the photo, do that. Take a better photo. Think about the lighting behind it too. Add team photos. So if you're larger than a one-man band, then make sure you've got photos of your team. You might have them on your website already, so get them from there and bring them across. Add weekly photos, because if you don't make this as part of a weekly routine to keep your Google My Business up to date, you'll find that you'll start to lose traffic quite quickly. So it is a regular thing Google wants to see. Ask customers for them to put photos of your work. That's probably the biggest impact you can have on getting traffic to your website at the moment. It's huge. Use interior and exterior photographs. So don't just stick with what Google gives you, which is the outside of your office or your outside of your shop, which is really a street view, but try and take your own photos as well. And of course, interior, if you've got an office or if you're meeting customers, take the photos of the areas that you meet them so that they feel more familiar with the surroundings if they come and visit your business. Try and aim for at least 800 pixels wide. High quality is really important when it comes to visuals. If you're just using little small thumbnails, then it won't produce very good results. And there are some minimum requirements when you upload a photo. And finally, add videos. Just small videos, but if you feel it's going to be useful with your customer, add videos. And of course, check out this 360-degree trick that I've produced on a previous video. It's brilliant, and so few people have done it. and they're missing a trick here. And that's another tick in the box if you can get the 360-degree video working on you. So it's day 5, and we're going to take an honest, hard look at our own business today. One of the hardest things to do is to take an honest look and say, where am I failing? What needs to change? How do people view my business? In fact, how do my customers view my business? So today's all about trying to get in the mindset of a customer. So imagine being a customer, knowing nothing at all about your product or service, going to Google and then coming across your business, but also coming across your competitor's business. So today's going to be a bit more about understanding what is it the competitors are doing better than you. What are you hanging on to, thinking's working, that's not, and you need to let go? And are you prepared to try and be the client rather than the manager of your business? That's a tough call. And I know that for a fact because years ago, when I used to be a consultant as a web designer, and I was particularly helping businesses, large corporations, look at their websites and show them that some of the things they were doing weren't actually ideal for the client. It's only when it's pointed out to them from someone outside their business could they see the reality of what was being said. And for some of them, they squirmed. Why? Because no one has said this to them. In fact, often staff members know it, but are too scared to say. So I don't know how big your business is, but if you're a one-man team, a 5-man team, or whether you're 20 or 30 staff, sometimes you just need to think of it from the customer's point of view. And that's what I'm going to try and help you through with today. So day 5 is a day of reality checking, really. So here's a few questions to be honest with today. When was the last time that you asked your staff to feed back to you what was wrong with your business is all about and how it's portrayed? In fact, I've got a free tool for you today, and it's a feedback form where you could, say you've got 30 staff, you could send out this form, they can fill it out the survey, get honest feedback, or you might even just print off a PDF, send it around the office, get some honest feedback about what do you think about our business. When you go to Google and search for our business, what else do you see? What are other businesses doing well? Now, in effect, you're doing a competitive analysis on your competition, but you're doing it from the perspective of a customer. And what that will do is that might reveal that you've done the pricing wrong, or the pricing structure needs to change. It might reveal your services you're offering aren't actually what customers are looking for. If you start to read the comments of your customers on the reviews of your competitors, you might find exactly what they're looking for. You might find there's a niche in the market there that someone's not offering, and if you offer that, that might be what you've been missing all along. So this is a really simple process, really, and the only thing you need to do is just be honest about the process. So that's the challenge for you today. Could you do that? Could you check it? Could you make some changes? Now, of course, if you make any changes or if you find anything interesting, then put them below in the comments. And of course, if you get all these things right from the top, then it's going to take care of itself, the business. In fact, that was very much what Steve Jobs was saying when he said, manage the top line, your strategy, your people, and your products, and the bottom line will follow. So what does your business look like when you actually do a search on Google for it? Be critical. Does it look like it's got decent branding? When you go onto Maps or you go onto SERPs, is it really clear what you're offering? Do the first few words that come up explain what it is that your products or your services are about? Are you advertising in the right places, or could you be spending it in a different area? Where's your competitors advertising? How are they getting found? What about your knowledge panel? Does it really look like it's complete or half-baked? And what about the cover picture maybe you're using? What does that look like? What about your reviews? Which reviews are showing? Could you improve on getting greater reviews, better reviews? Customers updating photographs. We saw that on day 4. What about your hours? We saw one was at day 2. Have you got your hours correct? Are they reflecting correctly? Is there anything you're doing poor or incorrect when you look at your business? Be honest. That's what the customers are reading. That's what they're seeing. They're making decisions on whether to phone you or not based on these things. And then, of course, if that's the case, go into your Google My Business listing and edit the basic information so it reflects correctly. And what about your products? What about your services? Would a client go elsewhere because they just don't feel they can trust your business because it's not considered complete? And how do your values and your strengths, how do they show through? How do they compare against your competitors? And what's missing from your product offering that others are offering? These are all questions that are difficult sometimes to take. But if you're honest with yourself, if you just spend 10 minutes like we've done today, looking outside your business as if you're a customer looking in, you're going to actually make your business far more appealing. And if you can't do it, there'll be members of your staff that can, or maybe a member of the family that can. In fact, the best person is a person who knows nothing about your business, and get them to give you feedback, because they'll be using the search terms and the keywords that you don't use. You use keywords that you're familiar with, but that's because you understand, you're already knowledgeable about your business, but they're not. So they're going to use the words that they use. So when you ask them to search, don't tell them the words to use to find your business. Just tell them what type of business you do and see what words they use. They might be the very key words that you need to use on your next update of your Google My Business or your next blog. But there are some things that most business owners continuously try to do, and they do it wrong. And in fact, it's one of the most important things that they should be succeeding in, but they just don't understand it. So what's the difference between a rollerball donkey derby and your Google My Business listing? Well, obviously there's lots of differences, but actually there are some similarities too. It reminded me of a time when I went to Blackpool many years ago as a child, and I remember seeing how this rollerball derby works, and to win the race you needed to put that ball in the hole as quick as you can. But actually in some ways Google My Business is very similar, and we use the word signals quite often in my videos, because every time you do something, or every time your customer does something that interacts with Google, it's kind of sending a signal to Google. So we talk about the algorithm, which is one thing which Google kind of puts together based on some of the things that you do and some of the keywords and some of the integrations with other things as well outside of Google My Business. But on top of that, your customers and their interaction, and when they click and they press on directions, when you respond to perhaps them messaging you, or when they inquire about you on maps, or they're looking for your brand, those are all signals that in effect are like putting that ball in the hole and moving you slightly more forward. Now, often what's misunderstood is people have simplified the whole process by thinking that if you get the best reviews possible, you'll be number one. But of course that's not true. We can just go onto Google My Business, we can search immediately and see there that you won't always find that the 5.0s are above the 4.9s and the 4.9s above the 4.8s. The ranking of that alone is too simplified. Now that's not to say that Google My Business reviews are important and that ratings are important, but it's far more involved than just a couple of things like that. For example, someone who has a lot more diverse ratings and they're getting them on a regular basis is more likely to outrank someone who just has one or two business ratings and they're 5.0. And there's a lot more to it too, because what are people writing in the reviews? Is it coming from different areas that are relating to your business? Or is it the same person, a family member, just doing it to get you some ratings? Google's aware of all these things. So we want to make sure that our ratings are relevant, that they're coming from a diverse area, and of course we want them to be a reasonably good average. If you want to know about the average of ratings, I did a video that showed you that even if you have a really bad rating, even a 1.0, it can be converted into still making a good rating quite easily. So you may want to watch this video afterwards if you want to know how to do that, how to get your ratings up, and how to basically get rid of a bad rating by means of just outnumbering it. So although reviews are important to Google and to some degree to the algorithm, it's the human element, it's the human votes that are actually going to give you more traction when it comes to your business ratings. And no doubt you gravitate to a better rating. So if you saw the top 3, you probably would go to the best rating, particularly if it has 100+ people with those ratings. So the human element comes into it. So rather than just always thinking about Google's algorithm, we also need to think about what the customers are more likely to go for. They're much more likely to click on a business that has good reviews. And that was one of the questions I asked the community this week or just a week or two ago. So as a true or false question, reviews are the most important factor to get into Google Map Pack. So what did you say? Well, it's really a bit of a 50-50 here. It's difficult really, isn't it, to tell how much effect that has because it's got the human element. But from an algorithm point of view, clearly it's not the main thing that Google's looking for. Of course, if you do get negative feedback, which isn't always good, and sometimes it's not even true, but even if it is true, it's good to listen to it. Negative feedback can actually make you progress, find out where the weakness is, and you can address that. In fact, Elon Musk said, pay attention to negative feedback and solicit it, particularly from friends. So negative feedback can be useful, particularly if it makes sense in what's being said. In fact, in yesterday's video, we saw the importance of being honest with ourselves and viewing our business as others see it. And sometimes there may be some negative things that come back. Perhaps we mentioned a feedback form from your clients or from your customers or even from your staff if you're a big company. Sometimes what's written can hurt. But if it's true, then it needs to be addressed. But to say that reviews aren't important would also be wrong because we know reviews make a massive difference in how people purchase things. So think of Amazon, think of eBay, think of TripAdvisor. It's the reviews that really count. When you look at something, you probably look at the reviews. You may even rate something based on its reviews and based on its feedback. So Google knows that. And so Google My Business isn't just about the ratings within Google itself. So even though Google has its own rating system, Google's also aware of what your ratings are on Yellow Pages or Yale. It's aware on TripAdvisor. And if you're, depending on what your business is, but say for instance you're a restaurant, well, it will know them based on Book a Table, indexes that have ratings as well. So you've got to think in your business, what's considered as being an important rating to have? Is it Checkatrade? Is it TripAdvisor? Is it Book a Table? And once you then know where those ratings are going to be valuable to your customers, then don't just focus on your Google My Business listing, but also focus on those areas too. And you can see that on the knowledge panel, quite often, those ratings also go to show and have an impact on your ratings and your rankings. So more than ever, consumers are relying on ratings being accurate. They will make decisions based on what they see and what they read. And of course, when they're reading it, then there are keywords within those customers or those reviews that also are going to have an impact on what they're looking for. And Google also is aware of this because it starts to then find the keywords that are being regularly repeated, and it then indexes them as well. But actually, are those keywords of much use if they're not really relevant to your business? Wouldn't it be better if your customers were talking about services and products that were relevant to their business? Now, there was a really good video recently by Mindsaw, or Brett from Mindsaw, and he was debating with Chris Palmer as to who came up with this suggestion first. Well, I certainly didn't come up with this suggestion, but they mentioned, wouldn't it be better to have the keywords in this area? But you need to know what your keywords are. So head over to Brett's video where he discusses with Chris Palmer who came up with the idea first. And if you follow it through, actually, it's a really good suggestion. Now, of course, if you want to know what the best keywords are for your category or your particular business, then it's always good to have a free tool to look at. And this has got a 14-day trial. So head over to this tool here. It's called KW Finder. It's by Mangles. And there you can look at a 14-day trial. And if you head over to this, I'll put the link down below. So when you go to the comments down below, you can see where the link is to this. Head over to there, just put in some keywords and see what comes up. And what you're looking for particularly is what's got traffic. What are customers actually searching in Google for? And if it's particularly relating to your categories or your business, then you know those are keywords that you should be aiming for too when you're writing or getting people to write reviews. And Brett mentions in his video how you can get people to perhaps put in those keywords. Maybe you could suggest what they could write and then allow them to put it in their own words. But hopefully they'll keep some of those keywords when they write it. Keywords, of course, is a really important part of your reviews, but you can't always control exactly what's written, but you can certainly help people come up with the right keywords if you suggest it to them. I also put together a trilogy about reviews and how you can get rid of reviews, bad reviews, how you can increase the amount of reviews you have. In fact, there are 3 parts to this trilogy that I want you to look at if you really want to get your reviews working well for you. So I'll put a link again down below in the video description if you wanted to head on to there. Now, reviews are something you do need to keep an eye on. They do come up every so often as saying new if you get a new review. So that's important. Google wants to see regular reviews as well. So for example, if someone looked at your business and they saw that the reviews hadn't been updated for a year or 6 months, that's not really going to have any more positive impact. Having 100 reviews from 3 years ago is barely a recommendation. So things need to be kept up to date. But there's something else you need to keep up to date as well that people don't seem to be doing. And it's something that we're going to do several times in our 30-day challenge together. How much do you value your posts on Google My Business? Is it something you see as a real value and a necessity? Is it something you see that you need to do at least once a week? Well, today I'm going to show you that there's a real value there. And I'm going to use an extreme situation. Now, if I said to you, is it worth $10, $20, $100 to put that post up? You'd probably say, I don't know, maybe under certain circumstances. But you know, back a few years ago, Alex Chu was a person that most people were talking about on the website. Why? Well, because he produced $1 million page, a 1-page website where every single pixel was sold for $1. Now, I've done a whole video on Alex Chu and how that helps us to see the importance of gaining real estate when it comes to the area on Google My Business. So how much is a Google My Business post worth? Well, just to post the standard picture alone, it gets resized by Google. I just worked it out to be $218,700 for that photo. And all it is 540 pixels by 405 when it's resized. So there is a value there. Now, I'm not saying it's worth that much, but it could be under the right circumstances and with the right exposure. So if you're not posting on a regular basis, you're missing an opportunity to get your advert, your branding, or your products or services before people's eyes. And that's often the problem, is that people don't value the value of posts. But why every single week? Well, in this particular 30-day challenge, day 7, which is today, day 14, day 21 and day 28, we're going to put up a post together. And I'm going to show you some of the tools I use to make sure I use the right keywords when I put the post up. I'm also going to share with you a few tips as to what you can write about. And I'm also going to show you some of the benefits of getting the posts written on a regular basis every 7 days, but also reacting to what Insights tells you and reacting to what types of methods of call to actions you can use with your customers. So today we're going to do a straightforward post. I'm going to take you through that. Of course, posts can bring in new business, and there are some little tricks you can do along the way. Now, Luke Durand came out with a great trick just a few weeks ago, where he showed that an animated GIF could be used as a product post. And when I first tried it, it didn't seem to work. As you can see now, it's fully working. Now, wouldn't that capture someone's interest, seeing an animated image on Google products? Now, of course, if you want to know how to do it, head over to Luke's channel, and there he shows you exactly how you can change a GIF or an animated GIF into a JPEG, and yet Google My Business allows that to be uploaded. So great little tip from Luke. He beat me on that one. So a few weeks ago, I shared with the group as well about a true or false statement, and just to get your feedback. So true or false, ideally you should post at least once a week to keep Google My Business current and active. Well, I think we all know that's the answer. And why is that? Because after 7 days, that post no longer really exists. It gets archived. You can still see it on the free website that Google My Business produces, but generally speaking, it's not going to appear before your customers after 7 days. There are exceptions to that, which we're going to come on and show you in a later day, where if you use things like events, then you can get before people's eyes longer than 7 days. But specifically the what's new, or the posts that we're looking at on day 7, 14, 21 and 28, well, that's slightly different. They just last and they archive after 7 days. And on this channel, I've often spoken about a step-by-step plan or a bespoke plan for your business. And part of the plan is a regular weekly update on Google My Business. Now, you might feel that by the time you've done Twitter, you've done Facebook, you've done LinkedIn, Maybe then you've done a few on Google My Business as well. And you're sharing the same information, trying to reword it slightly, that it's all quite a faff. But there is a really useful tool called Publer, which I'm going to just show you now, where you can put together one post, you can put the hashtags in, upload the image, and then you can then add that to all of your various social media platforms. And initially it's free. You can do this for several accounts. I think once you get into Instagram and a few other accounts as well, you might have to start to pay a little bit extra. But I'm going to put a link down below so that you can then go over to there, get your free account, and then you can try it out. And what it will mean is you just post once a week on one platform, and yet it shares it on all of your social media platforms. So a really helpful tool that's going to save you a lot of time in the coming week. So try that out for day 7, and then try it out for the next 4 weeks as well. And that's often the key, is just about making plans. Maggie Thatcher, like or not, but she always said about planning ahead. In fact, her statement was, plan your work for today and every day, then work your plan. So what's your plan? Have you planned a regular update of your Google My Business posts? The chances are majority of people haven't. When I look on Google My Business, it's clear most people are not taking advantage of this. And this is very much something that Google wants to see. It's rewarding those that post on a regular basis. There's no doubt about that. So how do you get inspiration for your posts? Well, look at your competitors and see what they're posting. Look at your competitors' websites and see what they're talking about. Look at chats, look at groups and see what they're talking about. Listen to what your customers are asking for. What product is selling well? Put a post about that. What services are you actually offering? Are you doing a promotion? Mention that in a what's new. Really, it's just a straightforward, take a few photos of the office, photos of the team. Just try and continuously get some fresh content before Google My Business. Every time you update your website with a post or a blog, then why not also just take a little snippet and put that on your Publer, and then also then put that out to your social media through Publer and through Google My Business posts. And then what type of call of action do you ask your customers to do? Well, do you ask them to call you? Do you ask them to link through to a website or a landing page? Or do you ask them to WhatsApp you? There's a few options you've got here. And what we're going to do today is we're going to test it. So I'm going to put down to call me, but we'll see then, we'll look for insights over the next few weeks and see which one works best for my business. And you can do the same for yours as well. So try different things, look at the insight information afterwards and see what then brings back the best response. And so here's some questions to be honest about if you have already put some posts. So go to your posts, have a look at them, see what you've actually got there. Then ask yourself these questions. Do your posts really stand out? Do you mix them up? So are they different? Do they have different actions? Is your call to action different from the last time you tried something? Experiment, because you might find there's a particular way that works for your type of customers. So what type of call of actions are you offering? Or is it just a standard one all the same, going back to the website each time? Do you update weekly? Most people don't. So be honest, are you really updating weekly? In fact, if you can do it 2 or 3 times a week, even better. And have you tried all different types of posts? And we're going to come on to other types of posts as well. So we'll look at not just the what's new, which is the ones we're doing on these days each week, but we're also going to look at the other ones as well. So that includes things like the offers and the events as well. Now, on most occasions, I do most of my things on a desktop or using a laptop. But actually, Google also wants you to use your mobile phone and the app itself for Google My Business. So one of the most important things that's going to affect your business is communication. In the past, communication was done between businesses where it's face-to-face. Then as the telephone comes in, letter writing, leaflets and so on. Of course, things have now changed. So today we have email, we've got instant messaging, WhatsApp, and of course, SMS. So because communications have changed, then the way in which Google My Business operates is also changing. It's recognizing that people need to communicate the way that they want to communicate. So isn't it remarkable to think that out of all the things that Google's offering, one of the main things they're offering, the majority of businesses aren't using today. In fact, it's quite remarkable that as you go through some businesses, you'll notice that none of them are using the messaging service, or very few are taking advantage of this. Now I say it's strange because Google My Business for the last 3 or 4 years has been really promoting this instant messaging app that they're using. And in fact, to get the app working on your phone and then to get it to integrate with your Google My Business is really simple. So today I'm going to show you how you can get this messaging on, how you can get people to contact you for bookings or for getting inquiries or getting quotes. I'm also going to show you how you can get alerts on your phone. And also one of the big benefits of having the app on your phone is it gives you an opportunity to keep your business up to date. It gives you an opportunity to add photos when you're out and about with customers. It gives you an opportunity to write a post when you've got 10 minutes spare sitting in a car park waiting for someone. We often talk about SEO and trying to optimize Google My Business, but Google My Business will reward you if it recognizes that you're taking advantage of the app. Because when you reply on an app, it also tells or sends a signal to Google to let them know that you're corresponding with your businesses, with your customers. How do we know that Google takes notice of that? Well, if you head over to your insights, you'll see there a report that shows that Google is very much interested in how you respond to your clients. Are you using phone? Are you using SMS? Contacting you via Google Maps and directions? Are they just contacting you direct through the app? And also when you are messaging through the app, as I've shown in some previous videos, Google knows the time that it takes for you to correspond back to your customers. So if you haven't got the app downloaded on your phone, you're never going to use it. And if you have got it downloaded on your phone, are you like nearly everyone else? You haven't turned on the messaging part of it. So as always, I asked you a few weeks ago as a community, a true and false question. The true and false statement was this: the app and desktop have complemented each other and offer different functionality. And the answer is true. Google wants you to recognize that both of them can do quite a few things the same, but also they're very limited in what they can do as well. So for the desktop, your communication is probably a lot less likely to be on the go. But having said that, they did recently add messaging to the desktop just in case you wanted to respond that way too. And then with the app, it has lots of other functionality that's much more about corresponding, interacting, and being alerted to respond back to your customers. So sometimes I like to ask questions that you need to be honest about. And here's a few that you may just want to consider. When you think of your business, ask yourself this question and honestly answer it now as I ask you these questions. So do you have the app downloaded on your phone but you've just never used it yet? Have you considered just using the app for messaging? Have you ever considered using the app for adding posts? Because you haven't got time to keep adding posts on a regular basis. We saw yesterday the importance of adding posts every 7 days. And are you going to use the app going forward to add photos? If you've got it on a phone, it will geotag the photo. Not that geotagging particularly makes any effect on Google My Business currently, but it's still worth bearing that in mind, especially if you haven't been adding photos. We've seen in a previous lesson the photos bring in huge traffic. So why not use your camera to upload photos straight into Google My Business? Now, if you're the type of person that still prefers the face-to-face, picking up a phone, maybe you've even still got a fax machine in your office, it could be that you're left behind. And why do we say that? Well, Bill Gates said there'll be 2 types of businesses in the next 5 years. Those that are on the internet and those that are out of business. Well, he was talking about the future. But it's true to say that communication's changing. And if you don't have the Google My Business app, but you're wanting to do well in Google My Business, then I think maybe you just need to have a change of thought there. So how engaging is an app? I've been used to, like you, going to a shop, and if I was buying a new phone, then you would speak to someone face to face, you'd have a look at the phones and so on. The other day I got a text through from my phone supplier saying you need to look at buying a new phone. And I went to the website, looked at a few phones. While I was on the website, an instant chat came up and a person messaged me, "What are you looking for?" So I explained what I was looking for, instantly back, they came back to me. And actually within half an hour, I ended up buying the phone that I'm using now to speak to you on and videoing this to you. So that's quite remarkable, isn't it? That you can purchase something as big as a phone just through a 30-minute chat on SMS or instant messaging. The world's changing quite dramatically when it comes to communication skills. And so even though you may particularly like face-to-face or a different type of skill, You've got to consider what your customers are using. And it may not appeal to all business types, but when it comes to some business types, you could be missing out on a lot of business if you're not offering that instant message, that instant quote, that communication that's immediate for your customers. And don't forget, Google knows and picks up on the signals. So how easy is it to get the app on your phone if you haven't got it yet? Well, at the bottom of any page, if you visit your Google My Business account on your phone using the web browser, at the bottom of every page there, you can then upload the Android app or the Apple app. Or you can just go to your Apple Store or Android Store, Play Store and download it there. So it is pretty straightforward to get. Once you've then got it on your phone, you just need to install or you need to enable the messaging. So again, it's pretty easy to do. You just go to enable it. You then once you've got the app downloaded, if you go to more, then you've got settings. In settings, you can add notifications and you can add messages too. And there in notifications, you can then just make sure you've got all the notifications on. So it tells you about bookings, it tells you about photo updates, business tips, insights. All these things will help give Google an understanding of what you can do, and this will affect your insights. If you then go to messages, there you can turn on messaging. So that's where you turn it on and off. And also you can see how you can edit your welcome message as well. So if you don't turn all those things on, they're not going to appear when people do a search on Google Maps for you. So in conclusion, then, what is it you're going to do today? Well, what I want you to do is to make sure you've got the app downloaded on your phone. I want you to make sure you enable messaging. And you might see in the next 24, 48 hours, you'll then see a button appear on your Google My Business knowledge panel. So make sure you can get that button up and running. It won't always work for all types of businesses, so don't get despondent if it doesn't work for yours. But certainly for people like window cleaners, as we've seen in the example, the majority haven't turned this on. Then check also your insights to see that people are using it. And then correspond immediately. Put up that message that we mentioned, where you can then speak or give an automatic message to correspond with people, and then try and get back to them straight away. And one final thing is then once you've got the app up and running, take a photo, upload it to your Google My Business, and just make sure that you give regular photos through to your Google My Business over the next few weeks. And then when you look back on your insights at the end of this 30-day period, you'll see a dramatic change in your traffic. So do it rather than just think about it, and I'm sure then you'll be benefiting from that. Imagine going to a shop or doing business with someone who fully understood what you were looking for. They understood your concerns, they empathized with your needs, they even knew what question you were going to ask next. You would feel really comfortable doing business with them because you know they spoke your language and they seemed to understand all your issues. And you would see them as an absolute authority. You would put your trust in them, and you'd even recommend them to other people because they knew exactly how to deal with you as a customer. So in Google My Business, is there something that can do that for you? Is there a way in getting that feeling over to your customers and clients so that they feel comfortable, so they recommend you because they know that you understand them? Well, there certainly is. And again, it's something that very few people are using on their Google My Business listing. And that's what we're going to look at in day 9 of this 30-day free challenge. So what are we actually talking about today for Google My Business? We're talking about a section called questions and answers. It appears in most people's knowledge panel, and majority of them actually don't have anything in them at all. It's real estate there waiting to be used. It's those pixels we spoke of yesterday, those $1 million pixels, they're waiting there, no one's using them. And actually, when people do use them, when people do ask questions, quite often they're not even being answered by the person owning the business. It's bizarre. You've got a customer interested, asks a question, fills it out, and yet no one comes back to them. That's barely customer service. So what we're going to do today is focus on what can we do to use this in the right way. How can we use this to build confidence for your customers going forward? What tips and tricks have we got to make it work for you today? And also, how do you use it? What's its purpose? How can you tie it in with your website as well? Well, for the majority of the knowledge panels and businesses out there, it just says, be the first to ask a question. And most people, then when they ask that first question, nothing happens. So what we're going to do today is work out what types of questions should you be putting here. And I'm also going to just cover the fact that there's a myth that people seem to think that you can't put your own questions in your own business. Now, some people might say, well, that's manipulating it. But actually, Google wants you to do that. Google wants you to think as a business owner, okay, what are my customers constantly asking me? Maybe they're asking, am I open Sundays? Maybe they're asking, do I do takeaways? Do I do a happy hour? And even though you might have that information in the hour section, if you put it as a question and then answer it as well, that will give you some type of signal in Google that you're recognizing the needs of your customers. And when customers see the very questions they're asking, well, they're then going to feel that you understand them, that you've anticipated what they were going to ask. It builds trust. It makes you the expert to turn to. They'll then recommend you as being the business to turn to. So in the video, I often speak about questions to ask yourself today, questions to be honest about. So here's your questions for today. Do you have an FAQ section on your website? How do you put an FAQ section together on your website? Well, just look through your emails, look through what your customers are asking you, think about what was the last question you were asked regarding your business, and make that the start of your FAQ section. All you then do is state the question as simply as you possibly can, and then put the answer down below. And if you do already have an FAQ section on your website, that will then form the basis of your questions and answers on Google My Business. So again, just think about what's the top 3 that people are asking, and then add them to your FAQs and also to your questions and answers. In fact, the two can align together. They're pretty much going to be the same. So that's the first thing I want you to do. Now look at your FAQ section on your website and just think, does that align with the questions that are really being asked? So if you know that your questions are being asked by customers all the time on something specific and your FAQ doesn't mention it, well, then you need to change it. So get your FAQ on your website working first. That's the first thing to ask yourself. Is it actually working for you? And now be honest, when was the last time you went to see, are your questions and answers being answered on your listing? Now, the problem is that most people think their questions and answers should be within the control panel at the back of their Google My Business listing, but it isn't. It's all just purely done on the front end section. It's done where the customers ask the questions. So what you do is you just look up your website, put in your company name. You'll then see the knowledge panel should appear. If it hasn't, you've got some optimization to do. And then just as you come down, you'll see their questions and answers. And just check to see, is there anything that you haven't answered? If there's a question on there you haven't answered, well, then you need to answer it straight away. Now, if you do have questions on there, then the final question to ask is the most relevant question at the top? And the simple way to get that to the top is you need to get more thumbs up on that question and answer than the others. So if, for instance, everything's got 1 thumbs up because you thumbed them up, then you need to ask 1 or 2 others, could they just give that thumbs up in the team? Maybe the people you work with, maybe some relatives. You just need to get some more thumbs up, and over the next few days, you'll then see that that will become the top question. So Google basically is giving rank to the ones that have the most thumbs up. Asking questions is part of learning, isn't it? When you're a child, you ask questions, and that's how you learn. And as you get older, you ask good questions, specific questions that really get to the point. But that's also true when it comes to asking questions in a business. What sets you different to all the other businesses? Well, you might want to raise that through a really good question. In fact, Tony Robbins said regarding questions, successful people ask better questions, and as a result, they get better answers. So we want to get good questions in there, ones that are real and that are being asked by your customers. So as a word of warning though, just bear in mind that anyone can ask questions, and it may be one that's not a question that you really know the answer to. So again, handle it professionally. And obviously, if it's a question that's not relevant to your business at all, then just make sure other questions get ahead by those thumbs up method. So what else can you do when you answer these questions? Well, make them descriptive, give them some detail, give them some information that's actually going to be helpful. And don't just answer them with a yes or no, but anticipate what their next question would be too. And maybe you can then put them through to a service or talk about something you do in your products or your services that's specifically going to help them to achieve and anticipate what it is they're trying to achieve. What that does, that's good customer service. Go that extra mile. The thing is you're not just doing it to the person that asked the question, but you're doing it for all the other people that are reading that question because it's their question too. So you're giving constant customer service once you write a good question and answer on your Google My Business listing. So let me now give you an example of how you can do it. So I'm going to do one for you or with you. So just imagine here then, we've got LaRue window cleaning services. So to get the knowledge panel up, I just typed in LaRue windows and that brings up the knowledge panel for me. And if I now come down the page, I just check to see, is there any questions and answers? So you notice here, be the first to ask a question. And you may then ask, well, then what type of question can I ask here? Now, if there were questions, they would exist here. So let me give you an example of how that would look. If I type in my company name, for example, if I come down to questions, see all 10 questions. If I open this up, you'll see here are the questions with various votes and answers to, trying to be as helpful as possible, using keywords where necessary. So that kind of gives you an idea of how that works. Let's just go back to LaRue window cleaning services. And so they haven't got any questions and answers. Be the first to ask a question. So if we click this, and now we've got to think about what type of question would someone ask that was interested in window cleaning services. If you just type in your category, which is window cleaning services, you just notice one of the things you can do in Google is if you come down the page, you'll notice there's a people also ask. And this is a great way to get some inspiration for the types of questions if you haven't been given any feedback at all yet. One of the other ways you can go is you can go to blogs or you can go to areas where people ask questions like Reddit and see what questions people are asking there. Maybe on forums as well is another great place to get questions. Maybe if you're on a forum for your business. Look to see what question keeps being asked and put that as your first question. But if you haven't got any of those, then this is another tip then. So people also ask, how much does it cost to clean windows? Is it window cleaning worth it? What does window cleaning include? You might want to open these up and just see what types of answers people are giving. Now, by no means do you want to copy this because that won't do you any benefits in Google, but it will give you some ideas. So you might want to think about how can I package my service and explain what's included in my package. You might want to just speak about what your cost per window is, if that's how you cost things. You notice if you want to get more, you open up one and you get more. So what do professional window cleaners use? Well, that's a question. You might want to say, what products do I use? Do you clean windows or blinds first? That's perhaps more of a person wanting to do it themselves. So some of these won't apply, but if you open up more, you'll get more questions. The idea is it's going to get you thinking as customers are thinking. Some of these will be applicable and many of them won't. So what are you going to actually do today then based on this video? Well, first of all, you're going to make sure you've got an FAQ on your website. So if you haven't, you know that that's something you need to do. If there's a WordPress website, there's a few plugins you can do. Then you want to then align those Q&As and the FAQs together as well. You want them to work together. But before you do that, you may also want to make sure you've got an add contact form on your website. Why? Because you want people to feed back their questions. You want your customers to be able to give you questions, not just via email, but to do it also via a contact form. And then you'll know what the most asked questions are for your business. And in that way, you'll connect through the FAQ and through the questions and answers. You also want to make sure you just know what questions in general people are asking in your environment. So read blogs and see what questions people put on the comments section there. Or go to places like forums where people are asking questions like Reddit, for example. You want to check your GMB listing. So like we've just done, see if there's any questions on there. And if there is, answer them. And then make sure you've got the right ones to the top by using the thumbs up method. And then also, as we've seen, you can check Google. There's some questions that will be raised there. You might want to then use those as a basis for getting some basic questions up and running. There's also another place you can go to. So here's my free tool of the day. It's Answer the Public. How does that work? Well, let me show you. And you just simply, it's free. You just go into there, type in whatever is the service that you're after. So in this case, it's a window cleaning service. And then I'm going to do search. And what this will do then, it will look through Google and other search engines to see what's the most common questions being asked with those types of products in mind. And the best way to then deal with it is rather than using this situation here, which is really confusing, if you just click on data, and here's all the questions related to window cleaning services. So some of these will work, not all of them. So how much does a window cleaning service cost is one that we saw on Google. But what you then do is you clarify it by saying, but of course, give me a call and I'll give you a free quote. So you're anticipating the fact that people want to know information, but they don't really expect a full answer without having some type of conversation with you. So just keep it open. But the fact that you're the one who's answering that question will then get you found and particularly relevant in the results. So it's been a really important lesson, helping people to really understand that you can comprehend what their concerns are. You're speaking their language and you're empathizing with what they're worried about. And that will have a big impact. And that will get you fresh new traffic as they tell other people about your business. So what's your view on SEO and keywords? Well, first of all, let's just say what SEO is. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. And SEO changes all the time. So a few years ago, you used to perhaps manipulate your websites to be found in the search engines. In this day and age, SEO's changed, particularly with Google My Business now to the fore, and being the prime way in which Google will get your business before people using a search engine to find your type of business. But what I will say is if you've been disappointed with SEO in the past, then this video is going to change your mind. When I looked at SEO for my business a few years ago, I was incredibly disappointed. People promised me, I'll get you to #1 on Google for a keyword or search term. But if I was, say, for instance, a shoe shop, could they get me to #1 for being a shoe shop near me or locally? Well, they probably couldn't. In fact, they told me they could get me to #1, but when I asked them what type of keyword they were referring to, it wasn't to something that everyone's using, like a shoe shop near me. It was for something like Wellington boots used by cowboys in Oklahoma. Well, let's face it, how many people are going to type that expression or that keyword, Wellington boots used by cowboys in Oklahoma, into a search engine? Probably zero. So they're right, if I did search in a search engine for those keywords, I probably would come up to #1. But that doesn't mean I'm going to get any customers. I want keywords that real customers looking for my business are going to use. And so today I'm going to show you a tool that is incredibly useful because it analyzes what people are using to find businesses with. It tells you what those keywords are that are being given extra credit by Google, and then you can then use those keywords in your very own listing to get an advantage in Google. And by doing so, you're using the keywords that real customers are using to search to find your competitors' businesses. This tool is quite outstanding, and I'm going to give you a link to it in the description below, and I'm going to show you how to use it too. But before I go into that, you do need to understand that there is a section of Google that most people aren't using that's actually a website that's free. The reason why you need to know about that is because there's a few areas where you can put keywords within Google My Business. And knowing what your keywords are and then knowing where to put them is how you're then going to get set for more traffic in the coming few weeks. And particularly when you write posts as well, you need to be aware of what the keywords are that your customers are using. I think it's fair to say that the less words there are with a keyword, the greater the search term, but the more competitive often it becomes. So what you're trying to do is just find a few words. Actually, Brian Adams said an interesting quote. He said, with few words, one can speak the truth. And I think we're going to use that for our main motto for today's lesson. So wouldn't it be great if Google could tell you exactly what those keywords are that you need to rank for and how it's going to help you rank? And Google does do that. In fact, there's 2 areas I'm going to show you now that's going to help you get a list of keywords that you're going to optimize then your areas of your website and particularly your Google My Business listing with. So let me just show you the first one. So if you go over to your Insights, you click on Insights, and then if you go to see New Profile Performance, and in there it's going to give you the very keywords that are bringing in traffic. So here I've got the window cleaning for LaRue, and you notice that the branding's bringing in traffic, but window cleaners near me is bringing in 21 clicks. Bournemouth window cleaners, again, doing quite well there with under 15. Gutter cleaning, LaRue window cleaning. And there are more if you go into it. You can get a list of more and more. And of course, these are ones that will bring in more traffic as you grow in ranking. But that's the first thing then, is you just want to be aware of what is genuinely bringing in traffic and bringing in searches. But the second area is a tool that's really good. I've just discovered this tool and I wanted to share it with you. And I don't think anyone else is talking about this tool. So let me show you it, and I'll put a link down below in the description as well. You're definitely going to want to try this out. So it's called Surfer Local. So I've just done a small search here for Southbourne window cleaner. And you'll see that my customer who started just a couple of months ago is Louis Window Cleaning, and he's under window cleaning service, and he's in the Southbourne area. And you'll see now he's in top 2, top 3. But there's a couple of nice little things here which I'm going to look at in a future video. But I did do an audit. So you click on an audit, and this is the reason why I did this, is because this will give you some keywords. So apart from business title, which fortunately he is known as LaRue Window Cleaning, so that's good. But you'll notice that certain keywords come up, and it's just by looking at what other businesses are using that's being successful with Google. Now you notice here for his business description, I haven't got the word commercial window cleaning gutter. I haven't got gutter cleaning fascia. So these are ones that if I now start adding, you'll notice they'll go green. So gutter cleaning. So if I mentioned our cleaning company is, see when I notice it's offering gutter cleaning, and notice now it goes to green. And really what you want to do is you want to write articles, particularly the business description here, that's going to make these green. And what you're doing then is you're giving Google the keywords that it's ranking currently. And bear in mind, you've got 750 characters. And at the moment here, I've got 280. So the first 250 are going to be the most important characters that you want Google to find you in. So you can type that out, get it working right. It's only kept locally. You then copy it, and then you can then stick it on your description. And so to do that is you just go into your info, and there at the bottom, you've then got this opportunity to then rewrite this, but to get those keywords involved in it too. So I think this is a really useful tool. So what are you actually going to do today then that's going to help you grow your business? Well, you're going to do these things. You're going to first of all understand what your basic keywords are. So go to Insights, use that audit tool that I've mentioned earlier. Also look at your 750 word or character description, and particularly focus on getting some good keywords that are going to get people to click through on the first 250 characters. So now I'm just going to show you how you can get your website up and running. So if you go over to website, and you just want to make sure it says live here. If not, then you need to enable it where it says live. And then it's just a case of clicking edit and working through here. So just edit these things, add your title, description again, add that in, summary header, add a body, and this is the bit that's the about page that you need to fill in. Most people don't do that. Try and format it as well, as best as you can. And what that will do is then that will produce a website, a free website, and look at the menus as well. You've got updates, testimonials, about us page. That about us page is that bit there that I said about formatting, and that's what you need to consider. No one seems to be doing this. This is keywords that are in Google. I'll show you how Google picks this up in tomorrow's video. And also just make sure you've filled in everything you can on your Google My Business listing. And you'll see why, because by filling those things in now, then when we go over to tomorrow's lesson, you'll see how that will then, you can enable all the various sections to your free website. So if you want to make sure you've put the right things in your profile already, then I do run workshops and one-to-one coaching, and I'll put the link down below if you want to contact me on that. So I put to the community a few weeks ago that is the description area in your Google My Business important? Does it affect the algorithm? And the answer really is yes and no. It's a true and a false one. First of all, the 750 characters, not all of that's shown. The first 250 though are generally shown. And even though the keywords in there may not necessarily affect the algorithm itself, it is going to appeal to people clicking through. So if they read in those first few sections something that appeals to them to click through, and they click through, that is what will affect the algorithm, because it shows a signal that people are more interested in clicking through on your business than someone else's that they read that didn't appeal to them. Choosing the right words in that first 250 characters is going to be important. Use keywords that people are searching for, because if you do, often it will be highlighted or it will be in bold, which will help it to stand out too. So at this point, it's good to just ask a few questions that we want to be honest about to ourselves. This is where we take our business and we answer it to ourselves. So here's your first question. When you think about your 250 characters, just read it to yourself. Does it encourage trust? Does it build trust? The second question is now click over to your website. So imagine they've gone from your Google My Business listing, they've now gone to your website. Does your website, is it the type of website they would expect to see? If you click through to some of your competitors' websites, how do theirs compare to yours? Now that varies because depending on what type of business you are, I mean if you're a window cleaner, then it might be that your business wouldn't expect to have anything more than maybe a Facebook business page. But if you're an estate agent or if you're a solicitor, then you would expect to have a well-presented website. And if yours doesn't look professional, then people immediately will lose trust. They'll feel that you're just not taking your business seriously. So having a well-developed, smart-looking website will encourage people to trust it. And finally, I just want you to look at your competitors' websites, then look at yours, and then be honest again with yourself. What is it that your website is doing well? What is it their website's doing well? What do you need to change? Do you need to invest in a web designer to get your business looking a bit better on your website? Most people get so familiar with their website that they just can't see beyond it. So be honest about it, because your customers have no allegiance to you and they will be comparing your website to your competitors. So on that basis, if you've got your free website, or if you've got a listing on Bing, Yahoo, or any other website, does Google view that as an authority? Absolutely. I'll see you tomorrow on day 11. Did you know that Google My Business offers you a free website and it also relies on other authorities outside of Google? There's a couple of things we're going to look at today. They're going to give you a different perception on how Google views your business. It's not just about the information that you give through Google My Business. So we'll look at the website and the free website you can set up in a moment. But before we go on to that, let's just consider for a minute, how does Google see authority within itself? Of course, if Google made all the decisions, it's likely to fall. But actually, Google's more powerful when it starts to see what the rest of the web says about your business. So in some ways, Google solidifies its authority by checking with other authorities too to see whether or not it matches what's said about your business. And that's why you often hear about scanning to see whether your business has a trustworthy and an authoritative view on other areas, other indexes and other authoritative websites. So although Google is the biggest search engine, it could be considered vulnerable if it started to go down a track where people couldn't relate to it. We all need assurance to make sure we make good decisions, and Google's the same. So Google will go to Yale, it'll go to TripAdvisor, it'll go to your Facebook page, it will check you out on all your social media references about your business. And if suddenly this 5-star rating you've got isn't backed up by other statements on other websites and other authority areas, Google may start to lose your ranking. And that's why today we're going to focus on everything outside of Google My Business, plus that free website. And of course, in every country, there are different types of directories that have an authority. And on top of that, depending on your type of business, will also depend on what authority is considered important to Google. So one of the top tips to do this is to just go to Google and type in your business and just see, does Google give any authority to any other indexes or any other types of social media? And if they do, then you need to be seen in those areas. And not just seen in those areas, but seen with ratings, with rankings, with testimonials, with photos, with the correct address, the correct number, a consistency. We often talk about NAP, name, address, phone number. Those consistencies build trust. We often talk about EAT, expertise, authority, and trust. All those things come together and Google then builds up this picture of how the world sees your business. And then it compares it to how Google sees your business. And if the two match, if they marry, then Google's happy. And then if you click into some of these areas, some of these businesses, you'll notice that Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, there's a social media element as well that gets picked up by Google and again just shows it's an authority. So The purpose of this is just building authority in Google My Business. That will help you rank, and if you rank higher, you'll get more traffic, more inquiries, more customers. So if you want that health scanner, I'll put a link down below for you, and it will then take you straight to that health scanner. It's totally free. You can run 3 scans a day for totally free. So I'll put that down for you. Now it's a chance for you to play your part here. Who do you think is the biggest authority for your business? So put a comment down below, and while you're there, give us a like as well. That'll help others find this video. But we'll just put down there, is it Bing? Is it Apple? Is it Yale? What do you think is the biggest authority in your particular community, in your particular business area? The next thing we're going to do is just move on to then show you this free website. So we alluded to this last day or two. We've mentioned it a few times in the past. I've certainly done videos on it quite recently even. But this free website, most people haven't enabled it, and it's really easy to enable. But there's also a few other things you can do with it that are going to be able to help you optimize in Google My Business. Now, you might say, well, I've already got a website. Why would I need another website? But just consider it. If you do a search for your particular business, you want to come up number 1 in the maps, you want to come up number 1 in the results of Google My Business, the knowledge panel on the side, and also for your website, and maybe even perhaps a couple more references to your website, maybe to the blog as well. But by then having the free website from Google, you're also getting another entry. And even though that entry might just take them through to your Google My Business listing, which then may lead to an inquiry, it's another place out the top 10 you've taken away from your competitor. So in effect, if you could crowd out the top 10, your competitor can't get in there at all. And that's the thinking behind why you'd want to enable your Google My Business website. And on top of that, the Google My Business website does give you a glimpse into what Google currently thinks is important. So the fact it mentions maps, it has on there the importance of hours, of opening times, a contact button to get inquiries from you straight away, or maybe a quote. The fact that it has photographs on there that are relevant to your business. The fact you've got testimonials. The About Us page as well with keywords in. All these things show that Google views them as important. So you can actually learn some things. You might not feel the presentation of the website Google gives it that's free is particularly good, and I agree. But the information it provides is excellent, and that could be copied in your website. Of course, often there's a word of warning though, that everything that you get that's free isn't free. In fact, Jonathan Zittrain said, when something online is free, you're not the customer, you're the product. Fair quote. So just bear in mind that you are giving a lot of information to Google. So there is that kind of trade-off there to consider. So at this point, I'd like to just raise a few questions for you to think about, because this is where you get involved in this lesson now. This is where you have to be honest with your business. So think about your business, think about all the things you've done to optimize it so far in this channel, and then ask yourself these questions. Is your Google My Business website live? Is it filled out with keywords? Now, really we'll see that yesterday and tomorrow, keywords also will be mentioned. And again, I'm going to give you some really useful tips as to how you can find those keywords that are needed to get you boosted up. And so you do need to know where to put them and how to put them into your website. So using posts, using the About page is an excellent way to do that. Now, this is a tip that most people haven't done. Does all 5 pages show on your Google My Business free website? Now you might say, well, it's only 1 page, but actually the menu takes you to different parts of the page. So it's a website that in effect has 5 pages built on that one home page. So most people just check, look at the menu, have you got all 5 pages? The chances are that one of those isn't filled out, and that's what you need to look at. Fill it out with keywords, mentioning perhaps some of the areas you serve, some of the services you do, some of the products you offer, and then fill that up so that it's getting the maximum amount of information into Google and into its spidering search engine, so that when people are looking for those things, you've just given it another bit of information to enable your customers to find you. Now, when you also look at your free website, does it align with the rest of your branding? Now, this is going to be a challenge. You're going to have to use images, use your logo, but the color schemes are quite limited and the fonts are quite limited at this time. Now, my guess is that Google will eventually make this so that it's much more able to become something like Shopify or like a Squarespace, where you can do a lot more optimizations and you can do a lot more changing to the designs and character and feel and look. But at the moment, try and fit the branding as best as you can to what you've got, so that when people do find the free website, they don't find it a million miles away from what you've already produced. And finally, just consider, what does the free website do better than your website? So does it show a map? Does it offer directions? Does it have a call to action? Does it use a WhatsApp button? Well, if you're using that on your free website and it's proving to be a hit, surely then you need to put that into your main website, into your professional website. What you don't want is to find that your free website in the end is producing better results than your current paid for website. So just learn from both. You know really what Google wants when you look at the free website. So by default, the Google My Business website is off, so you need to turn that on. Bear in mind, it's also mobile friendly, which is another benefit, that if your website isn't currently mobile friendly, this is useful. Bear in mind also, you can use this website as your main website if you want to. So you can even link through on your Google My Business and put this website as a website that represents your business rather than perhaps a domain name that's professional. Though again, if you want to grow the business, you may want to think about updating that in the future. You can actually use Google Domains to buy a domain and then log it onto your Google My Business free website. You can also search for the websites of other competitors using the free website. So I did a video just a few weeks ago that showed you how you can do a search and get understanding of how others are using their free website. Maybe see what offers they're doing, what posts, what testimonials, and find out how they're using branding on their free website. So there's an easy way to do that. Just do a search for site : business.site, and then put in the brand or the particular type of category that your business is in. And the nice thing with the Google My Business free website is it also brings in all of the latest information. So when you get new testimonials, or when you get when you add a new post, a new update, a new offer, new photos in the gallery, all those things get updated without you even doing anything. So your website is continuously being updated every time you update your Google My Business listing. So there's a great integration there, and means then you haven't got to worry about updating your website because you're just doing it by adding stuff through the Google My Business listing. And of course, ultimately, all this is another signal. Every time you add something into the Google My Business listing, you're giving another signal to Google that you're keeping things up to date. Google goes, great, this business is up to date, this business is serving customers, this business is an authority, it's an expert, it's trustworthy. EAT. So in conclusion, what are you going to do today now you've watched this video? Well, there's 4 things that I'm going to ask you to do today. The first thing is run that free scan tool. So go to the link down below in the description, click on it, then go through to Bright Local and run that scan. It's free, and just see, is there any other areas that you can improve in your NAP, your name, address and phone number? Do you need to index yourself in some of those indexes? Do those directories need to be showing your business because it hasn't been updated or registered with them? So go ahead and do that first of all. Second, make adjustments to any inconsistencies that you find on there. So if you see that the address is wrong, the phone number is wrong, then go in, edit it, make the change. Number 3, optimize and brand your free website. It's there to use. There's no harm in putting it, making it live, as I showed you earlier on. And finally, have a search for your business in Google. So search for your business and see how many of the top 10 have you managed to take out to show up to your professional website, your Facebook, your Twitter feed, your LinkedIn feed, the business feed in Bing, the business in Yale, the business on Checkertrade. If you can take out the top 10, your competitor will not find you. So that's another challenge that you can perhaps aim to do, not just during this 30-day challenge, but an ongoing challenge. Now, over the past few years, a lot of you have been asking how you can do keyword research specifically for Google My Business. And that's very much what we're going to look at today. I mean, Google now encourages businesses to use keywords specifically in their Google My Business area. So areas like your posts, your offers, your description, your About Us section, they all need to include keywords that are relevant to your customers and your business area. But how do you know what a keyword is and what keywords are relevant to your business? If you know nothing about keywords, then what does that actually mean? Well, today I'm going to show you what keywords are. I'm going to show you 7 of the tools that I use that you can use too. The majority of them are free. And I'm also going to explain a bit more about how you can use those keywords in your Google My Business listing. So you don't want to miss any of this video. Make sure you watch it to the end. And all the links will be down below in the description so you don't miss any of these great tools I'm going to show you. So let's first of all ask the question, what are keywords? Well, keywords are basically the very words that your potential customers are typing into Google or the search engines to find your business. And they won't necessarily be the words that you're thinking of. Let's say if you're a window cleaner, you might just want to optimize for window cleaners. You might think in your head, I'd like to become number 1 if anyone types window cleaner. What you have a niche in is being a window cleaner in your local area. So if your neighbour searches for a window cleaner in his road, hopefully you'll come up. So how can you make sure that you can use that niche area of your local market, maybe within your town, your village, your cities? How can you use that for your business? Well, that's where keywords come in. So potentially your customers are typing in certain keywords and they're looking for you. And whoever comes up in the map results or in the search engine results is probably going to be the ones that they then contact. So how can you get ahead there? How can you know what those keywords are? What does the data tell you? So I'd like to get your input by asking you a question. How important do you think keywords are? Maybe you've had some experience with keywords in the past. So let me know down below in the comments how important you think keywords are. Now, I asked actually some of you subscribers how important you thought keywords are, and this is the results that came back. So I made a statement that said that keywords are no longer useful. Is that true or false? And 8% said it was true, but 92% said it's false, and 92% are right, that keywords are still very useful. So at this point, it's good to perhaps just ask ourselves a few questions. So you're the business owner. Here's a question or two for you to answer then. So what words do your customers use? So just think about that for a moment. Do you know what they're using? Have you perhaps picked up on a customer? They're using a word that you don't use. In fact, maybe you're right, but they're just using it in their terms, in their diction. And you might need to consider that, because when you're not knowledgeable about an item, you may be using the wrong words. So that might be something to consider. And that leads into our second thing. Have you considered it from their perspective? So if you try to imagine not knowing anything about your business and then imagine trying to search for your business, what challenges do you face? What keywords do you think might be a challenge for you to use if you don't have the knowledge that you currently have? Well, you have to, again, think of it from their perspective. And here's something that everyone seems to do. Do you dive in without any research? So you just type up a post, you put up a blog, you put up something perhaps on social media, you write a post on Google My Business. There's no research. You don't know what words you're aiming for. In fact, you tend to be copying and pasting and repeating the same things. Come to me, come to my business. But there's no real information there for Google to use to get those customers to find your business. That's where keyword research comes in. So just a couple of minutes will give you something to write about that will actually bring in potential traffic. And here's the thing that's going to set you apart from all the other businesses, is have you used qualifiers? Now, what's a qualifier? So those words, that's reliable, nearest, cheapest, they're qualifiers. Now, for every business, again, you might have some slightly different qualifiers. So write a list of 5 or 10 qualifiers. In fact, when we use our tools in the moment, these 7 tools, they're going to give you some ideas for what those qualifiers are. But they're not making it up. They're actually the data that real people are using. We need to think in terms of what can we give as a value to our customers, and by giving a value right from the beginning, by using their terms, their keywords, by understanding them, by empathizing with them, then they will come to you. And once they come to you, of course, you have then more than enough business coming in. So think of keywords as a way of communicating with your customers, with your new potential customers that don't know you yet. Communication is such a skill. In fact, the inventor of communications, Alexander Graham Bell, he actually made a very important comment. Before anything else, preparation is the key to success. And that's why, before you write your next blog, your next communication post, why not first of all just put a little bit of preparation with those keywords in and see what difference it makes. So let's now look at those 7 tools by diving straight in, and I'll take you to the first one, google.com. Pretty simple really, you're just using the ABC technique, which many of you know. So I've put in window cleaners here, and if I click that, you'll see it gives me some ideas near me, in my area, they all come up. But say for instance I was in London, so I start typing in London and that comes up as well. But if I typed in London and then A, so it just gives me, is there any other words there that I might want to consider? B, so window cleaners in Balham, London. C, D, so you're just looking for perhaps some unusual long-term ones. You've also got a few picked up here, NW6, North London, East London, commercial window cleaners London, top window cleaners London. So there's qualifiers going on here as well. And that's the idea, is it whatever kind of reflects your business. It doesn't have to obviously be window cleaners, whatever your business is, just type it in, go through ABCs, see what's coming up. These aren't predictions, these are actually based on real data from what people are typing into Google. Now, Google also gives you a second tool here. This is a keyword planner. Again, I'll put a link down below so you can go straight to all these tools I'm going to show you. This is free, and you just simply again log in and create an account. It's free. And then I've got here, I've typed in window cleaners, and I'm just looking to see what's the competition. And what this does, it tells you whether it's high competition. This is to do with advertising with Google, but you're looking for low competition. So if I go through here, there's low competition on window cleaning center or perfect window cleaning. So that might be worth considering. And you're just looking to see if something's got low competition or medium, but at the same time, you're looking to see what are people paying for it. Now, it could be that people are paying a lot of money for search terms that are bringing in business. So for instance here, professional window cleaning, that's obviously bringing in a lot more business. So people are paying up to £5.18 a click, but it's high, so it's not easy to do. Now, what's really useful is this one here, keywords everywhere. So you can install it on Chrome or on Firefox. Once you've installed it, you just go to Google as normal, but now it's going to give you more information. You'll get an idea of whether it's trending. So I've done a search here for window cleaners. I can see it perhaps in 2004 was trending, but it's not, it's just gradually going up again each year. But this keywords everywhere gives you quite a few information things on the side here. So there's some more keywords that are related, so you can copy or export these to an area or a spreadsheet. If you want information though, then it's going to cost credit. So not everything's free on this. People also search for, so these are some alternatives you may want to consider. Trending keywords, window cleaners near me. So we've already kind of mentioned that. And there's some other long tail ones here as well. So you might find, again, that's all free. That's a browser plugin. You might find that's really useful. Now, my fourth area is SEMrush, a beautiful little tool. You can sign up for free. Again, the link down below in the description. And this is an example of much more useful information, because not only does it give you a bit more detailed on how many people are searching for it, but you also get the trends, but you also get an idea of the key difficulty, the keyword difficulty. So you're looking for greens really. So reds are not, you're not going to be able to do because they're just too difficult. But if you can see a green like this one here, secondhand bookshops, this is for people that have got books, why buy books app. You're looking for the green ones, and then you're looking for, do they have a volume as well? So generally the highest green is going to be one that you might want to consider if it ties in. So 720 searches for this, and there's not a lot of competition. And of course, there's other things. SEMrush do a lot of other tools as well. So it gives you organic traffic and so on. But I won't go into the detail on this video on how to use SEMrush. That'll be another video in the future. Another brilliant little tool is Surfer. And Surfer SEO, it's great because again, it's another plugin. You see it's powering here. Quite a few people use this. It gives you a lot of information about the costs of searches, how much searches are. So actually with a few of these freebies together, you get all the information come through anyway. You get the competition and how much people are paying for it. So I would definitely recommend that you put one or two of these little Chrome extensions on. And also when it comes to Surfer, it also gives another valuable thing down here. This area here, you've got these keywords. Again, you get an idea of the volume. Now, one of my favorite tools is by Mangles. It's called Keyword Finder. And Keyword Finder is brilliant because it's so simple to use. It's probably the easiest one to use. It has a nice color scheme. It presents a little bit of information, but really well. and the information it presents is probably the most useful information for keywords. So I've done a search here for logo design, and I get an idea of what the averages are, how difficult that's going to be. I can see what's trending. Again, I see the volume of search. I can see how much people are paying for a click, how difficult it is to achieve it. So again, I'm looking for perhaps lower numbers, below 30 probably would be good. So if I go here, so greens again is what I'm looking for here, and logo design packages it's suggesting. Though that's going down on the trend, we're looking for things that are hopefully going up on the trend. So that's something to consider as well. And of course, with things like the pandemic, it does heavily affect trends. So lots of other things you can look for on Keyword Finder, but also it's part of a whole package. You can do SERP watching, you can see whether you're improving in your analysis and so on. So that's more for kind of general SEO rather than for using it on Google My Business. It's number 7, answer the public. And this again, if you do searches, I've done here web design, do a search. And you can get the data here and you can see what people are searching regarding web design. Which web design company that's going to bring in business. Which web design software is the best if you're a software developer. So just think in terms of what's going to bring in the traffic, but that's also going to be purchasing at the end of it as well. Web design for small businesses. There's another one. But the trouble is this doesn't give much more information than just the keywords. Now, just one final tool that you might find useful is if you wanted to see how do the keywords act on a different device in a different language or in a different country, then you can use this iSearch from, which is a free tool as well. So if I put here United Kingdom English Android phone, do a search, and you'll see that it will just produce results of how it's looked if you did a general search in England for window cleaners. And you might want to do it on a town or a city because you're thinking of moving there with your business. So another really just useful little bonus tool there I just wanted to mention for you. So all the information to each one of these tools is down below in the description. So what is the perfect keyword? The perfect keyword is it's got high demand for it, everyone wants it, and yet there's no competition, no one's writing about it. So that's really what you're aiming for. You're aiming for keywords that everyone's using and no one actually can find a website that talks about them. And if you can get that balance, you're going to get large amount of traffic coming through. And that's where trending comes in, because things do suddenly trend. Suddenly everyone's searching for something, but no one's got the optimized website or Google My Business listing to pull in those people. And don't be scared of asking people and getting clues from your customers. Asking them, how did they find you? What keywords did they use to come across your business? You might be surprised at the keywords they're using. So in concluding this thought then, what is it you're going to need to do today from what we've discussed? Well, first of all, you need to use tools to find a list of good keywords. So make a list of 10, 20, 50 sets of keywords. How do you do that? Well, make these keywords prominent in your listing, make it prominent in your posts, your descriptions, your website, your Q&As. Keep using it on your website. Google is getting then signals that those are important to your business. So then who's it going to show when someone's looking for those keywords? Well, hopefully it'll be your business. And keep checking Google results to see what's current and what's in your area. Use those tools because in effect they're taking information from real customers that are using Google. And that changes. So if you were to look at the search results a few years ago and what people were using then, it will be different to what they're using today. And things are changing all the time, where people are using mobiles now, where they're using voice activation searches. That's changing the way that the keywords are working. So now people are asking longer sections of keywords because they're saying it rather than typing it. So don't think it's never going to change. It's changing all the time. So is there a strategy that I use that's going to help me improve my ranking? Well, absolutely there is. In fact, I have 3 strategies that I use, and I'm going to share each one of those with you in today's video. So by the end of this video, you're going to have 3 different approaches to your business and how you're going to then motivate yourself to improve your Google My Business listing. And if you choose one of those strategies, then that's great, and you'll find that it will increase your ability to rank with your Google My Business in Google Maps and Google Search Engine. But if you combined all 3 strategies, well then you'll hashtag boost my business, because you're going to then see it rocket as all these things come together when they're combined. Now, before I go to strategy number 1, Just bear in mind this is day 13 of a 30-day challenge. So if you've been following me all the way to here, that's great. But if you've not actually seen the previous videos, then you may have missed a few of the gems that I've shared with you that I haven't used on the rest of the channel. So don't miss those. Go back to day 1 if you haven't done so, and then get up to speed by the time we get to day 13 today. So I'd like to put before you a well-known quote from John F. Kennedy. He said, "The time to repair the roof is when the sun is shining." So it's easy not to bother with your Google My Business listing until things go wrong, or a competitor comes along and suddenly takes your traffic. But as John F. K said, you need to really be thinking about it all the time. You need to have a strategy that's in place so that you continue to grow even on the days when things are going well. And that's the purpose of these 3 strategies, is to help you focus and have a plan so that you can carry it on after these 30 days. And then you'll see that you'll get a great year next year because of the investment and the motivation you put into your business this year. So let's go straight to strategy number 1 that I use. And it's basically called Beat Yourself. Now, what does that mean? Well, if you're a golfer and you play golf, you'll know that probably the best motivation is to try and beat yourself. So if you played golf and you did the previous course in 87, then to aim for 86 or 85 would be a realistic strategy, because you know you can almost achieve that. Refining it down to get that extra little benefit, that extra shot or 2 that's not taken so you beat your previous score, is realistic, it's a goal, it's a motivation. And that's that type of mental strategy that we're going to use today. You're probably familiar with the compound effect, where a daily consistency, then that daily consistency will give you massive results over time. Well, you may have heard of the 1% rule, where the small differences in performance can lead to unequal distributions when repeated over time. So what happens in the end is you get a slight edge over your competition and you maintain that slight edge. If you're watching the Olympics, you'll know that with the Olympics, it's just a millisecond that makes a difference between first and second. And it's those small little benefits, those small gains, that 1% increase that will have the big dramatic effects on your business. So that's the type of thinking behind strategy number 1. So how could you execute strategy number 1? Well, it'd be by looking at your business. And if you're number 5 in the ranking, aim for number 4. If you've been updating your posts once a month, then change it to once every 2 weeks. If you add photographs just once a month, add photographs each week. What you're doing is just refining it down, beating yourself. Whatever you've been doing in the past, think of how you can just do something slightly better that's still attainable, you can still maintain. Now, before we go on to strategy number 2, often it's good to just look at ourselves with a bit more honesty. And this is where we take this part of the video and we just say, here's some questions to be honest about with your own business in mind. So, how do you really compare to your competition? Secondly, are you brave enough to ask strangers for an honest review? Or have you done market research on your business? Most people haven't. And that's where you're going to learn what's important to your customers and where those changes, those small changes, are needed. And finally, would you change if you didn't like what you heard, but it was true? That's a difficult one, isn't it? If you're heading to somewhere and then someone says, actually, you're going in the wrong direction, and then they then show you on the map that you've been going in the wrong direction. It takes a bit of humility, doesn't it, to turn the car around and go in the right direction. But it makes sense, because unless you're going to go around the whole earth, you're never going to get to the venue that you're trying to get to. So honest questions, that will help us not only with strategy number 1, but also with strategy 2 and 3. So what are they? Well, the second strategy that I use is just to set a goal. So it's slightly different because this goal may be far greater. It may require other steps to get to it in the first place. But there's the goal may be to be number 1 in my field in this particular area. In fact, when you set a goal, it could be several different things as well. I'm going to give you 5 goals that you may want to set. And they're all different, but you'll get an idea of the types of things that I do. So it could be you look at your stats or you look at your analytics and you just see that your traffic is, say, 300, 400 a week or a month. And you say, well, let's set it to 1,000. The second one is just to improve in your branding. So you might look at what others are doing and think they're doing it better than you. So you might set that as your goal. Your strategy is to show your branding more often. So perhaps you put it on your photographs, your logos there. Maybe you produce leaflets. Maybe you make sure that your signs, your shop sign has an improved logo or it's a bit more prominent. The third one is to just try to think in terms of what's the avatar, what's the persona of your ideal clients. So a lot of people do this. You can put a spreadsheet together. I've got one here where you're just looking at what type of person is it that I'm trying to appeal to. When you think about the ideal customer, what's their likes, what's their dislikes, what's their hobbies, what is it they're looking for, what are they trying to achieve, what are their goals that I can help them achieve, what are their fears, what are their concerns, what are their questions. You're just putting together this avatar or this persona where the persons that you're trying to please are like real people. And then you're going to write your post and you're going to put photographs together and you're going to set your business up so that it really appeals to those types of personas. And in that way then you'll find it sounds more realistic to real people. Now the fourth area is to go to your analytics or particularly your insights in Google My Business. Look at a particular keyword or a strategy you've been using. Maybe you're looking at telephone messages or it might be to do with bookings, and set yourself a goal based on that. But rather than just being a number goal, as we saw in the beginning of part A of these strategies, this is where you set it by a certain time. So maybe you say, right, by the end of next month, I want to achieve this goal. Or the fifth area you may want to just do is to consider a bespoke plan. Now, I put together a bespoke plan on a particular video. This is one of my favorite videos that's never really been seen by you, the viewers. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to see it now. So I'm going to put a link to it here. And if you head on over to there after this video, and then you follow that bespoke plan, and I talk you and walk you through the whole process of how to get the keywords, how to use them, and then how to grow from there. So you're going to find that a really useful video if you've not seen that one and if you haven't applied it. My step-by-step bespoke plan. Now before I go on to my final strategy number 3, I just also shared with you as a community, what types of things do you do? I was interested in what your strategies are. And in fact, I asked a question on our community for my subscribers where I said, do you motivate yourself by looking at the competition or by looking at yourself and improving on the past? Or do you do it by both? And here we see the outcome of that. We see that looking at the competition was 18%, looking and improving on what I've done in the past, 49%, but 33% of you have combined the two. And there's a reason for that. When you combine the two, or in the case of what we're looking at today, we've got 3 strategies, and that will have the maximum effect of growth on your business. Now, strategy number 3 then is all about monitoring it. And when you've got a couple of really useful tools that help you to monitor what you're doing, then if you're doing 1 and 2 where you're making the changes and you're adding the changes and setting the goals, then strategy number 3 helps you to see whether or not that's really working. So I would say that this one in particular works really well with strategy number 1 and number 2 together. So that's why I say if you can combine all 3, then you're going to get the most gain. So let me show you now what the 2 tools that I'm currently using that's helped me to really get the strength in my strategy number 1 and number 2. So this is one of the tools I've been using, persuaded.io, which again, I think I've given you some guidance on this in the past videos, but it's a great way to monitor. So here I was monitoring LaRue window cleaning services, which we started up just a few months ago, and you would have seen some videos on that, no doubt. And as you can see, it was barely showing in the top 40, nothing there. And each week, just monitoring it, making just a few little tweaks and changes. And you'll just notice if it goes from red to amber and then amber to green, you can start to see a bit of progress. So the average here is 22. And then suddenly it's really beginning to work. We're now going up to 3s and 2s. And this means if you're in the top 3, you're being found then in the Google Map Pack. And so you can see there, we've kind of almost gone from all red to all green. We're showing now in this area in all places, number 1 in many of these areas as well. So he's getting inquiries coming through. And then I've just kind of let off doing anything. And again, if you don't continue to do it, you will see the red starting to creep back in. So this is a great tool to just monitor to see how it's going. It's very simple and it's easy to use, and you can get 50% off and you can get a free trial as well using the links down below. So I'll put the links down below for you. And the second tool that I've been using is called Surfer Local. And this has just come to me in the last few weeks. It's a really useful tool actually, because not only does it have the ability to map where you're being ranked in Google My Business, but also on top of that, it seems to be able to provide an audit of the types of keywords and the types of things you should be talking about when it comes to your posts, your categories, your images. There's a lot more to it. You can actually run an audit on it too. So let me show you how this works. So it's called Surfer Local, and you'll notice here, LaRue Window Cleaning Services, we've got them on an average of number 3. But you get this larger circle, a green one, and also you get then the orange. So if it's green, it means you're in the top 3, which means you'll be getting traffic in those areas. If it's amber, it means you're just out the top 3, which means you won't be found in the Google search engine unless they click view more information. So if I can get that to number 3, it's suddenly going to get a lot more traffic, a lot more inquiries. So how would I do that? And is it possible? Well, the fact that's green means it's easy. It means there's very little competition. So let's go for a 9x9. Let's really now see what's the potential in this area. So that's now working out the data. Okay, so we can see really he's got quite a monopoly on being found at the moment as a window cleaner in the Bournemouth, Southbourne, Christchurch area. And then gradually as it spreads out, you can see it's got lots of potential wins here. So he won't be showing up in the top results here. That's going to be the hardest. But what's really useful to see is that the competition's not heavy at all. Every single one of these bands is green. If it was amber or if it was red, then it mean that it just wouldn't be worth competing. So there are some businesses out there that the competition's so hard and they're so optimized that you'll never beat them. But in this case, you can see there's loads more potential here. So rather than go for the number 12, pick on the number 4s, and that would be the strategy that I would use, because these are all quick gains with just a few extra tweaks. So now you're asking, well, how do you do that? What do you do to tweak it? And that's where you can create an audit. So if I create an audit now, it will tell me what's needed to get these oranges into reds. Let me show you. So what it's done is it compiled now all the keywords from all those entries, that all the competition. And if it's green, it means you've already got it, you're including it in your title. So that's why LaRue Window Cleaning is doing well, because he's got it in his title. But also you notice here, Bournemouth isn't used in the title, and yet others are using it. So that's something to consider. The blue is not so important. Again here, commercial window cleaning gutter, that's important it seems. So this is now for the description. So here are some things to consider for his description. And then when he's writing a post, these are all the words that you may want to use. So as you start jotting in these words, then you'll be able to get them into greens. And this is because these are the words that Google are currently ranking with the top sites. And then business categories, so you might want to consider perhaps some secondary categories like gutter cleaning, commercial cleaning. This tool is superb and so few people know about it. So I really want you to benefit from this tool. So I'll put a link down below. If you use it, it's an affiliate link, it will just help me out too. But I'm using this not because it's an affiliate link, but because it's probably the most easiest tool to use to get maximum result. Okay, so what are we actually going to do today then? What is it that you can take from this video? Well, how about these 3 things to consider? Choose at least one of today's 3 strategies. So that's the first thing you want to do. Maybe you might want to just go back over the 3. Number 2 is day 13. There's 17 more days to go. So are you ready to take on those next 17 days? Are you energizing yourself? Are you motivating yourself? Well, don't give up, because this is now the start of where we can start to really see things being monitored, particularly with these tools that I've shared with you today. And finally, do use one of these 2 tools. One of them will probably suit you better than the other. Both of the links are down below. If you want to use either of these tools or both combined, you'll find it will give you that momentum to want to keep going. You'll want to keep checking it to see, how's it progressing? Is it making an impact? And the nice thing with these tools is you will see an immediate change. So we often talk about creating posts to communicate with your customers. But do customers actually read these posts? Well, sometimes it's not just about reading the post to find out what's happening, what's new with your business, but it's more about the fact it communicates by means of if they ask a question or if they're looking for something in particular, it's the keywords in the post that can sometimes bring your particular listing to the top of Google Maps. So think in terms of you're writing not only for them to read it, but also to provide keywords for the people trying to find your business. So posts are a great way to get keywords into Google's indexing and to get customers to find your business. Today I'm going to reveal how I produce my posts. And if you produced a post 7 days ago, I realised I didn't really show you how I did it. So today I'm going to show you exactly an example of a post that I'm going to produce and put live. I'll show you the tools I use and the process I go through. We're going to find little corners, little niches in the areas around where your business is and see if it's untapped and see if there are people there searching for you and there's no competition. We're going to see if we can get some quick wins by just finding a few areas that are untapped in your particular business area. So we could call these location posts because you're being found for a particular location that someone's using. And this brings me to my first question for you to comment below. Did you think that your local SEO is limited only to your town or your address? I think it's naturally the way most people think is the case, but of course you can expand beyond that. So what have you done? What areas have you covered? How have you expanded? Have you produced local posts that are using the names of the little cities, the suburbs, the towns that are near you? And have you had any success? Anything like that, put it down below. I'll be interested in reading about what you've done, and I'll also comment back as well. Now, before I go into the section where I'm going to write a post together with you, so we're going to kind of work this out together, I just wanted to quote an Aesop fable that I read the other day. It says, "Men are born with 2 bags, one in front carrying neighbours' faults, and one behind carrying their own faults." In other words, we can all see the faults of other people's posts, but sometimes we just need to look at our own and see what we can do to improve. So this is where I have that section questions to be honest with. So as we look at ourselves now, ask yourself these questions regarding your business and the posts in particular. What stops you publishing each week? Now we say weekly because every 7 days the original post gets archived and it no longer really serves a purpose. Google wants at least once a week an update on what's happening with your business. Here's another question. Will you join me in a week's time? Because this is day 14, day 21, we're going to do another post together. And in that one, I've got some really cool tools that I'm not using in this one because I'm going to keep that for next week. But this week, we're just going to look at an example together. And here's a final question. Did you post 7 days ago when we did one together? Well, I realized I didn't give you much. I just said do a post and I gave you a few little tips. Today, we're going to actually do it together now. So let's dive straight in and I'll show you how I write a post and I'm going to put it live with you too. So let me just take LaRue Window Cleaning Services, and if I just head down the page, you'll see that when we do add posts, this is where they show. So you'll notice that it's not been done for a few weeks, and you'll find as soon as you add a post, those next 7 days, you will get more traffic coming in. So we're going to add a couple more posts here. We'll certainly add one today on that section there. So that's what we're about to do. Notice products do come ahead of posts at the moment. These things do change, but keep an eye on that as well. So that's also something to bear in mind. So I'm going to go into LaRue Window Cleaning. You notice there it's saying you need to create a post. That's a reminder if you haven't done one for 7 days. So you could just click on that, or the same thing you can do is you can click on posts here. And what we're going to do, you could do a COVID-19 update, but you're quite limited on what you can do. You can't add images. It's not probably as useful if nothing's changed since the last time you updated. But what you want to do today is you want to add an update, and it's a what's new update. And you're just going to fill this information in, which we've done before, but this is where these post ideas, I'm going to give you some ideas as to what you can write about and how you can do that. And it comes down to area and then services. Those are the 2 things you're going to need. Let me now take you through what I mean when I say area. So if you go to Google Maps and do a search for your business, and it's true to say that the proximity is important to Google. So if a person's here and they're searching for a window cleaner, they're probably going to find you. The further away you go, the harder it is to find you. And that's where other competition and of course other window cleaners are based as well. So what we're going to do is just look at, is there a way in which we can niche in other areas that you haven't normally been found in? Okay, so what you need to do first of all is just come out of your area just a little. And as you come out, you notice the Southbourne obviously is the key area, so we'll put that down. So we know we've been already optimizing for Southbourne. We use Southbourne in most of the posts we've done. But have I used Wick? Now Wick's a little suburb near Southbourne. So there you go. So there's one that may be overlooked. So if someone's in Wick and they're searching for window cleaner that covers the Wick area, if no one's mentioned Wick, then how will Google know to put you in that particular search result? If you don't mention it in your post, Google can't rank you. Okay, so let's just pull it out a bit more, and we're looking again for the cities, the areas. So we've now got Tuckton. So let's put Tuckton in, and we're letting Google decide what it wants us to show ourselves in. Next, Christchurch. Now I'm going to make about 5 or 6. So we've got Iford. Okay, next is pretty straightforward. Just go into your Google My Business and just go to your services. And now on your services, just write these down. So window cleaning, okay, and so now what we're now going to do is we're now going to combine the two. So if you combine the service and the area, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6, 6 is a 36. You've got about 36 combinations now. So for the next 36 weeks, you've got 36 posts. So how does it work? Well, basically you could do window cleaning services. Let's just bring this across, shall we, for a moment. Put the word in on all of these. And you'll get the idea. You copy and paste that and do it again. So literally you're going to now do under Southbourne, under Wick, under Tuckton, and so on. You'll get the idea. I'm not going to go any further. You'll get the idea, because now it's just a case of taking that and put it there and there and there and there. And these are all your subjects. These are all going to be your keywords when you write the post. So now literally you'll take one of these and it'll be called window cleaning in Wick. And then you'll then explain how in your post, so let's just do that one. Window cleaning in Wick. So that's gonna be our first one, window cleaning in Wick. And then what you can then do is you could go to your website or go to an area where you've already written some information. So what I'm going to do, so you can just look at rewriting a few things here. I mean, this was written a while ago. I'm going to copy and paste this, and you might say, well, why would you want to reuse the same information? Surely that's not going to help Google. But actually it will, because what I'll do is I will now, instead of Bournemouth window cleaning service, I'm going to put Wick. And it's fair to say he is a Wick window cleaning service in that area, because it's just a half a mile up the road. And our services include, so for the Wick area, our services include. So call me now if you are in the Wick area. And Google's not particularly interested in double content on this. It's just interested in it's just going to pick up on some of these services. It's going to pick up on the fact it's in Wick. In fact, I might just take that out, because I think it's right at the beginning. It's nice and clear anyway. And I might just then put it as the first subheading here. Let's just put it there instead. I think that looks better. And maybe we can put one more of those, cleaning in Wick. There you go. And now it's just a case of adding a photo. Now, before you upload the photo, what I would just suggest you do as well is just go to Google Images, and I would just type in window cleaner in Wick. and just see what comes up. So it's mainly window cleaning, glass. There's a nice bit of poll action there. You're just looking to get some ideas, some inspiration. So whether it's a van, and you're checking just to see what Google does include. So vans can be included as a window cleaner, but certainly glass, windows, some close-ups, someone at work, that's the type of thing. So you just want to see, have you got any of those types of photographs that you're going to add to. So I think that's quite a good one. It shows the window. It's in line with what we've just seen. So we'll use that one there. So that's now a case of, I think most people are calling. We've had quite a few calls come through. So we're going to click publish. There you go. And that's now accepted and published. And that is now designed. If I do a quick search for WIC, so you notice there, it's mentioned 5-6 times and it's not been mentioned anywhere else. So that's now optimizing for an area that if you look at where LaRue Window Cleaning Services is, we could have easily over-missed it. And that's really a helpful tip that I want you to try with your business and with your areas, using this technique and then using the image idea as well to see how you can bring all this together. And of course, that's just one. We've now got 36 or 35 others to do for the next 35 weeks. So I hope that's been really helpful to give you an example, a glimpse, an example of how to produce a post or a series of posts that's going to really tap into some unknown areas. But there is something else you need now just to add to that, and that's to be able to monitor it through Insights. In fact, Insights is like having the key to unlocking the door to more traffic. So are you getting the most out of your Google My Business Insights? Do you really understand how those reports can help you? I mean, is there a simple way to find out how people have reacted to some of the changes you've made already in the 14 or 15 days we've spent together? Well, you know, Google Insights is going to give you lots of clues as to what's working and what approach you should be taking for the next 2 weeks as well. I think for most businesses, they have like a locked door of opportunity. And it's almost like rather than struggle to open the door with a key, they just look elsewhere or they just keep doing the same thing, hoping one day it's going to work. Google My Business Insights is telling you what is working. And it could be that it's going to reveal to you some of the things that you didn't even realize were working for you. So once you've opened this door and you understand how insights work, you'll get a lot more information about what you should be doing as opposed to what you are doing and whether that's working. So if you've got that locked door, without the key, you're not ever going to get that door open. The key is Google My Business Insights. Use it. Open up and see what opportunities are still available to you in your local SEO area. So the lesson today is that Insights is the key to more customers. And I'm going to show you 2 of my accounts and I'm going to look into them with you and see, have what I've been doing for the last few weeks been working for me? But why am I so passionate about Insights? Well, because Google themselves is passionate about it too. They keep using Insights, they keep updating it. It's had a few updates in just the last few months, and it's trying to become the user's tool. And also you've got to bear in mind what Google actually say about Google My Business Insights. Knowing which Google platform is driving traffic to your business gives you an insight into the intention of your potential customers. Well, in plain English, what it means is that you can already find out what your customers want you to do from Insights. You'll find out where they're coming from, whether they're on a mobile or a desktop, whether they're interested in calling you or messaging you, or whether they want to book with you. You'll find out what they're using to find you. You'll find out whether they're on maps or on search, whether you're using particular keywords that you haven't considered. All that information is easily available and it's easy to understand. And I'm going to show you exactly how I use that information to help me with my businesses. Now, one of the things I've been trying to work on with LaRue is to try and be found in the window cleaning services near me or window cleaners near me. I've been wanting to get local people that are using the words near me to see whether they appear as well. So I'm going to find out whether that's had an impact, because that's something that we were working on together in the last few weeks. So I'm going to LaRue Window Cleaning Services here, and I'm going to go into Insights. And this is the old Insights, so it just gives you an idea when you post images, you get traffic, When you look through here, you get an idea in the last month, what types of actions are people taking. So you can see a visit to the website, 8 people have done that, one's called and one's messaged. And then this shows the type of area it's covering, which is the Southbourne area, which we've been working again using other tools in a previous video. I think yesterday I showed you how I do that. And then we got a bit more information, and we see we're now well above average on the photos, and that brings in again lots of views, lots of traffic. So we're more than double on that as well, 140% increase there. But the bit that I want you to be looking at today is this part here, see new profile performance. And the fact that Google is producing a new report means that Google is investing heavily in this. And what it does, it just shows you that each month, so these are each month, so in April nothing, in May we had 3, June we had 1, and July so far we've got 2 interactions. And these interactions can include calls, messages and bookings. Now I don't think we've got a booking form set up as such, but we have had a couple of messages through the app which we've responded to, and we've had 7 phone calls. But most importantly, that's what I was interested in. I was getting this word near me out there. So window cleaners near me, and that has become our top search term, which is good to see. Also, we're trying to get a bit of branding on it as well. So LaRue window cleaning, those are areas I've been trying to get some traffic from as well. If we click on here, we get a fuller understanding of what people are searching for. So I know Southbourne was another keyword we've been using. Window and gutter cleaners near me, but the near me, that's kind of the one I've been working on with LaRue window cleaning. So we're seeing it's beginning to bring in a bit of traffic. Now don't forget, this is still a very new business. It's only just being set up. So at this point, this is where I try and engage you to be more involved in this video by thinking about your business and asking yourself questions and being honest with them as well. So here's a few questions that, just thinking of your business, have you gone to your insights and what actually was working? Now for you to answer that, if you haven't done that already, then after this video, you need to go away and then come back to this video and then answer that question. What have you been doing for the last few weeks? What search terms and keywords did you use? And are they beginning to show up a few days later in the insights? Well, hopefully they are. And if they're not, then what is working within your insights? So that's the first question. The second question is, in your insights, what hasn't worked? So it could be you're trying something and it just isn't working. Or maybe you need to put focus on something that is going to work, something that's already proving to work. Third question, what keywords and images brought in traffic? So you just need to look through your images, see what's bringing in traffic, maybe look at the views. So that isn't necessarily an insight. You can get that information just by going to your photo gallery. It gives you there the idea of how many people have seen it, how often it's occurred in search terms and so on. And finally, will you make a plan for this info? So again, it's about really not just listening to this video, but it's about thinking about what are you going to do. Maybe if you've got a pen and paper now, jot down what it is you're going to do with that information. Now I'm going to take a second look at my insights for Zanet Design. And the reason I'm interested is I've been working on branding. I try and get my logo on all the videos I'm doing, and I'm just intending to try and get my branding out there. So you probably know that Zanet Design, if you did a search for that on YouTube, you'd probably come at one of my videos. And the idea is that when people are looking for Google My Business or a web designer, they think of Zanet Design. They do a search into Google for Zanet Design and they then click on My Business. And if they see my knowledge panel or see my website, Google's taking a note of that. And what I'm doing is I'm building up an expertise, a trustworthiness, an authority, which is EAT, which we've looked at before in a previous video. But it's also letting Google know that I am a brand in what I'm doing. And that's covered in insights. Now, I want to know, is that growing? Ideally, we want this to be a big chunk of traffic. It's very hard to do. Most people don't get any branding at all showing on Google My Business Insights, but I'm going to show you now my insights and let's see how it stands. So I've logged into my insights, or I've logged into my account. I'm going to go into insights and it's the yellow bit I'm looking for, and that's great to see. So 17.8% or 876 people are customers who have found me by searching for my brand. So this is good to see. This is good. So it means basically people are looking for Zanet Design rather than a web designer and then finding me, or rather than just typing in my web address, which is the direct or the discovery. This is where people know about me. So this is returning people, people that have heard about me, people that want to know more about me. And so branding is an important element that I've been working on. So that's good to see. So that's what shows me that Zanet design and my efforts in that are beginning to work. I've got more interaction coming through because it's beginning to grow again. My difficulty's been that I've not been focusing on web design at all. It's a web design company, but if I keep talking about Google My Business, that seems to be kind of confusing the fact that I'm a web designer. And maybe I'm at a crossroads where maybe I should just be focusing on Google My Business now. And when I start to look through last month, I noticed I was getting a lot more to do with Google My Business. In fact, web design is not showing. And the challenge is I'm getting Google Maps. That's huge. So my challenge is that my business is moving into something different. So if you looked at my keywords, it's dictating that people are finding me on Google My Business. Google My Business login, Google Maps, Google Reviews. There's no mention of web design. So I've pretty much disintegrated my business. There we go. So number 15 and 17 people found it. Yeah, I need to rethink my strategy as a business owner because in some ways what I've built up is confusing Google now. And maybe I should just be focusing on helping other people just optimize their Google My Business listings. So that's something I really need to grapple with and something I need to think about based on my insights. So in some ways, I think my problem's probably bigger than yours because I'm changing my business live before you as an audience. And that may well be a video or two that I need to make. So if you're interested in seeing a video on that, if you think I should be changing my business to Google My Business optimization and moving away from web design, put a comment down below. I really want to hear what you think I should do with my insights because this is quite interesting. So as always, this is an interactive type of video. Obviously, I can't correspond to exactly what you're thinking and how your business is working, but there are some things I'm going to ask you to do. And again, use the comments down below if you want to feedback information to me. So here's the first thing. Locate the keywords that visitors are finding you on. So find out, particularly if they're more than 10 or 15 of a particular keyword, locate them and use them in your next post. The second thing is discern what ways visitors are contacting you. So are they calling you? Are they using a booking form? And again, you might want to use that when you do your next post or your next offer, then there's a button you can decide. So if they're calling you on the phone, then make sure you put the call button there. If they're tending to want to book online, then use your booking button. So you can select the button that fits what your customers are using most. And finally, what are you going to change over the next 2 weeks? Well, that's really about planning ahead. Maybe for the next few videos, we've got a post coming up soon. We've got a few offers to do in a few days' time. So just think about what are you going to use from this insight information today to help you in the coming 2 weeks as we work together. So you've obviously heard of SEO, but what about SEOO? Well, that was what we alluded to yesterday. SEOO stands for Search Engine Over Optimization. Well, it speaks for itself that sometimes you can over-optimize your particular website or your Google My Business listing because you're so intent on trying to get certain keywords in. You're trying so hard to please the search engine that actually you've over-optimized. And of course, Google wants things to be natural. In fact, your customers want things to sound natural. When they read your description, when they read your post, it needs to sound natural as if you're talking to a human being and not just stuffing it with keywords for a robot. So there's a balance to get. When we talk about SEO, we don't want to go over the top, the SEOO. So in today's video, I'm going to show you what things you can optimize, but I'm also going to make it clear with some of the things you shouldn't be over optimizing. And also there's even been in the last year or two, things that we've spoken of in this channel to do that are no longer having any impact on Google My Business. So sometimes it's good to be up to date. That's why subscribing to this video and making sure that you give it a like button will enable you to keep up to date with your local SEO. Sometimes you can be so intent on SEO that you start to really complicate just updating your website or a post. In fact, you need to bear in mind this, never overlook the power of simplicity. Google has always kept things quite simple. Even though the algorithm is incredibly complex, they're not wanting you to work it out for yourself. They're just wanting you to present yourself as a trustworthy business, a reliable business with information that's accurate. And that's half of the optimization, is just putting the right information into Google's search engine. So what do we mean when we say about the old SEO or the over-optimizing of certain things? Well, let's go right back to perhaps the beginning of SEO. 20 years ago, when the search engines were first coming about, you really could get a tremendous amount of credibility and a tremendous amount of traffic by just putting in keywords. And in fact, there are all sorts of tricks that if you've been involved with websites and a small business for many years online, you'll know some of these tricks. For example, they used to have it where if you had a white background on your website, you could put the keywords in a white text. So from the point of view of a user, you didn't even see the text was there. But from the spidering search engine, it still sees the text. So it reads the text with all these keywords, puts that into its database about your website, but visibly that couldn't be seen. So this kind of cloaking of keywords was done for many years. You know, if you did that today, Google would really black mark your website. It would not work at all. In fact, it would go totally against you. So if you're using the old SEO techniques of 10, 20 years ago, you could be doing quite a lot of damage to your website. Another SEO thing that's been done for many years is purchasing links from other people and paying for perhaps a farm of links to come to your website. And it's true, it does give it an immediate boost. But again, Google black marks a lot of these websites. And if they haven't been black marked today and they get black marked tomorrow, if you suddenly have all these black marked websites linking to your business, it's only going to do one thing to your business. So at this point, I just want to get a little bit of information from you, a bit of feedback down in the comments below. So you can tell me, what type of techniques have you used that you find no longer seem to be working with Google? What have you noticed that Google no longer values? Well, put your comments down below and I'll try and comment back on each one as well. You know, even this year, studies are suggesting that techniques that we've been using are beginning to be diminished by Google. As Google begins to change the algorithm, we're noticing a big change, a big shift in what things we used to do last year as opposed to this year. What types of things are those? Well, for example, we used to say about the keywords being in the description. There doesn't seem to be any support now to help that. Keywords in comments back to your customers and your clients when they give a review. Well, if they use the keywords, it's really helpful. But if you use the keywords, it seems that Google's no longer giving credit to that. Do you remember geotagging images? We've been doing that for a long time. And even though geotagging images can help when it comes to Google My Business, geotagging doesn't seem to have a lot of credibility any longer. It seems it's stripped out. If you want to know more about geotagging, basically what it's doing is it's putting the information into the metadata of that image to say that that photo was taken in a certain place. So cameras geotag photos and have them from the area of your business, even though they weren't taken from that phone. You could geotag them using a piece of software, but that doesn't seem to be worth doing any longer. So if you're geotagging photos, it doesn't appear to be of any benefit at this particular moment. That's not to say it won't change. Of course, Google do try different things. So you may still want to keep doing it if you want to, but it's not such a big win these days. And even a more recent one that's just changed is we used to talk about the index and citations and getting out there. And even though that's important to get good links and consistent links amongst all the big search engines and indexes, but citations and NAP itself, they used to be really important. But it seems again Google's diminishing the importance of those areas. So still get them, but don't put the importance that it used to have in there. So what types of things do you need to ask yourself? What questions are you going to be honest with on today's particular video? Well, have a look at your website. And when you look at your website, does the posts and does the text itself sound natural if you were to read it? Also ask yourself this, is your content sincere and helpful? Just read it as if you were a customer visiting your website. Another question, how much value do you give to your customers? So think of it from their point of view. Is it all about taking or are you giving them something back? And are you able to build up the EAT? And of course, that's the proof of your expertise, the proof of authority, and making yourself trustworthy. So those are 4 questions that you do well to ask yourself, reflect on them, maybe after this video, go back to this part of the video and just think it through. But sometimes though, you've written, say, a blog, and you now want to put it on social media and you're worried that if you put it, say if you built a video for it as well, so you then put the video up on YouTube and then you've got your blog as well, and then you've then got the descriptions that you fill out on YouTube, but do you use the same text in your blog? And then do you use that text on LinkedIn when you put the video on there too? And then you do a link on Facebook to that video and that blog, do you use the same text there? and then maybe even you tweet it. So what do you do when you're trying to put all your content across social media? Well, there is a useful tool to stop the double content issue. Now, it could well be that Google doesn't necessarily view that as double content because it recognizes it's coming all from the same source. And it's often said that wherever Google initially finds that content, that's the content. And any other references to that content isn't considered double content as such. Double content, of course, is of concern to SEO because if you get seen as copying someone's content, Google can downgrade the information. It just basically says, well, what use is this when I've seen it 3 or 4 times on the web already? But there's a great way of gaining a little bit more extra credibility for the same amount of content. And that's a tool that I wanted to share with you today. So I'm going to my blog here, and let's just say, for instance, I wanted to add this to LinkedIn. So if I click on this, at the moment I've got some context in here. I've also got a video, and say I want to rewrite the description for YouTube, but I also want to use this information here, say my heading here, as the main thing that I'm going to use to get people on LinkedIn to come through to this blog page. So on LinkedIn, of course, I can just click on here, and if I then just put that straight into there, of course, it's just double content. It's not really giving any credit to, it's just literally doubling what's there. So let's now go to this tool here called Auto Writer, a really useful tool. And you just create a project. And once you've got a new project, you can then open the project as well. And what I like about this is it's pretty good value for money, but also you get ideas, you can get introductions, bullet point expander, content rephraser, blog ideas. There's all sorts of things you can do here to rephrase things. I'm just going to rephrase that sentence. So if I just copy and paste, so this is a sentence from this here. I'm just going to put that in there, and I can choose what style I want it to be. Do I want it witty, dramatic, funny? I'm going to go professional, and let's see then what it can generate. And you'll find that it does regenerate it, and it's very good. So the phrase is Google My Business for Beginners video is a perfect resource for those who are unfamiliar with Google My Business platform. Now you need to then just check it, but normally it comes up with some great rephrasing ideas. So Google My Business for Beginners video is a great resource for beginners. Anyone who doesn't know about the Google My Business platform can take advantage of it. What a great rephrase that is. It's still got the same information, but it isn't the same words. And you can, again, go through these, see if there's any others. So I'm going to take that, copy that, and I'll just use that then on here, and I'll put that there. And now I'll link through to my blog. So if I take that and link it through. And that's just a really useful phrase there because it gives you blog ideas, it rephrases content, you can do long or short content, even descriptions for Amazon, SEO meta tags. There's a lot more Facebook ads and headlines as well. The headlines is particularly good if you want to try that. So I'll put a link down below if you wanted to try that out. But I've been using it for the last month and found it's been really, really good, really helpful. So let's just finish this off by putting that there. One of the tips is never to then leave the link in there once the image comes up. So the image is up, I've done that, but do put some hashtags in there as well and then post that. An easy way to rejig content and yet not have the double content issue. So let's just talk for a moment about keywords then. So is keyword stuffing allowed? Well, no. When we talk about keywords, we are wanting a certain keyword phrase, maybe it's 2 or 3 phrases of a word. We are wanting that used, particularly if you put it in the title, in the first sentence or 2, or the first paragraph, maybe on an alt tag, and maybe use it 1 or 2 times on other headings. But it's got to sound natural. If it doesn't make English, that's not English. If it doesn't make sense in English, then don't use it. So that's something to bear in mind. Think in terms of if you had an itch in your back and you asked a friend to scratch your back for you, you want them to scratch it just enough to itch the itch. You want them to scratch it so many times that it becomes raw. And that's the thing, isn't it? With keywords, if you just keep chucking 20, 30 times the same keyword, you're just making it, rather than of benefit to you, you're over optimizing it. So that's the way to think about it. So why do we talk about keywords if Google wants keywords? Well, Google isn't actually after keywords. Google is trying to match your information with the right users. Google wants the right intent. So if someone's looking for something, they're trying to then find, using their keywords that they're searching for, other articles that talk about those keywords to the fore, but naturally. So it's got to sound natural to the person. And if the person goes there, sees this as being stuffed with keywords just to come up number one, they'll bounce immediately off it. They're not going to hang around. Now, Google measures the bounce rate too. So that's why it doesn't work anymore, because Google knows that if an article's not well written, then the user will immediately return back to the search engine results for article number 2 or number 3. And if that article's well written using the keywords, then they stay on there, the bounce rate's not so large, and then Google starts to reward them and puts them to the top. So that's kind of how the SEO is working here now. It's much more to do with the user experience. So I think from today's lesson, you can see it's a very fine line between using keywords for the right intent of the user, but keeping it as a user experience that's worth having. And what's the simplest way to check whether something's well written? Well, just read it through. Read it out loud. And does it sound like it's written for a bot or for a human being? So what is it you can do today as you go away from this video? Well, on day 16, I want you to first of all look at your website and ask, where is its overall focus? What is it wanting people to do? Which is the second point. Make sure it's clear what action you want customers to take. And then finally, look at your competitor sites and their Google My Business listings. What do they do better than you? So just check out and make sure that it sounds natural what you've written, improve on it by looking at what others are doing well, and make sure then that overall the user experience is more important than the keywords being used in your optimization. But one of the greatest optimizations you can do is to make someone want to click on something because there's an offer there. And then there's two types of offers you can do on Google My Business. The first type of offer is the one that you're probably familiar with and you've seen it on plenty of occasions. But there's a hidden offer in Google My Business. And now you'll be familiar that Google My Business has offers, and this is one of the most useful ways of engaging new customers to come to your business. But you'll be aware of the main way to do an offer. But there's a hidden offer too that the majority of people have never seen before. And I'm going to show you what that offer is and how you can optimize it later on in the video. But first of all, let's just consider for a moment, how can you write a good offer on Google My Business, one that's going to work, get you new business and new traffic. I'm going to head over to my Google My Business listings. If you've got your shortcut here, your Google My Business, you can actually bring it to the top. So if you find you're always using it, then just bring it to the top and then you can click on it and it will be there then in the top. So to make an offer, you just click on posts and then you can view what offers you've done in the past by going to offers, which is one I've just written a moment ago, which is this offer here where they can fill out a coupon. They can redeem it online and they get 5% off on a discount for speaking out their website. But you can go through and see other offers as well, free GMB reviews, that's doing a valid offer that ended last year. So you can look back and you might want to just reinvent an offer, perhaps do it again each year on an annual basis. That's one way to do it. But the other thing is if you just want to do a new offer, you can click on add offer and then it's a case of adding the image, very similar to adding a what's new update. But the difference is when you put your title, you may want to just think about the headline. And then you can also add an expiry time and expiry date as well. And then if you want more options, you can put the offer details. You can put the code. So you saw how I put the Zanet was a code. You can even have a link through to where they can get the offer. So it could be on your website or a landing page. And also you can have a terms and conditions page. So there's a lot more involved here in putting together an offer. Now you're probably familiar with this. I've put a few videos together, a bit more detail. So if you do really want to go through this, then I'll put a link ahead above now that will take you through to how to do that. When you've got an offer, you can go in and edit it as well. So you can actually change the dates if you wanted to. You can change the headlines and so on. So that's another option there. You can add a new image. So it's not like you're stuck with that offer. You can make some changes to it. And you notice also the other thing you can do is you can see what it looks like to customers. So if someone was to now come across my offer, that's what they would see. So I can get an idea. And again, you've got a little tag here that shows it's an offer. So lots of ways in which you can get into the minds of your visitors. And you'll notice the offer shows up here as well on my knowledge panel. So when it comes to writing an offer, just think about the intent of the user. What would sound appealing in the headline to a person that you're looking for to take up that offer? Also, it's good to trial something. And if it doesn't work, try something different. Find an offer that seems to work well for your clients. Also, you can get some tips by looking around at the shops and see how they do their offers. Is a percentage offer better than £10 off? you could try both. Percentages seem to work quite well when it comes to Google My Business offers. In fact, here's a few offers you might want to try. Free shipping is a good offer if they go for a certain landing page. A promo code, well, I've shown you a few of those already. Percentages, they tend to work the best on Google My Business. And a special price. You could just say for people that are coming in, then they get this price if they come through my Google My Business landing page. And then if you're a shop, so you're a physical shop and you get physical people turning up from Google Maps and your Google My Business listing, then you could do an offer like this. Come in and say hello for a free coffee. And what you're doing then is you're getting a one-to-one, an interaction with potentially new customers that have seen you on Google Maps that perhaps haven't been in the shop before. Once people are in the shop, well, then you have an opportunity to show them your services and your products. If you have a e-commerce website, perhaps you're using WooCommerce or Shopify, then you can do coupons on there and you could use that coupon and put that as an offer through the Google My Business post mechanism. And of course, if you have a landing page for them to redeem the offer, then you may want to make it so that you then add analytics to see how successful that's been. You could even have it where they just need to show on their phone when they walk into the shop that they've got that offer, they've got that coupon, and that just means people get in the shop. So don't always think that they have to have printed it off and cut it out and then produce it on a printed piece of paper, but just a PDF on your phone is good enough. The point is you're almost prepared to give it to people just by them interacting with your Google My Business listing. Now remember, if they interact with the offer, they've given a positive signal to Google, and that in itself will help rank your Google My Business listing. So some questions to ask yourself about offers is, what offers have worked on you? Because you can replicate that then within your business. If it's worked on you, it works on people. Are there offers that are working for your competitors? So check out your competitors. You can go to their business sites. I've put a good video that shows you how you can find other competitors and see what's on their sites when it comes to their offers. And what would be a really great offer? Why not treat your customers to a really great offer? So here's that second offer I mentioned, and this is really only can be found if you use the app. So if you log into your Google My Business listing, and you'll notice then you've got customers here, click on customers, and then you've got followers, click on that. You may need to enable this if it's not been enabled already, so you can get messages and you get this working on your Google My Business app on your mobile or on your tablet. And then it's just a case of Google's trying to get people to follow you as well. So it's a bit like Twitter, a bit like Facebook, a bit more of a social media type of thing, that you can give an offer to those that follow you. So if you click on here, you'll see about followers. Customers can follow your business and you can then update them with special offers as well. How it works, well, again, you notice it's only on your phone or tablet at the moment. And then you just go to customers and followers, which is what we've done. So you go to customers, followers, and then create welcome offer. And this is going to be an exact same format where you can add a photo, you can add a headline, a description, a coupon code, a website link, terms and conditions, but only new followers will see this offer. So this is going to be something exclusive. It's not like the one you've done on your general post where you do it to an offer for anyone that visits. This is for just people that want to follow you. So it's an incentive to follow you, to get a special offer. And then of course it means then you can build a kind of database of communication and engagement with those that want to follow your business. So a nice little tip here that most people haven't seen. So what can you do at the end of today's then discussion on offers? Well, we've been giving you 2 ways in which you can produce offers, and I've given you plenty of ideas of what types of offers you can do. Of course, one of the quotes I've often said to people that I work with is, an offer of desperation will need more than a deodorant. But these are the things to perhaps take away now from today's video. So today what you can do is you can add an offer and post it now, but do it the one that's worked in the past. So go back through your offers and see which ones produce the best results and do that again, repeat it. Secondly, think in terms of tasters in a supermarket. So by giving something free or giving something away, it can actually end up producing better results long term. So tasters in a supermarket, maybe they give you a lump of cheese with a cracker, but you end up buying the cheese. So sometimes you do need to give things away, and giving brings in results. And finally, think of an offer discount that's going to be ideal for new followers. Get some loyalty. Maybe that's an area that Google's going to really reward in the next few years. So if you can get ahead of the game now, you might find that really gives your business a boost in the coming weeks ahead. So think of an offer get followers, and see whether Google really rewards that. I think everyone seems to know that Google My Business loves to have photos, loves regular photos being uploaded, and even videos are taking quite an important part now in the Google algorithm. But what is it you can do to make sure that when you upload the photos, they're going to have the maximum benefits and they're going to boost your business? Well, I'm going to look at some factors today that you need to take into account if you want to upload pictures and see the benefits of those photos in your ranking. I mean, it's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, but I would say a picture is worth 1,000 keywords. Why? Because pictures themselves now can be read and understood by Google. Google has the insight, has the intelligence to understand what objects are. It can read the text, it can understand the logos, and it fully understands now what a picture is about. So the days of needing alt text to explain what a picture is about, those days are now gone. Google's got the intelligence, Google's now got the artificial intelligence to understand what you're uploading. It knows whether that picture is similar to other pictures, it knows whether you've taken it from someone else's website, it knows even if it's a stock photo. So genuine photographs for your services taken on a local basis and uploaded on a regular basis is always going to be the start of best practices for Google My Business photos. I mean, are you aware that Google's looking for specific types of photos for your type of business? So if you know Google's looking for that, why not give Google that? That's always going to give a positive tick in Google's algorithm. I think photos are one of the most misunderstood optimization things you can do with Google My Business. We're going to look and show you exactly what you do need to do if you want to do it the right way today. One of the biggest struggles people have is you can't seem to get the photos to sit in the right places within Google My Business, the knowledge panel and the map pack itself. Obviously logo stands out as being an identity that we can understand, but there's also the cover photo, which some people get confused about. There's also the main photo on the website, the free website that Google gives you, and then also the order of how the photos are shown in the gallery. Are you able to control it? Well, comment down below on this. Do you find the order of photos a bit random? Do you find it hard to control photos within Google? But as always with our videos, before we delve into some of the best practices I use, it's good to just ask yourself some questions to set you up for the rest of this video. So how strong is your style, your brand, your identity? I mean, I'd like to think that when people see my brand identity, they recognize it as Zanet Design. But is that the case for you? Do you know what your brand identity is? Do you know the colors that you use? Do you know the logo? Could you go away now and draw your logo without even looking or copying? Well, that's a sign of a good logo. Simplicity, easiness, and at the same time, it should be identifiable straight away. And so when it comes to searching and looking for your brand in Google, people should be finding it and recognizing it. That's really what you're aiming for when it comes to your brand identity. Is your logo professional or amateurish? You know, some people just take a logo, it's a bit of clip art. Oh, it often gives it away that it's had no design feature put into it at all. It's true, you can design your own logo, and sometimes the most simple logos are very easy to design. But often you'll find that to get to a really good logo, there were many, many versions that led to the simplicity of the logo. Now, thinking about your business images, do all the images you've uploaded to Google, do they really genuinely support your business? In fact, bearing in mind, if you've got a business Facebook, you've got business Instagram, you've got business LinkedIn, and you've got business as in Google My Business, do all the photos there represent your business? Or do you have some party photos thrown in the mix? That could actually weaken and dampen how Google ranks your business if it just sees that it's not consistently to do with the business on all the photos you upload. When did you last upload a great photo? When did you decide to take an afternoon off and do a photo shoot on your business? Members of your team, interiors, exteriors, products, services. Well, photographs are really valuable, and so few people recognize that that little bit of investment, maybe getting a photographer to come along to the office just for the afternoon, that could pay dividends when it comes to local businesses finding you. Because when they compare you against all the other local businesses, if your photographs are professional, what a difference. And if they're consistent to your business, What a difference. And if Google likes them because it can see they're genuine, unique photos, then you'll notice you'll get a huge amount of traffic. So that's some of the best questions you can ask yourself today. Do you measure up to those things? Photos should really reflect the qualities of your brand and your business. I mean, go away and check. When was the last time you added photographs? And when you look through the photographs to see when you last added them, check to see what views did those photos get? And was there one or two that stand out above all the others that seem to get more views than ever? Well, that's telling you that Google is rating that photo. So what you need to do is put more of those photos up. Make sure that you kind of feed Google what Google's algorithm sees as being an important photo for your business. Because Google's put it before more eyes, more views, because it thinks that's important for your business. So put another one up. Put a different version of that photo up and you'll see more traffic. In fact, in most of these days, I've been giving away a free tool. And the free tool I'm going to give away today is actually Google's tool, Google Images. When you go to Google Images, you can just search for an image, but just put in your business type, your business category, and see what images are coming up. And there's the clue. That's what Google thinks is important for your business. So if you've not got those types of photos being uploaded on your Google My Business gallery, or photo area or video area, then that's what you should be doing today. Okay, what other things can you do? Well, go to Insights and see again what's worked, what's bringing in the traffic there. Are your photographs above average? Are you getting a higher percentage of click-throughs because your photographs are great? You notice also there's customer photos. That's a really big part of the algorithm at the moment. Are your customers being encouraged to take photos when they're with you? And when they've got those photos on their phone, are they being encouraged to upload them when they do reviews? Well, that's really what you're aiming for. So if you want to make sure you've put the right things in your profile already, then I do run workshops and one-to-one coaching, and I'll put the link down below if you want to contact me on that. But it is interesting that Google actually gives you some clarity as to what it's looking for too. And there's like a minimum requirement for photographs for your business. And most people don't ever check this. And then we see as you go through the business specific photos that there's exterior photos. Notice add at least 3 great exterior photos. There's some tips it gives you there. Interior photos, add at least 3 great interior photos. And it's saying things like capture the atmosphere of your business. Product photos, of course, if you've got products, then make sure you take at least 3 photos of products. So you notice a section here, 3, at least 3 photos at work, at least 3 photos for food and drink, if that's what you do, if that's relevant, at least 1 photo of each of your common areas. So what does it mean by common areas? Photos of your common areas help to attract customers who are planning business or leisure travel. At least 1 photo of each common area. So for example, a spa, gym, breakfast room. So each area within your business. Rooms as well, at least 3 photos of your most popular guest rooms. That's more for hotels and apartments. And team photos, at least 3 photos showing your management team and your employees. So these, if you go through all of these and you tick each one, then fine, then you're in a good position. But the majority of people, I don't think, have gone through this and certainly haven't read the tips and applied them before they put their photos together. Do you need a professional camera to take photos? Well, actually the majority of mobile phones can take great photos today if you know what you're doing, but the majority of the time it's down to lighting. It's down to understanding a little bit about what makes a good photo. It reminds me actually of Banksy's quote where he said it's a very frustrated feeling you get when the only people with good photos of your work are the police department. Well, we can understand why that's said, Banksy being a graffiti artist in England. But the fact is you can take good photos, just get the lighting right and make sure that you understand what makes a good photo. Some businesses obviously require photos to support them more than others. If you're selling cars, then photographs of the cars would make sense. If you're selling accommodation, holidays, photographs are really important. Flower shops, that again makes a massive difference if you've got great photos. So depending on your type of business will depend on the types of photos you take. But you're trying to keep things simple. So keep photos simple, try and avoid distraction and try and get plain backgrounds on the products or the services you're offering. It's day 18 and now we're really seeing some of the the stuff that will really affect the rankings of your business. So I really want you to go away from today's lesson and do this. Ask customers to submit photos. Get 3 new interior photos and exterior photos and put them up in the next few days. Check your insights and see what got views and take more photos of that type of photo. And finally, add new team and product photos to your gallery. Now that's probably going to take a bit of time to do, but I want you to do that because that will have an impact on your ranking. Even in the next week, if you've done it, you'll notice when you go back to your stats and your analytics, you'll see that it has an impact. So this is a really important lesson for us to take away today. But at this point, you might be saying, after 18 days, right, there's so much you've told me to do. There's no chance I can do all this. I just can't manage the business and do all these things. So I've got something special for you to consider. Sometimes managing a business means that you put on lots of different hats. Maybe you're in charge of stock, maybe in charge of ordering, in charge of marketing, in charge of managing. Sometimes you just need to delegate. So Google My Business knows and understands that you can't always do everything. Sometimes helping others to take responsibilities off your shoulders can be really useful so you can focus yourself on what needs to be done in the business. Since doing these types of videos, I've had quite a few of you ask if I could manage your Google My Business listing for you. We can all specialize in one thing well, but sometimes we do need to delegate. For some, it makes sense that they do everything themselves, and video channels like this will help you to do that. But what happens if you do need to delegate? How do you give the control to someone else without losing the total control? Well, that's where users and managers' roles come into play on Google My Business. And on day 19, you may be feeling overwhelmed and you're now thinking of unloading this onto your web designer or onto someone else in your business that can run it for you. But you'll probably have the major concern, and if I give that information over, what stops them then taking over the business? What is there to make sure that I'm still the primary owner? Well, that's because user roles will always give the primary ownership to the person who registered the business. Unless you change ownership to another business, to someone else, you will always have the rights to give the management out, but also to take the management back. So understanding the roles will give you that peace of mind to know that you won't lose total control, even though you can give the majority of the delegation over to someone else. Richard Branson is a well-known English entrepreneur, businessman, and yet he says this. He says the art of delegation is absolutely key. If you think of the amount of businesses that Virgin own or Richard Branson was behind, no doubt he had to use a lot of delegation to get that type of success. But you notice he says it's an art. And sometimes with an art, you can't teach it. Sometimes you just have to gradually learn how to do something. So what type of questions should you be asking yourself as a small business owner today? Well, you'll be asking these questions such as, do you need to delegate or are you on top of it? Also, another question, is your time better spent elsewhere in the business? And for security reasons, have you checked? When was the last time you checked to make sure that you have the account users that you think you have? The fact is you may upgrade 1 or 2 people in the company and then gradually they may have left. So for security reasons, it'd be good to remove them if they don't need access. So let me show you now how you can change your users, how you can add users, how you can give them the different types of responsibilities and capabilities, and I'll explain what those differences are. So if I log into Google My Business, and if I then go to where it says users on the left-hand side, and there you'll see then I've got 2 ownerships here. I've got 2 accounts. So the primary owner, you see that's grayed out, and that means that whoever registered it, which obviously is me in this case, whoever's registered the business, that will never change. Google won't allow that to change. But what can change is you can add new users. So if I click add user, it will then just ask me what role I want them to be, and it will also ask me for their email address or their name. So I can punch in their name, their email address, I can choose which role. Now in a moment I'll go through what these roles are, but let's just go back to the role I've given myself on my other accounts, a different Gmail account here. And if I click on here, if I try to be primary owner, it will then ask me a bit more information about that. And that would be a case of transferring ownership. What's more likely is you want them to do everything that you can do as well. So you have a primary owner, but but then the owner does everything as well. There's no difference at all. You could then cut it down to manager by doing that, or site manager. Of course, none of these changes take place until you click done. Well, let's just go over to Google and see what it is. So here you get the capabilities and what changes. So basically for the site manager, they get very little to do really. They can add attributes, they can do a few delivery links, they can add cover photos, they can respond to reviews. So they can't change things like the number, the telephone number, the services, the bulk of the stuff that's important, they can't do. So they can't change the ads, the messaging, the locations, but everything else can be changed if you're a manager. The only difference is they can't add or remove users. And then if you're the owner, you can do everything that the primary owner does as well. So those are the three things. So you probably want most people to be an owner. So I'd be interested to know, do you delegate? How many of you delegate? And if you do you actually get concerned about it? Does it work for you? What roles do you use when you delegate it out to other people? So put a comment down below, and I look forward to seeing your comments on that. Of course, while you're there, give this video a thumbs up so others can learn about this 30-day challenge. And in day 19, of course, we always like to ask ourselves to do a few more things or to think on a few more things. So what is it you're going to do today? Well, after this video is finished, go into your Google My Business and check to see how many users you have. Do you have the number of users that you expect to have? Secondly, do you need your web guy to update posts, blogs, and GMB to his lists? It could be he's updating information on Twitter or Facebook. Why not get him also to log in and to put a Google My Business post at least once every 7 days? And that way then you'll get the benefit of being kept current in Google's algorithm. And finally, do you need to change the user type for those that you have enrolled in the past? Is it sufficient for what they need? Is it over-empowering them? Well, that's something for you to check. But sometimes more is needed than just managing and empowering users. Sometimes you need someone to empathize with your clients or your customers and respond to their concerns. Most business owners know the importance of getting reviews. But I'm going to reveal some tactics that I use to get extra reviews and to get positive reviews, and also some things you may not have come across on other videos before. So for example, do you know what to say to get more reviews? And did you know there's a special label that goes on certain reviews? And also, did you know that negative reviews can be a good thing? Bill Gates is going to show you that in a moment. And as you'll probably know, getting reviews on a regular basis over time is a good thing. Well, I'm going to show you a tool that will show you how your competition's doing in that area, and then helps you set a goal that's realistic for your particular type of business. So as part of this interaction, just tell me about your experiences when it comes to giving out comments and reviews down below. So just put a comment down below and tell me your experiences. Do you give reviews? Do you generally go 5-star? Do you give photos? Do you put details? Do you think of keywords for the people that you review? It's interesting how Google reviews have changed, because a few years ago in the Google Plus days, anyone, anonymous, could put a review out on a business. Well, as you can imagine, that was misused quite dramatically by some companies. Imagine getting thousands of reviews for your company and all anonymous. So they realised quite quickly that you had to put an identity to the person that's reviewing you. So I mentioned the quality of empathy is needed when it comes to reviews. And here is just a few things you may want to consider before you respond to a review, whether it's positive or negative. Just think about empathising for the person. So for instance, if they put in a negative comment, think of it from their point of view and try and think about what you could do to make that into a positive. So personalise your response, put their name in there, restate what it is that they liked or didn't like from their comments. Then also value their feedback, thank them for it, regardless of whether it's positive or negative. And then show to them by your comments that you care, that you want to put things right. Apologise to them, even if you feel that it's not your fault. And then finally, try and resolve their problems and find a solution. Why those 4 things? Because they've been proven to produce positive results. Has to be said that if someone's given you a bad review, and maybe it's a 1 or 2-star review, if you resolve their problems, the likelihood is they'll upgrade that to a 4 or 5-star review. That's generally the way people work, because they recognise that they're not there to try and pull a business down but they're there to just try and get a positive response to their concern or their problem. From a local SEO point of view, this is the most powerful post that you can do, and the majority of businesses never use it and don't know how to use it. So in today's video, I'm going to show you why it's the most powerful from an SEO point of view. And I'm also going to show you what you can do, the tools you can use to make sure that you get the most out of this and that you never forget to keep it up to date to get better traction in Google. So today we're talking about posts that are effective because they're offers. Offers are a really important post because when you put an offer out, Google promotes it in a different way. In fact, Google promotes it with a heading, it gives it an H2 tag. It actually makes it so that when people find it, it has quite an impact. It's quite powerful from an SEO, a search engine optimization point of view. But how can you make sure you've got good offers? And what happens if you don't really have any offers? Where can you get inspiration for an offer? Well, of course, quite a few people use coupons. They'll use a code or a coupon, or they'll say 20% off. And that's fine and that works well. And if you just follow through the process of offers in Google My Business, it's pretty self-explanatory. There's some good examples there as well. And of course, you can look to see what your competitors are doing, see what offers they're offering, if they do any, and then you can see if you can come up with something that's unique to your brand and your particular products. But another thing you can do is when you watch TV or when you listen to the radio, just listen to the offers that they're giving out. See what's working currently, locally as well, in your local papers. And you can mimic or produce your own version of an advert, but just think of it in terms of what actually would be the words you would use to entice someone in to then part with, either to contact you or to inquire for your product or your services. But I have a very specific process that I use when it comes to building new posts and particularly offers. And I'm going to show you some tools I use that keep it nice and fresh and will give you some inspiration. My question for you for a comment down below is, how many offers do you currently have? Is it 0 or do you have a few on the go? And also, what happens if you get more than one offer running at once? Now with offers, they can run for over a year or at least up to a year. So what happens if you've got 5 offers? How does it know which one to produce? Well, it will produce always the latest one. Even though all 5 are live, you'll get the promotion of your latest offer. So as only the latest one shows, it's probably best to try and spread your offers throughout the year. And particularly bear in mind at certain points of the year, certain offers may appeal to your customers. So some questions to be honest with. Think from your customer's point of view, what type of offer will catch their interest? What would really appeal to your customers? Think about that. What would really appeal to them? And what offers have you noticed yourself recently? Maybe an offer that you've used, that you've come across. Well, why not use that as your inspiration? As with many of my videos, it's all about trying to put yourself in the person's shoes, the client's shoes, the customer's shoes, and see it from their perspective. So if you're after new customers, they probably don't know that much about your products and services. So what can you do with an offer that would talk their language? It's all about communicating with them. As Garrison Wynn said, no communication takes place until the other person feels heard. So they'll come to you because they recognize that you make them feel heard. You understand you're talking their language, and you can do that with offers. So one of the things you can do to see what other offers are being held by your competitors is you can go to Google and you can type in a string where it's business site, then in quotes whatever it is that your service is. So in, say, this case, we might put window cleaner, and that will bring up other business sites where they've got Google My Business listings, and on there you may come across some of the offers that they're offering. So that's a great way to see what other businesses are offering in Google My Business that are coming up in the search engine results. Now, some other things you can do is you're just trying to get some ideas. So here we've got how I get new offers and my article strategy that I just want to run through with you, because first of all, I do some research to get some ideas as to what types of offers are working for what particular category or business it is that I'm doing the work for. And then secondly, if there's a blog as well, I'll make sure that I take the ideas from the blog or something that's being released. The next thing then is I run Surfer Local, and what that does, it just gives me an idea as to what else is out there. But it also analyzes what the keywords are that are being used successfully in the posts. And so once I know what those keywords are, what offers are being used, what keywords are being mentioned amongst the top ones, I'll then look to put together my article, my blog, with those keywords in mind, and I'll produce that article. Now, once I've got those keywords in as well, I can go to Auto Writer and just make sure that perhaps I change one or two of the sentences from my blog as well. So you want to pad it out. You want the offer to have some information. You want the first 200 to 500 characters are going to be important from a keyword point of view. And so Auto Writer is a great way of just making sure that everything is just rephrased slightly so you haven't got double content from your blog. And next then, I then think about the image as well. How's that going to appeal to someone? So you can go to Google Image Search, and there you can check to see what other images are being used by those particular services. What does Google consider important? So if I do a search for web design or for plumbers, what comes up? What type of searches are being found when it comes to the images? And that tells me what Google thinks is important. And finally then, I'll post my article, but I'll make sure obviously that I've got the coupons, the dates, and make sure the article or the offer is clear as well. So why do I use this process? Well, because it really makes sure that I've covered all aspects. I've kept it unique. I've used keywords that are important. I've understood what type of images Google rewards. I've also made it relevant to my customer, and I've made sure that it's an offer which gives me the best SEO opportunity with a particular post. But the reason why I use a post and an offer post at that is because Google seems to just give it a bit more weight when it comes to this particular offer post. It's a strange thing, but for some reason, out of all the posts there's about 4 or 5 different posts if you include the COVID one. Out of all of them, this one seems to have a bit more weight in Google's SEO algorithm. So most of us say it's the most powerful post you could use. And of course, it can stay around for a year. The difference is if you just do a standard What's New post, it only lasts for 7 days. So there's so many positives with this Google My Business post offer that you just have to try it and see whether it works for you. So what are we going to take away from this video? Well, we want to make sure, first of all, that we do this, because if you just watch this video and then don't do anything, then that's really not going to give you any benefits at all. So what I would suggest is between now and tomorrow's video, you just write a quick offer up, think of an offer, one that you can fulfill, and actually put it together using the tools that I've mentioned, and I'll put a description to those links below so you can look them up for yourself, try it out, use perhaps a blog post or a Facebook post that you've used recently, make it into an offer, make it appeal to your customers, rewrite it so it's not double content, and then post it. If you don't have time to do that, then just think of an advert and just make a post, this offer post, just like an advert. And try repurposing or attracting new clients by just rethinking of how you're phrasing the headlines, because that is the thing that will particularly stand out in Google My Business to new clients. But did you know there's one feature that's growing even more than offers? And today's a really special one because we're going to look out for attributes. And attributes are often changed by Google, and I guarantee there's probably some attributes you haven't considered for your Google My Business listing. So we're going to show you where these hidden attributes are, how you can learn about attributes themselves. Attributes are misunderstood, they're powerful. There's 2 types of hidden attributes that I'm going to talk to you about today. And what's really useful is I've got a tool that you can download for free, and it will help you find out what your competitors' attributes are too. So if they are onto a trick, you can also copy that. Now, did you know that in all the features that Google continually adds and updates, attributes is the most ever-changing one at this current time? So that's why this is such an important lesson today. But here's my question to you. How often do you check your attributes? And do you change your attributes from time to time? Well, comment down below and let me know, what have you done recently? Have you changed your attributes? Do you check your attributes? Did you have no idea at all about how important attributes are? Put it as a comment down below, and then we'll look back and perhaps be able to answer any of your questions regarding attributes. So a few years ago, attributes came about by just Google asking people to feed back information about the businesses that they were using. So does it have a wheelchair-friendly ramp to get into the shop? Or is it a woman-led business? These were just a few attributes that were around for quite a few years, and we didn't really know what was behind it. But you may notice now there are hundreds and hundreds of new attributes that have been added in the past few months. So what would be the takeaway points so far? Well, if Google gives you something, they generally will reward you if you start using it. So if you see an attribute that's very much relevant to your business, then don't hesitate but to accept it, put it on your listing, and make sure that then Google is aware that you do offer that attribute. And why would you do that? Well, attributes will increase your chances of being found in certain types of searches. So Google starts refining searches and refining business searches. And if you've got those attributes and they're legible for your business, then Google will show you in those search results. So it's really to help you be more specific and be found for a particular type of business or something that someone considered. So it may be that someone wants to have a criteria of certain types of your business, and your attributes are what then give you that opportunity, like a tag, to be found with that attribute. So let's just be clear, how do you add attributes to your business? Well, it's pretty straightforward really. You just log into Google My Business Info, and on Info there on the left hand side, you then navigate down and there you'll see attributes. So you click on here and you're just really looking to see, are any of these attributes applicable to your business? And what's more is just be aware that these attributes, they are there depending on the categories that you've chosen. So if you find that someone has got a similar business to you but has different attributes, so maybe they've got a different primary category, maybe they've got a secondary category that you don't have. So categories are what influence what attributes get shown to your business. So that's worth bearing in mind if you're trying to get a specific attribute that you think is applicable and you haven't changed your categories recently. As with all my tips in Google My Business, it'll often go back to Google wanting to reflect what the customers are asking for. So what is it that's going to help your customers find your services? What attributes are part of that communication process? Peter Drucker said, quality in a service or product is not what you put into it. It is what the client or customer gets out of it. But of course, if you've got something in particular that attributes explains, if you've put effort into making it easy for, say, a wheelchair access to get into your shop, then those people, those customers, those clients need to know it's there in the first place. So if you're serving your customers, attributes is a way that you can communicate what services you can offer that are not always given by all businesses and shops. But earlier on I mentioned there's two types of hidden attributes too, and I just want to cover these with you. The first one I'd call is the unaware attributes, and the second one is the one that's controlled by other Google users. So let's take the first one then, the unaware attribute. Well, these are new attributes that are being shown all the time and being updated all the time too. So the fact is if you go into your Google My Business listing and you check your attributes today, you could go back a week's time and find there's some new attributes that they've updated. This is, as I said, the biggest thing that's being changed by Google constantly is new attributes being added. So you do need to keep an eye on this, that if you find an attribute that applies to you and you're on it straight away, you will get an advantage because the other businesses that also have those particular types of qualities or services or products, because you've got it first and you've established it first, until they catch up, you have that advantage. And of course, if you're not aware of a certain attribute and it's been out for months and your competitors are, then you're missing out. So that's the first one, is the ones that you're unaware of. They're hidden because you just haven't been bothered to look. Now the other one's more about, it's controlled by others, by Google users, Google experts, local guides by Google. And that's more a case of they visit your establishment, they visit your restaurant, they visit your business, and they then get asked questions about it and their experience. So for example, if you visited a restaurant, was it cozy? Was it expensive? Did they offer takeaway? Did they have a happy hour? Those are things that you can't actually control, but you obviously, your customers can control. And these attributes that kind of have quite an impact on your business because they're led by a majority, a crowd of people, as opposed to you saying that's what you do. Now, there is some control you can establish within your business when your happy hours are. There are certain things you can say. Now, each day I have a free tool that I'm going to recommend, and on this occasion, the Plepper free tool is quite incredible because what you can do is you can go and do a search for, say, restaurants, and when you look through the restaurants, you're just then looking to see what attributes have they got. And you'll notice it's quite extreme. Some have just got 12, 15 or so attributes. Others have got 30 or 40 attributes. So why is it one's so different to the other? Well, because one's really updating, it's aware of what it can do, and the other is not really aware of what attributes are offered. So if this was your business, go to the ones that have got lots of attributes and then just check to see, is there any there that you haven't applied on your info tab in your Google My Business backend? And if you can then honestly say that's what you do, then add them. Just get as many as you can. And so this tool is really useful for just giving you an idea of what your competitors are doing, what's been said about other businesses locally. So a great way to enhance your understanding of attributes is using this little tool. I'll put a link down below so that you can download that tool. It's absolutely free. So this stage, we often talk about what questions could you ask yourself then? Questions to be honest with. Well, these are the ones I want you to go through today. I want you to ask yourself, is your category correct? How accurate are your attributes when you look at them? And do you ever check the updates? Now, why do I say is your category correct? Well, because as I mentioned before, if you have a different category or if you have the wrong category, then that will affect your attributes in the first place. So it's worth just bearing in mind that attributes are often a way in which users will seek out a certain type of business. So if you're looking for a restaurant, but you want it to be, say, inexpensive or you want it to be pricey, then those types of things are controlled. They're attributes that are controlled by Google users, and you need to appear under the right one really. And so you can control that to some degree, but obviously that's down to maybe the prices you set, but it also gives you a bit of feedback as to maybe you're considered expensive or you're considered cheap. And so that's something to bear in mind. But also people might want Wi-Fi. And if you don't offer Wi-Fi, that could be another reason where people are putting no as an attribute. There's no Wi-Fi. Or it could be a cozy atmosphere is important to some. So these types of things are worth being aware of what people are searching for. So there's different types of attributes. The fact is you can have Google themselves providing you with attributes like accessibility, activities, amenities, crowd, lodging options, dining options, highlights, offerings. There's so many there to consider. Payment types, planning, all those things are things that you can control. But then the hidden attributes as well that you can't control. And these are where questions are asked as well. Would you recommend this place as a vegan meal? Does this place attract a trendy crowd? Does this place have fast service? So that's kind of mainly for restaurants, but also bars and hotels also get these types of questions. Is this romantic? Is it upscale? Is it casual? Is it cozy? So it's really important to just be aware of what types of attributes there are, what you can control, but also to watch out for those hidden ones too. So in conclusion, and what is it that you can do today? Well, first of all, as we mentioned earlier, those questions to be honest with, you need to go away now and check your attributes. Just do that. See what's there. See what you can update immediately. Also use that tool to check to see what others are doing successfully well with attributes. And then also you need to have this as part of your plan on a regular basis. So like you continually update your posts and you add images and you ask for reviews, you also need to have checking attributes as part of the plan on either weekly or certainly on a monthly basis. Now, of course, as I often say, if you know anyone that would find this video useful, this video series useful, if you know of anyone, a friend or a relative that has a business and wants to improve their customers coming to their business, maybe to just pick up the phone, maybe to just help their Google My Business expand a bit more, then one of the things you can do is you could share it through a Twitter feed, you could do it through LinkedIn, through Facebook, and that's often what people do. Now, of course, please do that if that's the case with this channel. But social media is so important that Google My Business recognizes that too. So Google My Business and social media. Now they go hand in hand together in many ways. In fact, I'd say it's almost symbiotic, cooperative, they're mutually beneficial, they're synergetic almost. Because Google My Business is the business equivalent of LinkedIn or of Facebook Business. And yet Google, although it gives you authority through Google My Business, it also rates its authority on how other social media platforms also authenticate you and give you credit. So you'll know from reviews that they often get shown, so whether it's Yellow Pages, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter, they'll get shown on Google My Business because Google My Business views that as another vote of confidence that your business is authentic and true. As I've often said in this channel, trust, authenticity, expertise, they're all rated by Google My Business. And social media is another vote to show that something is authentic and true. So being active with social media will gain you some traction in Google My Business. So what can you do to make sure you are fully active? Well, I'm going to show you 3 tools that I use that will be really helpful, and they're free, a bit later on in this video, so look out for them. And it's worth making the claim that your social media accounts could actually make or break your Google My Business listing. For example, if you've got a social media account, say a Facebook account, that's not been updated for 5 years, and that maybe some of the things on that were not business related, could that be harming your business? Well, Google would actually look at those things and would rate you based on how it's perceived. So it could be harming your business. You may be better not having social media accounts than having ones that aren't maintained well. But before we start, I want to just say that Google My Business has made it incredibly hard to get your social media showing on your knowledge panel. Now, in the past, it was a lot easier. All you had to do was just link through to your various social media platforms. You had to make sure that maybe it's on your website, and a bit of markup code also helped. But now Google's made it even more difficult. It seems it's almost impossible to get your social media showing or social profile showing unless Google specifically considers it worth doing so. I mean, what does Google actually say about social media platform and social profiles? Well, as you can see here, according to the support, it says that it's based on 2 things, consistency and authenticity. So you want to make sure that you're active, that you have authority, but also that Google may choose to show it. And that's the problem most people have got, is that there's no guarantee that Google will do that. Google, for example, put my YouTube channel on my social media for a while and then decided to remove it. Why? I've no idea. Maybe because my YouTube channel is all about Google My Business, but my website's more about web design. Maybe they felt the 2 weren't actually consistent. That could be the reason. So I'd like you to tell me, what do you use? What social media platforms do you use? Have you found them helpful? Also, what has Google picked up on from your social media on its social profile? We know that Facebook and Instagram tend to be the 2 most likely, maybe Twitter as well. It's a little bit harder to get YouTube, and there are some others as well. So let me know, what have you got, by commenting down below, and it'll be interesting to see what comments you come back with. Now, some in the past have said that Facebook, Twitter, Yelp will make no difference to your Google My Business. They see them as independent. Well, I challenge that because I think the 2 are very much related. If you get one right, you need to get the others right too to continue to grow your business. So at this point, just some questions to ask yourself about your business. First of all, do you keep your social media updated? So in other words, look at your Facebook. Is it 2018 or is it 2021? When was it last updated? Is it consistent with your business? Would someone look at your Facebook page and say that's consistent with your business page on Google My Business? That's the questions that Google representatives will ask if they manually checked your Facebook. The second question, how accurate is your NAP across your social accounts? When we say NAP, it stands for name, address and phone number. Are they consistent? Did you have a change of phone number and forgot to update Facebook or Yelp? Well, maybe that's the reason why Google's not picked up on it. And do you show Google you're consistent and active? Those are the 2 things that Google My Business is looking for. Now, one of the big advantages of having social media and combining it with your Google My Business and your business in general is that it's always running the chance that you'll get free marketing. Someone may see something they like and they then link it through or they tweet it, and before you know it, you get a huge amount of traffic suddenly coming through. And that's the reason why people like social media, is it is a way of just casually saying, I found this interesting. And people, of course, then share what they find. It's a review or it's a recommendation. And it's in effect what Jay Baer was saying when he said, the goal of social media is to turn customers into a volunteer marketing army. So who needs a marketing department if you've got a marketing army? That's his view. And maybe that's right. Maybe you could adopt that view. So what about those 3 tools that I mentioned earlier? Well, in many of my videos and already in this series, I've mentioned Publer. What's Publer? Publer is a way in which you can write one post and you can schedule it on a calendar, and it will then tweet it. It will send it to LinkedIn. It will send it to Facebook, to Google My Business, to Instagram. In fact, most social media platforms it's pretty interactive with now. And on the free account, you can do up to 5 accounts for free. So I found this has been really helpful, just getting one particular item, one news release, one blog, just getting it out there so that people can see it on various social platforms. What this does, it keeps your social media up to date, it keeps it relevant, but it also means that various ways in which people can follow you if they want to see your business progress, or if they're particularly interested in what your business is doing, what products you're releasing, what services that you have. So I'll put a link down below for Publer. The second one you could use is just if you're wanting to get better social activity, social media, then of course you can put stickers in the window of your shop. As you can see here, just visiting shops, sometimes just that reminder of giving a review. But how do you get those stickers? How do you get that information? Well, you could either print it off yourself, but actually what you can do is you can go to Marketing Kit with Google. I'll put the address again down below in the description. And there, when you go there, they'll provide you with free things that you can print off and you can download. And some really useful little bits in there if you've not seen it before. And the third tool is a health scan to just see what social media areas have you not registered with yet. So it might be Yelp, Facebook, Instagram, it could be Twitter, it could be Apple Maps, it could be an inaccuracy amongst them all. So it checks your NAP, it checks whether you're registered, what areas are still needed for your business. So I'll put all those 3 tools down below in the link so you can follow them afterwards. So what we're saying is that Google says that when it sees that you've got social media platforms and they're consistent, it sees your business is real. And of course, this idea of being legitimate goes not just onto social media, but it also goes on to indexes and citation areas, local indexes, local business indexes as well. So all these things are put in the pot and they'll then support the authenticity of your company, your business. Google's looking for proof. Just bear that in mind. Google's looking for consistency, activity. Is it up to date? And of course, if you've got reviews, Google likes them too, and will often bring them in as well to just show that they believe that your business is authentic and legitimate. So Google My Business, number 1, all the other social platforms, number 2, but they do have a place. So what are we going to do with today's lesson then? Today's challenge? Well, this is now what you're going to do is, first of all, go and check your business on Bright Local, see what's missing and update them as easily as you can. There's some really straightforward tools. It could just take 5 minutes and you could update, and already you'll see an improvement in how Google will view you once it spiders and finds you on a social media platform or an index or a citation somewhere. So do that. Also check your social media accounts, see when you're last updated and make sure that you continue to update, or if it's been many years, maybe it's best to close it down. And then plan to update regularly. So whether you use Publer or whether you do it manually, just update on a regular basis the social media platforms that you are maintaining with your business. So social media will support your Google My Business listing. If you don't have anything other than Google My Business, that's fine, but Google will actually reward you if you can support and show that your business is authentic and true. Social media is a great way. Now, of course, social media is a way of communicating, and there are lots of new ways of communicating. So it's day 24, but back in day 8, we looked at the messaging app. And you know that communication is so important when it comes to making business connections with your clients and customers. So we're going to particularly look now in this 30-day series on day 24 of how messaging apps can be used to communicate, but also some other ways in which you can use your website to communicate, or you can use other forms of communication with your customers. But ultimately, rather than you decide what to use, we're going to get your customer to decide what to use. And I'm also going to show you why it's so important that you communicate the way that your customers want you to communicate for your business. Now, hopefully so far you're enjoying this 30-day challenge. So in the comments below, just let me know how it's going. Are you beginning to see some changes in your traffic? Have you looked at your insights recently to see how your business is doing? Is it progressing? Are the things you're doing with these video series making a difference? And if you're new to this particular series, then you may want to go back to day 1 because they're all recorded, and just follow each day. Just do what it says to do and see how that impacts your Google My Business listing. But today we're looking at all the different ways in which you can communicate your brand with your customers. And we're going to see why that's important. Let's just consider for a moment what Google says about it. See, Google recognizes that people want to contact the businesses that they're dealing with. 89% of users want to connect with businesses via messaging, which they already know and prefer. 67% of people would rather message a business than speak with a person. And 53% of customers are more likely to shop with businesses that they can message. So can you see why we're spending one day just talking about communication and messaging in particular with your Google My Business listing? So if Google is saying those things, then obviously they're going to support it. And that's where we come in today in our lesson. So again, I'd like you to comment down below if you do use an app. So do you use Google My Business app? Do you communicate? Have you been chatting with people? Have you been texting? Do you use SMS? Do you use your WhatsApp? All those are areas which Google My Business is fully supporting. So let me know down below what you prefer to use when you communicate with your customers. How does Google My Business messaging actually work? Well, once you've downloaded the app, you'll notice that on your Google My Business listing or your knowledge panel, you'll see things like chat, where they can instant message you if you've enabled it. Or it could be that you've asked it to accept quotes and you provide a response to a request to quote. But ultimately, there'll be 2 or 3 ways in which Google My Business can communicate with you. As we can see here on businessmessages.google, they want you to reach customers, and there's a chat facility there that you can use. You notice it basically is like a WhatsApp type of chat in the business world. And as we go through here, you'll see that Google is wanting you to communicate with customers in the way that they prefer. And so there's lots of success stories as to how that can happen. But another way in which you know that you can see Google really want you to use this is the fact that they have this request to quote button, which you can click, and that will again go straight through to you. And also if you go into your back end, you'll see there that on your website, if you go into edit under website, and you'll see where the primary button is, that not only is it just a case of contacting you with a number or call now or get directions, but you also have things like SMS, WhatsApp, make an appointment. And again, all these will work with your setup. They'll help you to be contacted immediately through your Google My Business Messenger or app that's available if you've downloaded it. And so if you then go to the website itself, this is the free website that Google give you, you'll see here I've got a get quote. If I click it, I can fill out the details. Then when I submit it, it will go straight through to the Google My Business Messenger or the app. With those figures in mind, then we know that Google really wants to sell messaging, instant messaging. They also recognize that people are changing. They don't want to pick up the phone. They just want to message and find out information immediately. So thinking about your business, does your business enable that? Does your business actually thrive on that? Is that where your competitors are really gaining traction above you because you haven't adapted yet? Well, that's something to consider. Obviously, it doesn't work in every single niche of businesses, but it may work in your niche. So there's some questions there then to ask yourself. Questions to be honest with, we call this part of the video. So how fast do you reply? Particularly with SMS, do you reply straight away? You might think, well, why would I need to do that? But as soon as Google knows a message is being sent and delivered, Google's now ticking a clock. And if you can respond within about 24 hours, it tends to be a positive signal back to Google that you are there, you're authentic, you're trustworthy, you're an expert, all those things EAT. And what that does, it just lets Google know that you are running the business, that you are there, you are responding. So a quick response time is actually taken note of by Google. What works for your business? So have you asked your customers? Reach out to your customers and ask them. And have you seen live chats on websites? Now, live chats on websites work in a slightly different way because they're not focused through Google My Business. But when you go to someone's website and they've got a live chat that asks you a question or just says, if you've got anything, then answer it here, that can be really helpful too. And in fact, they're increasing rapidly because people are recognizing it's a great way to capture someone's email and it's a great way to communicate with your potential customers. So just imagine you've got a customer who's half thinking of purchasing with you, but they've got one doubt. But the live chat comes up on the website and they ask you that question. You give them an immediate reply and you give them a link to perhaps the answer to their problem. They're more likely then to actually make a purchase. In fact, it's been proven that that really helps the process of selling. So having a live chat on your website can be done, and it can be done for free. In fact, I use one on my website and I wanted to share that as the free tool for today. So I'll put a link down below, but you'll see here, it works really well. It communicates, you can set it up. If people then want to ask questions, you can respond immediately on your phone as well. So this is giving a really good reaction of communication between you and your customers. Of course, communication is essential. As George Bernard Shaw said, he said the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it's just taken place. What a great quote. So often we think we've communicated. Communication is about understanding and making sure that the thoughts you think the person's got has actually got. So it's kind of really, we can think we've communicated, but often we're misrepresenting ourselves. And of course, another way in which Google is now encouraging communication is through video as well, video conferencing. You may have noticed another update on Google My Business for certain types of businesses, where you can add Zoom, you can add Skype, you can have Google. So video conferencing is certainly going to move forward as well, which is another form of communication. So the days of email, the days of picking up the phone, a landline, a mobile, those things have been around for a long time. They haven't totally disappeared, but certainly that immediate live chat, that discussion via an app, that immediate response due to texting, SMS, WhatsApp, Google is really highlighting that that's the way your customers in general now are wanting to respond. So we're looking now then at what you can do for your business today based on what we've looked at in this video. Well, the first thing is to ask your customers how they like to communicate. So it will be different depending on what type of business you are. So whether you're a bakery, whether you're a takeaway, whether you're a web designer, whether you're an estate agent, there's all different ways in which people will communicate and they won't be the same. So you need to know what your customers are wanting. The second thing is to look at that link down below called Gist and add it to your website. If you haven't got live chat, this is a perfect way to do it for free. And finally, try video conferencing. If you haven't done it and you think it might work for your customers, then try adding a link, setting up Zoom, setting up Skype, and seeing whether that is something that brings in more confidence for your customers. And when you put all that together, you're going to find your customers are going to feel much more likely to do business with you because you're talking their language and you're communicating with their heart and with their mind as well. But we all make mistakes, and it's easy to make mistakes when it comes to setting up our Google My Business. Maybe right at the beginning when we set up the business, there were things we didn't do right. And now as we've gone through these 30 days together, or we're not quite there yet, we've learned so many things. There are things we need to change, mistakes we need to put right. So today we're looking at when things go wrong with Google My Business, and they do go wrong. In fact, it's quite easy to get your listing suspended because someone's reported it. Maybe you've just used the wrong word here. Or even when you're updating posts, you'll find that sometimes things go wrong and you'll find that it needs to then be reviewed. So I suppose one of the first things to say is when things go wrong, it's not to blow it out of proportion because most things can be sorted out. Particularly if you're trying to do the right thing, then there's no reason why, if you've made a mistake or if Google's picked up on something, sometimes Google gets it wrong at their end too. So it's worth noting it's very common to get issues with Google My Business. Why is Google My Business so twitchy? Well, because there are lots of people doing all sorts of things out there that are considered spammy from the point of view of Google's guidelines. And therefore, their algorithm picks up on pretty much any change. If you make 2 or 3 changes that are absolutely fine with your business, quite often that will cause a suspension. It's known as a soft suspension and normally takes a day or 2 to get sorted. But even so, it's not pleasant to see your business, your Google My Business listing, suddenly disappear overnight. And then when it's reinstated, things are back to normal. So before I go into the 5 areas, the 5 mistakes that most people come across when they're running Google My Business, I thought I'd just look at a few of your questions that perhaps took place earlier on in this month and see if we can answer them. And at this point, what I will say is if you've got any questions, put them down below. Because if you put the questions down below, everyone benefits from hearing those answers. Now, AGIF has put a couple of great questions on the comments down below, and I've been able to answer them, and you may have come across them. But let me just review a couple of these with you. So here's the first one from AGIF. First of all, it's some businesses, especially rent-a-car or cab services, usually open 24 hours. What is the most suitable way, 24 hours or 1 a.m. to 11 p.m.? So he's picked up on day 2 where we mentioned about the importance of not using 24 hours and thinking that's going to give you a big advantage. And the second question he's got is service providers like plumbers, electricians, what do they do? Because they might want to be 24 hours for an emergency. How do they set their hours? So that could be a misunderstanding really in the video, because the purpose of the video is not saying you can't do 24 hours, but it's saying don't use 24 hours thinking that's going to be better than someone who only does a 9 to 5, say, because there's no advantage either way. What must be important is you fulfill those 24 hours. So if you get a call at 3 in the morning, because you say 24 hours, well, that's the point the point being made in the video. So my answer was open 24 hours is absolutely fine if that's the actual hours of the business. And the second one was 24-hour emergency works for services are also fine if they want to make a call early in the morning. So both of those are fine if they apply. But as I said there, the 9 to 5 is not a disadvantage to 24 hours. Now, a second question was raised on day 6. AGIF put this one out. He's put there, is there any time frame to replying to reviews, and what is your idea for replying to old reviews? And so the answer really is that if you can reply to reviews within 24 hours, that would be great, because Google monitors the time it takes for you to reply. But having said that, reply to all your reviews. What you don't want is things that haven't been answered, because that then gives Google the idea that you're not responding to your customers. And that then doesn't look great from the point of view of being an authority. So that's what you're looking for. You're looking to show that everything gets answered. And ideally, if you can answer it within 24 hours, thanking the person for the review. And of course, there's other ways in which you might want to answer them. If they put out for a quote, if they've even messaged you, if there's a live chat, as we saw in yesterday's video, those types of things as well. Respond as quickly as you can within reason, and you'll see that that will give the right signals to Google. So some great questions there. Thank you for those, AGIF. But of course, if you've got any questions, put them down below, because we want to help you and help others as well as they find out answers to those questions. So sometimes things do go wrong, but it's how you handle those things when they do go wrong that will probably make a big difference. In fact, if you handle it poorly, sometimes that can make the problems even worse. Now, a great quote from Henry Ford was this. He said, when everything seems to be going against you, remember that the airplane takes off against the wind, not with it. And that's the thing. Sometimes it can feel like things are going wrong, but actually you can use that as an advantage. You can find out, well, what mistakes have I made? How can I improve? What can I do to even better the business going forward? And that would be the way to handle issues that come your way with your business, particularly with Google My Business listings. But in preparation for when things go wrong, you might want to have yourself prepared beforehand. Do you know what to do if things go wrong? What do you do if, for example, you find your business is suspended? Are you fully aware of the Google support and help? And the fact you can easily now log that with Google and they will sort it out for you straight away. The problem is they don't normally give the details of what's been ringing the alarm bells for the suspension. But generally, if you just go back and if you check to see what it is you think they may have picked up on, normally it is that. So your more recent changes are often the issues that it's then raised. The fact it hasn't flagged them before would give you a good clue as to what it might be. And if you can't fix something, then do you know someone who can? But of course, when you ask someone to fix something, there's two ways to fix it. There's the right way and there's the wrong way. We often talk about white hat, black hat, grey hat. Just be aware that not everyone offers a way that's going to help you in the long term. Short term, yes, most people can help. Long term, well, that's where the trust, the authority is needed too. Here are my 5 quick fixes to when things go wrong and how to handle them. Number 1, what do you do if a Q&A is answered incorrectly on your listing? So sometimes you have a Q&A on there and someone's answered it for you, but it's not correct. Well, the answer is just answer it correctly. And then you can upvote it as well. And in fact, if you get 2 or 3 people in the company to upvote it, then that will then become the correct answer. That will be the one that gets shown. So that's a real problem that some people have. A Q&A's been incorrectly answered. You can't actually do anything about it other than put the right answer and upvote it. So there's the first thing. So secondly, what happens if you get an unfair review? Well, you'll notice that quite often Google won't remove it and you have no ability to remove it. If you answer the review, it definitely can't be removed. So you first might want to just raise it with Google. If it's someone's put up a review and it's certainly not one of your customers, then don't answer it, raise it through Google support. But if it's true, if someone's giving you a bad review, it's unfair, then handle it professionally. So handle it well, and you may find that they'll remove the poor rating or they'll remove the comments if you handle it well. Even if they don't, if you handle it well, if people see that you can handle problems well, that builds trust too. Because every company, every business will have problems from time to time, but it's the way they handle it that builds trust with new customers. So just bear that in mind too. That's the fix, is not to deal with it the wrong way, but to handle it professionally. Now, what happens if someone adds an image that's incorrect for your business and it doesn't fit in with your business at all? Well, you can report it. There on the image, you can report it to Google, explain why it doesn't fit, fill out the details that Google requires. Sometimes they want quite a lot of details, other times it's just a simple one. But when you fill out those details and you report it to Google, Google will then review it. So it won't get removed necessarily straight away. But if it seems unfair, if it's nothing to do with your business, Google will deal with that for you on your behalf. Now, what happens if you go into your Google My Business listing and there you see an orange dot, a red dot, some orange text? What's all this about, particularly the red dot? What does that mean? Well, it means that someone's been in editing your business. The chances are that their edits are correct. It's perhaps someone who's visited your business, has added some information. Local guides can also add information to businesses to make it more rich with keywords and with information. And quite often the edits will be correct and you just need to then acknowledge it, accept it. But if there's something that's not right, well then don't accept it and delete it. Basically, as a business owner, you will get edits done by Google, by local guides, and by customers from time to time. But just be aware of them. If you want to know more about these red dots and this orange text, I did a whole video which I'll put above now, and you can go over to that video after you've completed this today, and you'll find out more information about how to deal with red dots and orange text. And the 5th and final fix is what happens if things just go wrong? What happens if I'm suspended? I can't seem to fix it. What happens if I've got real issues and I just don't know where to go? Well, Google do have a support system. They do have a help area, and it's a community that's run by people that understand Google My Business. Some work for Google, some don't. The majority are just volunteers. But actually they will answer most of the questions. They've got a good knowledge about what the problems are. Obviously you can put questions down below here as well, and I'll try and answer them. And I've got a community here. We've got experts that come onto these videos as well, and they'll answer them for you if I can't answer it too. But ultimately there are some great communities where you can ask for help. Again, I'll put some links down below so you can make sure you can check out that support system that Google offers. So in conclusion, what is it you're going to do today? What are you going to take away from this video? Well, the first thing you need to do is just go in and check. Keep an eye on any changes that may have happened to your business, especially if it's an orange text change. Just keep an eye on that and make sure it's correct. Also, download the app and get email alerts and be prepared to make changes, because again, any changes that happen to your business, they'll also appear as alerts on your phone. So it's a great way of keeping up to date with some of the changes that are going on and making sure that if there's a problem, if there's a suspension, you can deal with it immediately on your app. And finally, keep yourself updated with what Google currently wants you to do, what the current guidelines are. If you get problems, there's a support system you can use on Google. And of course, you can subscribe to this channel if you haven't done so already, so that you get all the latest information about Google My Business, so that you don't miss out and your Google My Business listing stands above all the others when they rank locally. Why? Because you're doing everything that Google's asking, you're giving the right signals to Google, you're communicating well with your customers, and your customers are feeling that trust. They see you as an expert and they see you as an authority. But sometimes you may wonder, how is it that you've got the knowledge panel? Where does the knowledge panel get all its information from? Well, some of it's obvious, but it is a bit like a collage where it's taken bits from here about your business, bits from there, bits from Yelp, Facebook, it brings in social media, it brings in some of your posts, it brings in a bit of a map. All these things are coming together like a scrapbook about your business. It's important to know though where it's getting it all from, because if you know where it's getting it all from, then you can control what it puts into your knowledge panel. So today I'm looking at the Google My Business knowledge panel. The knowledge panel, that's that kind of panel, that information that appears on the left-hand side if you do a brand search. So if you search for your company, or if you go to Google Maps and you search for a company there, you'll find that then this knowledge panel, this information about your business comes up and it's presented. But if you notice, sometimes it changes. And also, have you ever wondered, where does it all come from? Where do they get all that bits of information from? Well, obviously, the majority of it comes from your Google My Business listing. So a lot of the information you've put in over the last few days will appear in the knowledge panel. But the knowledge panel is made up of all sorts of things. It's like a scrapbook from Google. It's like a Picasso piece of art, where bits come from here, bits come from there, like a scrapbook put together. And some of it you can control, and some of it you have no control over whatsoever. Some businesses even get bits of Wikipedia brought in, reviews from Apple, reviews from Yelp. It could be its information from booking companies. It could be its information from your website even is brought in to make this scrapbook about your brand or your business. So if you can't control that, then there could be things appearing that you may not want there. So today I'm going to reveal to you where everything comes from, the things you can control and the things you can't control that appear in your knowledge panel. This video is full of quite a few different little tips. So I've got some really nice little tips I'm putting in as I go through. So you want to watch the whole of this video because you won't want to miss one bit of it. So first of all, let me show you a knowledge panel. So if I do a search for my business name in Google, and the knowledge panel appears on the right hand side. So that's what a knowledge panel is. And what we're going to do is we're going to dissect and find out where's all this coming from, where's all this information coming from, and how can I control it, and what things can I control and what things can't I control. Now let me just show you one of the things first of all. If I do a search on Google Maps and I do a search for, say, window cleaner pole, I just want to show you first of all that the word pole gets picked up in other areas. So here, for example, this was a person who did a review on the Roo window cleaning, and they mentioned the word pole. And this is why I've been saying over the last few months, make sure that your reviews include keywords too, if you can encourage them to do so. And as if you go through here, you'll see it picks up again, window cleaning pole, but this time it's just information it's got from one of the posts, and again, another review here and so on. And in fact, if you go to so I did here a plumber, leaks, fix, just use a couple of keywords here on Google Maps. And again, you've got reviews mention it, but also things like your website. So their website mentions leak and fix. And again, you've got website down here as well. So just bear in mind that where your keywords appear, whether it's in your description, so whether you include it in your description of your business profile, whether you include it in one of your posts that you've added, so when you add a post here, or whether you include it in your website, Google is picking these things up. And I think it's fair to say that Google My Business is updating constantly the layouts. So just when you think you've got everything in place and it makes some sense, Then there's a reshuffle around, you get that Picasso look, and suddenly it's all over the place again. It's like a modern art piece that keeps changing. But the more information you get into Google My Business backend and into their database, the more times you'll have your information appearing when they put something new out. So that's why I've always said, even if it doesn't appear, try and put in the products, put in the offers, put in the posts, put in the images, put in the cover images, put in the videos, all those things, because when it draws those things, you're already going to have that in its database. What we're doing is we're really echoing what Ricky Skaggs said when he said, I can't control the wind, but I can adjust the sail. And that's what we're doing. We're looking to see which way is Google blowing today, and we'll adjust our sail to make sure that we get the maximum amount of benefit from that wind, from that projection, from that ranking benefits that will come if you have that information in there. Now at this point, it's always good if we could get you to input your information too in this video. So in the comments down below on this video, let me know, what is it that you've noticed that's changed? What is it that you've perhaps tried to put into Google My Business and it suddenly is no longer there? What is it you're struggling with to get on your knowledge panel? Put it down below, and then we'll see if we can help, and we'll see what other comments come in as well. But if you're finding it difficult, let me know, because the knowledge panel I think is quite tricky. Quite often people on this video will say that they've tried to find something that's mentioned in a video and it's no longer there. Well, obviously that's one of the key things, isn't it? It's to bear in mind that things do constantly change with Google. And why do things change? Well, Google says it's experimenting. So the Google My Business panel, knowledge panel, is constantly changing because Google's trying to understand how it affects people's habits, and it's also trying to understand what categories benefit from certain types of layouts. So you'll notice restaurants have a different layout to hotels, which have a different layout to doctors, they have a different layout to window cleaners. They're all different what they offer. So Google is experimenting with different layouts, different information, and it's even experimenting where it gets the information from when it pulls it in. And that's the detail we're going to look at now, is we're going to look at all those smaller little areas that you may have not considered as to where the detail is, where Google's getting it from, and how you can adjust your sail so that you maximize that wind that Google's blowing in that direction. So at this stage, it's always good to just go through a few questions that you need to ask yourselves. Questions to be honest with, we call this section. And the first one is, do you know where everything comes from on your Google My Business listing, your knowledge panel? So if you looked at your knowledge panel and thought, yeah, I know where all that information's come from. Now, if you haven't done that, then after this video, go away, look at your branding and then see if you can recognize where Google's got that information from. And if you find that there's something there you can't control, then it might be good to know where it's coming from so you can control it. Have you got the images showing on your knowledge panel? So the cover image, have you controlled that? There's tricks you can do. You can go into your photos and you can then say, this is the photo that I want to be the cover image. And also if you add that cover image to your free website, if you make that the cover image there, Google normally within 24, 48 hours will pick that image up. And if it's clearly the cover image you want, then most of the time Google will then present that image on your knowledge panel. So that's a nice little tip there to bear in mind. And a real obvious tip here, a question to ask yourself is, do you actually control your Google My Business listing? Now, that might be an obvious question for the majority of you that are joining me on a regular basis on these videos. But if you're new to this video, obviously subscribe down below, give this a like if you like the video, and then make sure you come back because we look at all sorts of tips like this. But that'd be my biggest tip to you, is you might have it where you've not actually claimed your Google My Business listing. So you'll see there'll be a little link there that gives you the opportunity to claim it. You just have to prove that it's your business. They'll send you a postcard through to the address of the business. And then once you've then got your business claimed, you then can fully control the majority of the things through the Google My Business backend. So if that's all a bit confusing to you, then there are plenty of videos that I've done that are for beginners. So if you do Zanet design in a search in YouTube and then perhaps put beginners or Google My Business beginners, Zanet design, then the videos to help you to get your business up and running will help you there. So don't miss that if you're new to this channel. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to look at a few knowledge panels and I'm going to try and dissect where everything's coming from. So follow along. Some of these businesses will be perhaps more closer to yours, others may not. but there's some nice little tricks and a couple of tools in here you're going to really enjoy. So let's jump straight in. So what do we see here then? So I've done a search for pure Indian cooking. This is the knowledge panel. I've got it slightly larger because it makes it a little bit easier for us to see. And as we go through here then, so the photographs are just picked through the photos that you upload. But you'll notice quite often Google uses a map, and especially on things like restaurants, because most people will click on this and it'll take them straight through to Google Maps. And you'll notice here a couple of things then that come up. The Google reviews, of course, the number of reviews and the stars, that's down to what you have when you ask people to give you a review. So you can control that. You can control the link for your website. You can control directions because that's based on the information you've entered when you registered the business. And if, of course, you're a service, then you don't get the directions part because it doesn't reveal your address. And save and call are just standard for all. The logo, again, that's another one in images. You upload that and then you give it the information that it's the logo. Now, the pound bit you can't control. That's done through Google users, people that visit the restaurant. They control whether they think it's expensive or cheap. And the category here, Modern Indian Restaurant, is the primary category. Let me just show you how you can find out about primary categories and what other categories. So it could be that this is given several other categories as well, but Google doesn't reveal that. But there is a great little tool here that will reveal it. So I've just done a search here for those plumbers. If I go to my GMB or Everywhere audit and click on that, and what this does, it just gives me information about the primary category, which is a star, and also then all the other categories. So if I was to do a search for these plumbers here, for instance, it's obvious that they've got plumber as the main, but this one's a gas engineer. So you might just look at the other categories and think, actually, I think my category is wrong. I think a boiler supply might be a better one. This really gives you a lot more information about what you might want to appear under. Now, if we do a search for Pure Indian, that's its main primary category, but it could be several other categories here too. So you might want to control the secondary categories if they're relevant to you. The reserve a table is to do with a third-party booking facility that only restaurants and certain hotels, and perhaps there are other businesses as well. So depending on the category you choose, if you choose a restaurant category, then Google will give you extra information in your back end. So that's how you get that button. But of course, other businesses will have a booking button. So it could be that if you're a service, you can have a booking button here, and that will just be a case of then linking through to a calendar on your website. And this information here, warm, relaxed and family run, this isn't something you can control. This is something Google adds in through user experience as well that appears. And then of course you do control the address, you do control some of the service options. This might be a combination of your input and also what others say as well. So others can add that when they're asked. So there's people like people that work for Google, and it could also be, there could be local guides as well, add information to here as well. Opening hours, of course, you can control those, and always good to update it. Updated by business 5 days ago. That's really great. So that just shows you that, again, when you update your hours, it gives a signal to Google. The fact that Google says that gives the impression that it's obviously noted it, which says that you're around, your business is working well. The menu, so you can actually have a PDF here, which is what they've got. So they've got a PDF. If I open this up, you'll just see it takes them through to a PDF, which is a really, again, another good signal to Google that you've done that the right way. Phone number, reservations, again, opening through different third parties, ordering through third parties as well. And this is again how Google gets a lot of information by people suggesting edits. If anything's wrong, then it can be optimized. You'll see in yesterday's video or one of the previous videos, we speak about the red dots and the orange text, and that's because people make suggestions and changes. Local guides do that all the time too. And you can share some information. So that's, again, as a local guide, I can put some information in here if I want to. See all the questions. Now, questions and answers is something that you can deal with. So you can ask your own questions. You can also see what other questions people have asked. If you get a question that's not been answered, then answer it. Again, don't know if keywords make a lot of difference in the in the FAQs or Q&As. But these, again, you want these on your website as well, because Google will draw from your website. Quite often if I ask a question, so say if I use the words, do you have a menu? As soon as you start typing, Google now starts looking. So it's gone to here, a review, and it's saying, is this helpful? And another review, because why does it go to these? Because these mention the word menu. So Google's really getting information. And if we kept saying, yes, this one's helpful, Google will start to use that as the answer to that question. So it's building up an intelligence about answering questions about your business as well. So that's just something else to bear in mind. Now I'm just working through here. So popular times, Google kind of works this out again based on traffic, based on Google just picking up information through when people are booking, when users are there. It's hard to know, a bit like Google traffic on Google Maps as well, how Google gets this information, but it certainly adds that if it feels it's relevant to a business. Reviews from the web. So this is what I've been saying about the importance that Google doesn't like to just take its own word for it, but it also likes to make sure that it's got other indexes and information on the web about your brand, about your business as well. Where does it get this information from? What makes it choose to put these ones in? Well, a lot of that is down to how they rank in the Google business review. So if these are kind of really high ranking, like Facebook is, OpenTable is, then they may well appear here. And then it's a bit random. So even if you've got bad reviews, it will still appear there. So you want to be able to control these. So if you notice these three are coming up, then you want to just make sure that you've got control over these as well. So it's very easy sometimes to be sidetracked with Google reviews and 4.6, but sometimes you want to make sure that Google likes to re-emphasize what others say about you on the web. These reviews are randomly picked by Google. It'll be based on not the ratings, but just on the information. So once it's picked these, generally they stay there for good, but they do sometimes get updated. But those are, again, important to just bear in mind. You can't really control that. And then this is the description that you do write. So you know that you've got up to 750 characters you can write. So just bear in mind the first 250 characters are saying a lot about your company. So you might want to include some keywords in there. You might want to put some information that really entices people to come to your business. And then we see eventually here an offer. So again, you know how to control offers. We've looked at that. And again, it's an offer because it has a tag here as well. That's really useful. And then one of the biggest problems we have is profiles. How do you get your LinkedIn, your Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and there's others as well you can have here. How do you get them on there? Well, Google decides if it's being used regularly, if it supports your business, then randomly Google will allow certain ones to appear. So I know for me, I'm frustrated the fact that I don't have my YouTube channel here. It was there for a while. I've no idea why they've removed it, but that's probably my largest amount of information I put out about my business, and yet it doesn't come up, which is a bit frustrating. And then finally, people also search for, Google's just trying to put out other information, and it thinks that if you're looking for a restaurant, but this isn't the one you want, then these might be the ones you want also. And these are views in themselves because they've appeared, even though I might not have clicked on it, it is a view as well. And then again, some predictable information Google thinks you might be interested in as well. So that's how that's produced. So that's all kind of, even these bits at the bottom are all part of your knowledge panel. So with Pure Indian here, for example, I've got the information, but and I can reserve a table from within Google Maps. Let's just see what happens if I then put on so we know it's Modern Indian Restaurant, but now refresh it. So Modern Indian Restaurant was the first one, but it also had, so here's the missing ones, Fine Dining Restaurant and Vegetarian Restaurant were the two missing categories as well. So that's how you can control what categories you want, but notice it picked up on the first one, Modern Indian Restaurants. That's a really helpful tool from Google My Business, GMB everywhere. So the next one, the 5 fields then. So another restaurant, and just looking for any difference. So here you've got reserve a table, you've got same type of information as before. Sometimes give other information as well, like a 3-minute walk from the gallery. So it just gives it perhaps some local information as well. Again, you've got your menu. In this case, if I click on the menu, it just goes through to their website, and then on their website they've got their menu there. So there's more than one way to do that. Let's go to another one. This one's Poulton's Park. So Poulton's Park. So here very much about how do you get there, people wanting directions. So a nice big direction panel here. And then you've got one of the rides. Again, Wikipedia gets pulled in on this one. So you'll find for perhaps larger companies or very popular companies, then Wikipedia also gets pulled in for the information. And then if we come down here, all these things again are pretty standard. A couple of extra things here, they can put in how many hectares or how much area is covered, how many roller coasters, how many water rides, so a few extra bits there. Operating season, again, these are things that are only applicable to that category of amusement park. So Google is beginning to refine what certain categories can show and what information they can show. But here you notice events is more important for a theme park. So if you add events, you get this extra section here, and questions and answers obviously come up here, which we saw on the restaurant. And then here you've got a list of the rides. So you can actually click on each one of these, and let's just click on one, dig a ride. Let's click on that. So that's got its own little knowledge panel as well that you can go into and find out a bit more about. So that's interesting. You've got this linkage between different mini control knowledge panels from the big daddy large one. Reviews again comes up, information here. If you ever wonder what these stars are, that's because they're local guides, and local guides get quite a lot of extra authority when they review. This is their 250 characters taken out from what they've described their park as. But you notice it's much further down the page than the Wikipedia one is, which is what other people say about it. So that's given a much more authority than what they say about it. Then you've got, again, an offer here, best price offer, and this is then just an update as well. And then they've got more on their profiles. They've managed to get a YouTube channel as well. And then the people search for a related search. You've got two types of different connections there. And then we've got the standard search stuff down below. Let's just take one final one. So we've gone for a yogurt, a frozen yogurt and bubble tea shop in Bournemouth. So again, we've got the expense, bubble tea store might be the primary category here. Reviews they can control. They've got their logo, they've got the map, their own photographs and the shop front as well. To order, that again comes from them signing up through third-party information. And you notice here, people typically spend 20 minutes here. So Google's monitoring the time period that people wait. And I think, again, Google does send out to local guides, how long were you here for? Or did you have to wait long? It kind of picks up the data through those types of questions. And it's come up with their menu as well. So that's just nice. And then you've got, well, there's a nice little extra that I've not seen before. You can then click on that and see, it just takes them through. So Google's picked up from its image search what the menus are, and then it's then shown it there in the knowledge panel. So that's interesting, not seen that before. So hopefully there's some interesting points in there. Maybe now you can see that the majority of that information you can control, but Google's very selective as to what it uses. So you want to make sure that you've got all that information in there ready for Google to pick on when it wants it. So what is it that you can actually do today for your business that's going to help it? 3 things that we're going to look at. First of all, check out to see what others are doing on their knowledge panel. So just bear in mind, it needs to be in the same category as you. As we saw, some categories do get extra things added that you can't control. So for your category that's similar to your competitors' categories, see what they're doing and then try and replicate that, or certainly get your own version of that showing. So that what you want to do is you want to expand your knowledge panel as quickly as you can. If you can't find something, it could be that they've just got a slightly different category to you. So you may want to use that GMB everywhere to see what categories they're using. It could be their primary category is different. And if you then choose that as your primary category, it then may open up something that you can do, something that could be shown on your knowledge panel. So it might be worth changing your primary category if it makes sense to your business. And my final challenge would be, see if you can get a full house. See if you can get every single thing in your knowledge panel showing. And if you can do it in a positive way, then that's going to be a win-win situation. But as you've seen, Google does take a lot of authority from third-party information, from review sites, and it also takes a lot from your website. And your website also has its own authority. So how can you improve the authority of your website? And what tricks are there that you can do with your Google My Business free website so you can get some link juice from there and authority from there over to your own website and branding? So how do you feel about backlinks? When it comes to Google My Business, of course, you don't really control backlinks, but of course your domain authority on your main website and all the citations, all the indexes, they're all various links going around there that give some type of authority to your business. And particularly we often talk about domain authority for your domain name, which is really in many ways the fundamental anchor to your Google My Business listing and to the presence of your complete business. So is there a backlink strategy that I would recommend you use? And actually there's two types of strategies. There's the strategy where you go out to try and get as many backlinks as you can. And in a moment, I'll show you a tool that you can use to find your competitors' backlinks, find what they've got that you haven't, and then see if you can get some of those links as well to your website. And the other way is just to think that I'm not actually going to seek out backlinks, but I'll use backlinks the way Google wants. The way Google wants it is a bit more about people link to you because they see the value that you're offering, because the content you offer is so unique that when people write an article, they need to refer to your information. And so they'll link through as you being the authority of that information. And that's in many ways the approach that I've taken for the last few years, is to try and make some great articles, put some great videos there, try and give as much value over to my customers and clients, and then hopefully people will then link back. So I've done no link building at all, but what I have done is allow people to link to the website, and I've seen it grow in authority over the last few years. So my strategy would be not to worry too much about backlinks, even though they have a great value when you receive them. And I'm kind of with Neil Patel in many ways, where he says that SEO is a race, not a sprint. So sometimes people are trying to get the immediate effects of backlinks. They do it so fast that they run out of steam. So if you're there and you're building up good quality information on your website, on your blog, on your posts, if you've got great charts on there, good videos, people naturally will link through to you over time. And that's something that will grow and will actually have a far stronger domain authority when it's genuine backlinks. So in a moment, I'm going to show you an incredibly valuable backlink that you can get hold of that's through your Google My Business website. But before I show you that, I will cover the backlinks through Neil Patel, because his Ubersuggest tool is quite useful in seeing how you can get some new backlinks. So let me just show you that. So you go to Tools and you go to them Backlinks Checker, which takes you to here. You can then type in your website domain, and it will run then a check to see how it's doing. It will then check to see what backlinks it's got, whether it's lost any backlinks as well. And you can then get an idea if there's any anchor text you want to change. You can also then start looking at what your competition's doing as well. You can see whether there's follow links or not. You can set it up so that you've then got backlinks opportunities. So that's where you can then compare it to a competitor. So if you find, for instance, your competitor is got some backlinks you haven't, you can put your domain in here, you can put your competitor's domain in there, run a search, and it will show you all the ones that your competitors got that you haven't got. So there might be some local opportunities there as well. But this has got loads and loads of useful tools. It's normally free for at least 7 days trial. And I think there's quite a lot of free searches. I think you can have three free searches each day as well. So that's another thing. And you can have up to 5 competitors added. So you might want to filter out and see what links, what citations, what indexes locally your competitors are using. So another really useful tool here that we would suggest. So getting genuine backlinks is not easy at all. And it does take time. And it can be a case of no longer can you go to a website or a blog or an index or a bulletin board and just post links through to your website and your information, because they have no follow. They don't allow any juice through. The robot doesn't go there. But if you have a highly relevant post, people will link to it. They will comment about it. They will even perhaps include it in a news information, and it could potentially get some great quality links through to it if it's good enough. So you might ask, well, is it worth actually putting a link out on Facebook to my website? And there is a certain amount of traffic that comes through. It might be that you've got 100 people reading your Facebook post. It takes you to, say, a video on YouTube, and it could be that they then go there, they then subscribe. So there's value in just getting genuine traffic through. But when it comes to page rank or the authority of the domain, well, most of it's not passed particularly easily these days. And interestingly, Google actually wants to see sometimes a post linking out to other authoritative websites. So if, for instance, you're referring to something, well, then do link out to it. If it's a reference in a Google support article or, say, a Wikipedia article, by linking to that, in effect, it gives you a bit more authority because it shows you've done the research on the blog. So don't always think it's about only receiving links. Google actually does reward you to some degree for giving links out too, if they make sense to your audience. So let me head over now and show you why there's something particularly exciting about the Google My Business free website. So first of all, what we'll do is we'll go to Google My Business, and you'll notice there if you go to website, and you just want to make sure that this is live as well, which mine is. And if it's been live for a while, it'll be indexed. So how can you check to see if it's indexed? Well, you can click on View Site to see your website. So we'll just click to that first of all. That just shows our website, but it may not have been indexed by Google. And normally if you link to it from somewhere else, like your authority website, then it will get it indexed. I can check to see if it's indexed. If you type in the word site and then a colon, and then you put that actual address there, zanetdesignlimited.business.site, that then tells you. So you do a search for that, and I got 7 results. And these show me then what's been indexed in Google. So these are in Google's database. And if I click on one, for example, it just shows me that this is an article I wrote, and that basically will call my number. So that's one way. And then of course, if I click on this, it takes me to the website. So I can see the website's been indexed, and it's got a limited amount of 7 in effect that are coming up in the search results. Now, why is that important? So they put the website, so this is always the name of the business, and then they put it on a domain called site, so it's .site, but they put it as business.site. And business.site isn't really worth a lot when it comes to backlinks. I mean, if I go to put in here zanetdesignlimited.business.site, you'll see it has a domain authority of 1. Now you want domain authorities of 40, 50, 60, ideally linking to your website. So what that means is at the moment, it means that these here, they're not really passing around any link juice from Google, so they're not really worth much as a link goes. But this is when it gets really exciting, because if you go to if you do a search for any site that's got the business.google domain and then /website, you'll notice there's 865,000 results. And each one of these is a Google My Business listing. So like if I click on this one, there you go, it's a Google My Business listing. So what does that mean? Well, it means that actually Google also has a second version of the site on their servers under website, but they've put it on the google.com business domain. Now, google.com business domain is worth a lot. You can see here, 91 authority for business.google.com, 91 authority. And also we know that's true because look, if I go to this one here, giving 64 authority, you've got this one, if I click on it, it's just a Google My Business site. They're getting 64 authority. If I go back here, there's another one. Let's try this one. Another one. So people are realizing that you can get great authority on these pages. 91 authority on here. We've got 60, 64, and so on just standard website pages. That Google My Business domain, or the business.google.com domain for business websites, is absolutely phenomenal. But the problem is getting your site indexed. Now my site isn't indexed. If I look for, so if I do a search for this business.google.com website, which others have been indexed, if I do a search for that, you see it's not indexed. And that's my problem, is I haven't been found yet. So how do I get found? Well, it's pretty simple really, isn't it? Tell Google it's there. I need the spider to come to this. And the way you can get the spider to come to any website is to link to it from a website that you know gets updated regularly. So I know, for example, my WordPress.com, which is a free website that I produce, this 2nd of September, that's been spidered. I know it is because if I do a search for this page in Google, so if I go to Google, if I type in site, and then that page, and there you go, it shows it's been spidered. And if I click on that, it opens back up that page. So I know that Google went to this only a few days ago, maybe a week or so ago, spidered it. Then if I write an article here and I get it linked through to this business.google.com/website Zanet Design Limited part of my page, once that's got a link into it, once the spider's been there, it's going to be then chucking around that 91%, 92 domain rating. And these are all going to important pages. Now, what's even more remarkable, if we're talking about links and SEO strategy, is if you use like an event or an offer, but particularly an event, if you then do, let's just take, for example, here, if I inspect that, you see that that's an H3 tag in the code, and I'm able to put any words I want in there. So I'm able to actually manipulate or put in keywords. So I've put in the keyword Bournemouth because that suits me. And that's on an H3 tag with the potential juice of 91 or 92 authority hanging around as well. Now, how powerful is that? Well, that's pretty powerful stuff. So what are you going to do today? Well, first of all, make sure that you add great articles that have got true value on your website and for your website readers. And bear in mind, people don't read that much these days. So have in mind that you want a couple of keywords, maybe some long tail keywords. But then also, if you've got great graphics, if you've got a video that supports that information, then it becomes more linkable. Secondly, see if you can get your Google My Business site indexed. So remember the different domain that we're looking at in the video, get that indexed because there's a huge amount of page authority, of rank authority on that page that can go through those H3 tags if you use them on offers. So that could be very, very exciting if you haven't come across that before. And finally, if you've got competitors, use the Uber Suggest tool to see where are they getting links from, where's their authority coming from, because it could be that you could also, particularly if it's just a case of registering it or getting it shown on an index, that could be an easy way of getting a lot more backlinks to your website and your domain authority. Of course, if your domain, your main website, your main professional website has great authority in Google, that also will have an implication on your Google My Business ranking and listing. So even though Google My Business ranking is much more about where you are in relation to the person searching because it's a local search, it still does have a certain amount given to the authority of the business itself, which comes from the domain itself. So don't underestimate that getting backlinks to your website, your standard website, will still have an impact on Google My Business. But as we know, posts are one thing, event posts are something quite different. So it's day 28 and we've already done quite a few posts on the previous weeks. Day 7, 14, 21 and now 28 is another time for us to put a post out. But this post is one we've never used before. And it's an exciting one because it generally will double the traffic to your website. So what type of post are we talking about? We're talking about a Google My Business event post. And you might say, well, I haven't got any events with my business. Don't worry, I'm going to show you how you can get events even for a standard business that perhaps doesn't hold events. Maybe you don't have fetes, maybe you don't have jumble sales, maybe you don't have conferences or meetings. Don't worry though, there are ways in which you can still put events out for your business. So I'll show you that a bit later on in the video. You know, most businesses I consult with miss out on these types of little tricks. So if you want to have a one-to-one consultancy with me, then I'll put a link down below on this video and then you can then book into my calendar. But events through Google and for business can be quite interesting because there's a twofold way of doing it. So not all the events that you see in Google's results are a result of just the events you're adding into Google My Business. And this is something that most people don't realize, that you can actually have events not just through Google My Business, but also through a structured data markup as well, which I'll show you in a moment. So first of all, if you do have an event, the first thing you want to do is put it on your website and have that as the main focus to go to for the information. And then secondly, you can then add the markup as well so that it gets scraped by Google and Google then draws that into its own results. Thirdly, you could then add it to third-party areas that have events as well, and they'll help with the markup. They might promote it as well through to Google, like Eventbrite and so on. And then finally, you want to also then put it on your Google My Business as an event too. And with all those things going on, then hopefully that will give you the promotion that you deserve for your event. The last thing you want is an event date to start and no one turn up. So when you're putting together your event, what type of title should you put on it? Bearing in mind it will appear as being bold. Well, you want people to respond to the event because it captures their interest. So sometimes it's important to have a tool that helps you to capture the interest of your audience, using the right words, and using words that are powerful or that make a response is important too. So there's a free tool which I'll put in a link below that will show you how you can do that, how you can put some ideas of events and perhaps a couple of keywords in, and it will give you some great ideas as to how you could reword that event. When you're writing an event, you can have up to 58 characters, that includes spaces as well. So you want to make sure you get the maximum amount of use of those characters. And on mobile, sometimes some of those characters will get cut off. So particularly the first half of those characters, the first 30 or so characters of your event is going to have to capture the interest or the eyes of users to go to that event. And it's not mandatory to have an event title, but the fact that it puts it in bold, there's no other post that uses bold in a post. So you'd be missing out if you didn't put some type of information that's going to capture interest, because it does go bold. So what things can you do today then? Well, first of all, just try and think of an event. So just try and think outside the box, even if it's just a case you have an open day, you have a coffee morning, you just have people perhaps you open up an event so that people can make a booking time with you on a particular day. You can come up with events really just by being a little bit imaginative as well. So try having an event for the sake of just trying it out and seeing what the response is. And then also try changing the titles so that it captures people's interest. So if you've always just put a certain title for your events, try something different. Maybe even try split testing it and seeing whether changing the title makes a big difference to the response that you get for your next event. And try different CTA buttons on your event. So with an event button, it might be call, it might be learn more, it might be book, it might be whatever the call to action is. Just try something different each time, because you may find that your type of person that wants to go to your events prefers to phone, or prefers to message, or prefers to visit the website than they do to do something else, some other action. Mason Cooley said quite an interesting quote really. He said, "An event is not over until everyone is tired of talking about it." So sometimes events may last a month or two, so keep promoting it. Every so often, every 7 days maybe, put another event promotion out, change the title and see if that helps promote it. Sometimes just one change can make a dramatic difference to the response. And it's always interesting to know how you're going about using events. So what tricks have you tried for your events? What have you had as a success? And also, have you tried events? Yes or no? Put it down below and let me know in the comments. It's always interesting to hear what you do with events too. Are you missing greater exposure through events? So could it be that you've got events going on, but you just don't use them on Google My Business, and you certainly haven't used the structured data markup to help promote those events through Google? Well, as you can see, Google uses events quite dramatically in its results and uses it on more than one occasion. So whether it's for cinema, whether it's for conferences, or whether it's just for your local event, do consider using it. Secondly, do you use events correctly? Have you considered making those dates clearer? Have you considered changing the title so it captures people's interest for that event? And how much interest has your events captured to date? Well, if it's a 100% increase, which is what the study goes to show, it may be you're missing a trick by not using all the facility of events and capturing people's attention. So are the events here? So there's an event, for example. Are these events then the same as the events you get if you do, say, a search for a conference event, which you get in this type of summary here? Well, no, they're not. These are picked up slightly differently. There's some similarities, but you would need to make sure you've got markup on your website or use a third-party piece of software to pick these up. So let's just pick up and explain what these are first before we go on to the Google My Business ones. So you notice certain events get picked up. I can click on tomorrow and it will then bring up this whole kind of information pack. So it's similar to the knowledge panel, but it's not quite the same. So this is bit more of a bespoke way in which Google does this. If you want to learn more, you can click on here and it'll tell you more information. So if I do a search for family-friendly events, again, I get a different event come up. I can look at this weekend, and again, it goes into this further detail as well. And again, if I do here, London conference events, then these come up as well. So that's one way in which it can work. Another way is I did a search for cinemas, and this came up, and then you can actually have the trailer come up as well. This is more like a knowledge panel, again, some information really on the particular film. If I click on different films, then I'll get different information. I get the times and so on. So what Google's doing is it's getting much more information from certain businesses about events so that it can then fill up the events and make it a much more rich and a much more useful way of accessing the information. So that's what that's about. So events in a kind of business profile knowledge panel, they're not connected to the Google events that we're used to doing for our own business. But if you do want to use third-party sources like Eventful, Eventbrite, then that's the way forward. So let's look at, this is Eventbrite, for example. So there you can access it, you can create an event, you can sign in, and then by doing so, that will produce the markup that Google then will come across. So that's Eventbrite. And Eventbrite claim that it really does work. It really does help with this event schema and the structured data markup that they do. But you can, of course, add that yourself on your own website as well. Google explains that. If you go to Google Search Central, you can get your event on Google, and you can get these types of events showing up, not just through the Google My Business, but also you can do it through the markup as well. And so this kind of explains where you can go, how you can get the structured markup. Eventbrite as well, they've said here, boosts traffic 100% with events. So this is why I'm suggesting that you just look at it. Is it worth doing for your business? Could you arrange an event, get it onto the website, and then double the traffic as well? And as you can see here, if you do want to know how to write the schema for it, if you go to schema.org/event, and then you'll get all the things that Google is picking up and all the properties that it can use as well to make that happen for you. And you can then test it as well. So once you've got the code, you can go to a rich results test here, and that will test to prove whether or not the markup is valid or not. So if that's your thing, if you want to do that, then by all means. So let's just finally look at how you create a post for Google My Business. It's literally a case of, it's one of the last ones. If you go to not products but events, and then you can read about how this is another post, but it's a certain type of post that will get picked up by Google. Adding photos or videos, same as normal. Event title, so do have a look. So if you want the event title, then Fat Joe's. So you can type in the topics. Let's say, for instance, I was a landscape gardener. So if I was doing a landscape garden event where people say it was an open event, I show them some of the work I've done or something, this will just give you some ideas. So this week's top stories about landscape gardener. So you might want to use that, the history of landscape gardening. You might have that as an event. How technology is changing landscape gardening. That might be a good one. 7 simple secrets. So what you're looking at really is, this isn't ever going to give you the exact title, but it does give you some kind of powerful words like 7 simple secrets. Maybe you just might want to put that as an event, and you might call the event 7 simple secrets of landscape gardening. It's just better than just saying, come to my landscape gardening event. So Fat Joe, really nice little useful way of having titles generated if that's your thing. So going back to the post, so you want a good event title, then you can choose your start date and your end date. And it doesn't appear to be a limit really. I think you've got up to about a year. And again, if you've got specific times, you can put that on as well. And then you can have more detail. This is optional. So you can have it simple and just publish it, or you can go for the extra detail. And this gives you then a whole paragraph or two you can write about the event. And then this is a call to action button. So your choice here is to book it, to order online, to buy it, to learn more, sign up, or call now. Of course, if you do call now, then it'll put your telephone number. If you do sign up or learn more, you can then put a specific link. So you might want to link through to your website, and that will then double that 100% traffic increase that we mentioned earlier. You can preview it just to see how it looks. So I've done one a few weeks ago for my 30-day event. So this is how it turned out, a free 30-day events. That's my main title, but you notice it's bold, it stands out. I've got the 1st to the 30th, boost my business, and then some information about it. And I was just experimenting to see if hashtags work, as I was using a hashtag for boost my business. Learn more. What does it do? It takes them through to my website. So that's how I used it. How does it look then in Google? Well, as an event, you'll notice it's here. So it stands out. Look at that, a big, bold title. And if I click on that, then we get some more information as well on there. So you can have more than one image. And then you'll see, again, bold, stands out, title, and all that information's there as well. And these are some more posts. So it's kind of amongst the posts, but it does have the bold title and the date to help it stand out too. So for those mind-blowing titles, then Fat Joe might be able to help you there. So do give it a go, it's free. And I found it's been really helpful when I wanted to put, not just for events, but also just for posts in general. If you want an eye-catching title, give that a go. You know, most businesses miss out on connecting the products that they sell in their shops and online with selling products through Google My Business. And most business owners don't realize it just takes 30 seconds to take one of your products and to add it to Google My Business products. And what's more is that product, when it's shown on Google My Business, can then take a visitor straight to your shopping cart with that particular product ready to go in your basket. Now that is going to help solve your selling problems if you're a business selling products. Think how many opportunities this is going to give buyers a chance to buy your products. So in this video, I'm going to show you how you can have products on Google My Business so they're sold and they go straight into your shopping cart on your website. I'm also going to point out some tips that you may not have come across, some ways in which you can integrate keywords so that you get found more often in Google My Business results, and also explain why it is that you might not have products on your Google My Business listing. So today's video is a really important video right at the end of our 30-day challenge, because this one is going to help you sell more products. So before we start, it's important to just make sure that first of all, you've subscribed to this channel, because you'll know by now, if you've seen a few of these videos, that you'll get a constant help in making your business work on Google My Business. Now here's the first tip to bear in mind, that you may look on your Google My Business listing and find that products don't exist. A few years ago, they used to exist as a particular type of post. So with posts, you have offer posts, you have a what's new post, you have recently a COVID update post, and it used to be that products were just a post. Well, since then, they've now got their own separate area too, because Google wants you to start promoting your products. And this is why this is such an important part of your optimization of your Google My Business listing, because products is now going to start to get rewarded by Google. Another amazing thing is that Google also will give you an opportunity to have categories within products. Now, the difficulties at the moment is that Google currently isn't showing this. So products themselves and the categories that we're going to talk about today, at the moment, the experiment is that they're not being shown. Now, just to make this clear, Google My Business keeps changing the knowledge panel. So you've seen in previous videos that what's being shown today is changing tomorrow. But the fact is you still have to have the products there ready to go so that when they do decide to show products again, your products are going to go to the fore. So I can show you on a previous video I made just a few months ago how products looked. And if you look here, you'll see there's categories. You'll see on this flower shop, there's various things there that you can see that show that these flowers can be found. Of course, as you can see now, it's no longer available, but that doesn't mean it won't be next month. Now, here's another simple tip if you're into products, is when you've uploaded a product, try and get it so it's got some type of branding on it too. That will help again with the algorithm and building up that trust, seeing that you've got that branding on your product will help as well. Give a consistency. In fact, it makes the products set aside themselves from the just general photos. And there's another tip as well, is don't delete it, because when you go into photos, you'll see your products are there too. Now, if you go in and delete them thinking you don't want them in photos, you'll find that will remove your product. So the product photo, when it's uploaded to products, sits in your gallery or sits in your photo area, but you need to let it sit there, because that is your online version of that photo. So at this point, here's a few questions to just consider for your business. Firstly, do you have products that you could package up? Now, you might want to do this for time products. So it could be that you're a service and you sell your time in service bundles. So for example, say you're a personal trainer, you might do it on an hourly basis, but you might say if you buy 10 hours, you get 2 free. Well, that is a product in itself. You can make a little box, a little package. You could put, this is known as the silver package. The gold package is if you buy 20 hours, you get 5 free. The platinum one, if you buy 50 hours, you get 10 free. You can work out what works for you. And the fact is time is also a product. Second thing is, could you animate your product? Now that was a nice little tip that Luke Durand came up with a few months ago in one of his videos. I didn't show you how to do it because I think you should go over to see his video. But simply put, if you have an animated GIF, you can rename it as a JPEG. And for some reason, on products only, animations work. So I think it has to be quite a small file size. You don't want it to last too long. But as you can see here, I've got the animation of my particular logo working, and that shouldn't work. You don't normally have animated JPEGs, that doesn't exist. But by renaming the animated GIF, so the GIF at the end of the file name, as JPG, for some reason, Google allows for that. So it kind of reads it as an animated GIF, even though animated GIFs aren't allowed to be uploaded. And finally, is there a way of tracking what happens through your products? So someone clicks on a product, they then go through to your shop with the product. Do they put it in your cart? Does it succeed? Do they end up making a purchase? Well, the way to find out on that is to do UTM tracking. If you want to know how to do UTM tracking, then here's a video and a tutorial that I'll put in a link down below that will show you exactly how to do that. And I'll show you how you can then use analytics to understand whether or not they made that purchase when they came through the products on Google My Business. And so having an animated GIF, for example, makes you stand out. And that is half the problem, is you have to stand out. And not only stand out, but then people have to believe that your product is worth purchasing. I mean, people build up trust in, say, Amazon because they read reviews and they then see those reviews say it's trustworthy. But they're starting all again when they do it through your shop and your products, because if they don't know your business or your company, it means they've got to show a leap of faith, a leap of trust. And that really reminds me in many ways of what was said by Ashton Kutcher. He said in e-commerce, your prices have to be better because the consumer has to take a leap of faith in your product. And that's probably the only way you can start out in a business, is to stand out by being cheaper and having a really good pricing range on your products. And of course, once people then start to build up trust, you get better ratings, you get better testimonials, you get better ratings through Google too. And then in time, trust is built up and you can put the prices up to reflect the fact that you have that authority. So let's look at some examples then of how you can put these products and also get some ideas of how products work. So here, first of all, I've just logged into one of my businesses. You'll just see here, it's got a little bit of traffic coming through, but we haven't put products on here. Products are found on the left-hand side. If you haven't got products here, it's because the category that you're chosen hasn't obviously got products connected to it. So not every category will have products connected to it. But in this case, it does. And it's saying here to get started, you click here, 690 potential customers viewed your business, but of course you haven't showcased your products. Well, at the moment, products aren't showing anyway, so that's not relevant. But if you click get started, it just takes you straight in to then how you do your products. And on here, you'll see you select a photo, give it a product name, create a new category, which I'm going to show you in a moment why that's important, the product category. And then you can put a price, or if you want, you can have a price range. So there's a minimum and maximum, a product description, and then a button. And often with the button, it will be a case of ordering online as the one I put, because you can then put it straight through to your shopping cart on your website if you've got a website shopping cart. So I've done this with LaRue window cleaning. If you followed my videos, this was a few months ago. So we've made a window cleaning into a package. So we've done a commercial package and a UPVC cleaning. And then we've done it under commercial and residential. So at the moment, this was just a very basic one, but if I go into here, you'll see we've got the photo. We've got a select category, so there's 2 categories. But the idea of these categories is just to help when it comes to keyword research. So if someone's putting in commercial window cleaning, it just helps them to find it as well. And then you put some description. And in this case, it just went straight through. He doesn't have a shopping cart, so it just goes straight through to his business. And again, you can see here, these are types of products. So this is more for a skincare products. And again, if that's what you've got online, you can just sell these direct. And if you then click, or if they click on these, obviously it then shows what this could be do. These could be categorized, something to consider as an update for that business. So on my website here, I've got a couple of packages. This one's about managing everything, Google My Business Management Solutions I offer. And this one's about people doing it on themselves with 4 levels as well. So these are kind of some products. I haven't got a shopping cart. I've not integrated a shopping cart, but I can reflect these products by going into my Google My Business, and you'll see like these two here reflect and will go through to those relevant pages here. So that's how it works. You really just need to look at your website, think what packages have I got, and then how can I upload it? And that's what I've got here. There's the animated GIF. So what this is here is it's down as a JPEG, or it's uploaded as a JPEG, but it's actually an animated GIF. So let's say, for instance, I own this website, which I don't, but if I did, and these were some products I was selling, then how would I fill out that Google My Business? So if I go to here, how would I fill this out? Well, I'm looking for basically a product name, a category, and so on. And so you'll find on your website, you've probably already got things categorized. So if I click on here, so this product, the twig kit, so that would be the product name, but I would probably have it under male razors or female razors, or whatever it is that the categories would be. This would probably end up being my description. Maybe I'd include some of this as well. I've got the image as well, which I'd include. And then you would take the URL at the top, and that would be where you then put the link through. So for someone then clicking on here, it would take them straight through. So that's what you want. You want to be able to get them to go straight through. The price, obviously, again, I'll take the price from there, and literally filling this in is just a case of copying and pasting the information you've already got. So you've got the price, you've got the name, you've got the description. And you might want them to come to this page so they can add a quantity as well before they add it to their cart. Obviously, once they add it to the cart, they would then they're on your website now, and then they just need to set up an account and so on. And that's pretty much how it would work. Just wanted to show you this video briefly. If I just mute this, this was a video that I did just a few months back. Most of the websites at that time had products as well. And there's the categories. So it just gives you a chance to see what I'm referring to. And they had the questions and answers in those days. So that was an interesting time. If I come out of that video, which you can go to afterwards, and if I go into Flower Shops now, you'll see that they've got the photos, they've got the questions and answers, but there's nothing there now. If I go through any of these, this was one of the ones that was on that review, Christchurch Florist, you'll see that none of them now have the products at the moment. So a little bit difficult to show you how it works when they're not live any longer. When you put that link, so on here, when you add the, say, get offer, when you add the link to the button, you can add a couple of strings in there as well. And the way you can do that is you go to this builder, this Google UTM Builder extension, which again is free, which I'll put a link to down below. And that will just help you build up the right URL so that you can then track it in your Google Analytics. So you certainly want to think about your products and put them into Google My Business through the product post, as I've just shown you there. Why? Well, because you've now got it into Google's algorithm. You've also got it into its database. And now Google knows about your products. Now, if you've got 1,000 products, that might take quite a bit of effort of getting them into its database. But think about your big selling products. Think about the things that people just want to know about, and get those up and running on Google My Business products. So that the next time Google then does an update and starts showing products from Knowledge Panel, you'll be ready to go. Google knows about those products, and then they'll be sending traffic your way so that people can start to make purchases through your e-commerce shop and your basket. And if you want more inspiration, you could always look at what your competitors are doing, see if any of your competitors are using products. If they're using them, then you might just get some inspiration as to how they're selling their products. So what are you going to do today? Well, you're going to check first of all, does your category allow for products? If it does, you need to get some products on board. Secondly, don't add products and then just take them through to your homepage, because they've already made an interest or a purchase interest on a product, and then they're having to find the product all again. So take them straight to the landing page of where they can add that product to their cart. At least do that. And then finally, use the UTM. Understand how the UTM tracking works. So if you've got Google Analytics, you'll see the power of why that's an important link, because it tells you how many people have actually converted and made a payment using the Google My Business product. And you may be surprised that it doubles, triples your sales overnight once you start to see or get shown in Google My Business listings. And finally, just think in terms of keywords and maximize those 4 category buttons. Because again, if you don't do that, they won't appear. If you do use all 4 category buttons, that's just a bit more real estate, a bit more opportunity for Google to put business your way. Did you know the reason most people don't succeed in Google My Business is because they have no time? No time to SEO. You may have found that 30 days was just too much all in one go. And understandably, it was a challenge. Some of you managed it. A lot of you perhaps have just handpicked a couple of videos along the way. But the fact is, you still want that massive traffic that would come from 30 consistent days. And there are things you can still do so that you don't miss out on that massive traffic that you could have received. So it's day 30, the last day. I'm going to pick out now the 13 most important tips that I could give you from the 30 days that we've spent together. These 30 tips will have an immediate impact on your traffic if you apply them today. And I've heard from quite a few of you that have already seen great growth in your traffic over the past 30 days. So thank you for sending that information through. So here are my best 13 small business tips to help you grow your business. And we're going to start with number 1, Insights. Now, Insights is just a place you can find information about what you're doing. It gives you the keywords, it tells you how people contact you, it gives you ideas as to what keywords are working currently and bringing in traffic. So if you're familiar with analytics, you'll know that Insights is a very shortened version of analytics, but is specifically aimed for giving you that information through Google My Business. But Insights isn't just about traffic and understanding keywords, it's also about understanding how your branding is improving. And so you'll notice that over the past 30 days, I've often spoken about the importance of getting your brand known, use the logo, make sure that you use keywords also that bring emphasis onto your brand. So you need to look to see what quality traffic have you had coming in since you started making the changes from day 1. And if you haven't made many changes, then you need to focus on Insights going forward as well. So notice what's worked, what hasn't worked. If something's working, increase it. So if you're getting more views through photos, if you're seeing a certain keyword being used that people are finding you through maps or through searches, then carry on using those things and you'll then see further growth. Now, tip number 2 is a course. Now, of course, this was a 30-day challenge. It is a course, it's a free course, but a lot of you have asked, could you have that spreadsheet that I showed earlier on that had shown 3 months basically of work to get these videos put together? I've done better than that. What I've decided to do is I put all that information that I've used for these videos, all of the images, all the charts, all the extra videos that perhaps have been linked in as well, all the extra tools that I've referred to. I've put it all together along with some bonus information, and I've produced a mini website for you to go to now. And on that mini website, you'll see all 30 days. You'll be able to go along the navigation and you'll be able to see that extra information I've added there for you. So every link, tool, image, chart, information is all there, plus the bonus content too. So all you need to do is go to zanet.co.uk/boost my business. I'll put a link down below and you'll be able to then see how that works. But not just that, I've also put together the complete playlist as well. So if you want to, you can click on the playlist, which again I'll have at the end of the video. So for those that watch this video to the end, you'll be given the special link to the playlist that will give you every single day that you can go through in order so you haven't missed anything at all. Now, tip number 3 is categories. But understanding that categories affect your Google My Business listing altogether. So often you'll find things are missing from my videos to what you have. Why? Well, it'll be down to the fact that your category is different to mine. Mine's a web designing category. Yours might be a category for, say, a restaurant. So you'll have extra features that I won't. So Google My Business, the team, they'll add certain features and they'll decide which categories get those features. So it could be that you find a competitor has something you can't do, but it could be if you notice their category is different. So it's important to understand that categories affect the whole of your listing. So choosing the right primary category is key. Secondary categories can help, but the primary category is how your whole business is going to be set up going forward. So you want to make sure you don't miss that. That was covered earlier in one of my videos, which I'll put a link to a bit later on. Tip number 4 is customers. Now, putting customers above Google is key. Most people seem to think they have to convince Google first, but actually you'll notice in my 30 days that the customer comes first. So if you're thinking of keywords, that's great, that helps Google, but it has to make sense to the customer first. So what is it that your customers are doing regarding your competitor's site, and why is it they're going there and they're not coming to you? Well, sometimes you can learn quite a lot from your competitors. So there's a brilliant tool that's just been released today. I've been given first dibs of it to show you. And here you can then see, you can check out what your competitors are, how you're competing against them, and it's totally free. It's a brilliant tool. So all you need to do is just put in what it is your category, then you put in what your company is, and it will then tell you how you do against the competition. But the advantage of this is it will show you who your competition is and how far away you are from them beating them. So really useful tool here, totally free, link down below as well for you. And although we're saying customers first, keywords do have quite a lot of importance to help your customers find you. So your customers know what keywords they use when they search in Google. You need to find out what it is they're using. So that's how you put your customers first, but at the same time you help Google then give the right customers to the right business. You want to be that right business. Tip number 5 is all about posts. Now, so often I say on this channel to regularly update your posts. And we've tried throughout these 30 days different types of posts. What's new posts, offer posts, product posts even we've just recently done. But when it comes to posts, just think in terms of that Alex Chu example. Now again, I'll put a link to this where you can see that Alex Chu recognised that every pixel has a value. And we worked out that it would be $218,000 if you took pixel by pixel what your post is worth. Now obviously it doesn't bring that type of income in, but the fact that you can have regular posts for free is free advertising through Google. So don't miss out on the importance of regularly putting out a post at least once a week. 3 or 4 times a week would be even better. Why at least once a week? Because after 7 days, your post is lost. Tip number 6 is offers. Now just think in terms of offers through Google My Business, so you can do that through posts as well. They're really powerful. They can really capture people's interest. They also use an H2 tag. So from an SEO point of view, we looked at the reason as to why that was so powerful. But secondly, also you can do offers to your followers. So if you've downloaded the Google My Business app, you'll know you can have followers and you can do a special opening offer to your followers. Now that might not fit every type of business type, but most people don't know about that. So that's my next tip, is just find out if you've got any offers, you can use them through Google My Business and you can use them through the app. So tip number 007 is empathy. Empathy is about feeling for your customers, putting yourself in your customer's shoes, imagining what it's like to be one of your customers. It's quite sobering sometimes to think that way. But simply put, you are the business client suddenly. So what's working? What do you like about your business? But also, what don't you like about the way that you're doing business? Try and think it through from their point of view. What can you do to attract new customers? What is it that your customers are saying they like about other businesses around you? Do they mention concerns about the price, the guarantees? Are they looking for a product that you don't do? Well, if you're thinking of your customers, then you'll make those changes. And that's where empathy comes in business. It's important to understand what people are thinking and saying about you. Now, tip number 8 is photos. Now, photos clearly have an impact on the amount of traffic you get to your Google My Business. And of course, Google My Business then has links out to your website, to your booking and so on. So potentially you could get a lot more traffic through your photos if they're added on a regular basis. They produce a lot of views. I will say that at the moment, videos don't seem to be working very well. Certainly in the UK, they're not working so well at this time. So I'm not too sure what Google's doing with that. But Google do certainly reward, and they show you through insights and through analytics that Customer photos is the key thing at the moment. So when you speak to your customers, can you get them to upload photos of the work, the services, the products that you've produced? If you can, then that will go down really well in Google's algorithm at this time. And if you want to know more about that, on day 4, we did a video that showed you how you get huge traffic through Google Photos. So look out for that. Now, tip number 9 is keywords. Now, we've mentioned keywords earlier, and keywords are about the words that are used in the search engines, but keywords are changing all the time because people are now using voice recognition as a way of searching too. So recognize that people now use different words to what they used a few years ago. So even with local SEO, certain words are used that aren't used in general SEO. So understanding that, understanding how keywords work, and understanding the tools you can use to find out what your clients are using as keywords is a really helpful way of making progress. That'll give you a great understanding of your customers, which will mean in time they'll want to come to you because you understand them. Tip number 10 was strategies. So think of your strategy. If you have no strategy, you won't progress. If you don't progress, you won't get traffic. If you don't get traffic, the algorithm thinks that the business isn't doing very well. And so you'll just sink further and further. So you have to have a plan, you have to have a strategy with Google My Business. And that's one of the things we looked at. And strategies adjust according to what Insights tells you and according to what your customers are telling you too. So you need to have a strategy. I put together 3 small little plans, little strategies that you can follow through in that video, and you can follow through here as well. Tip number 11 is to get reviews. Everyone seems to want to get reviews. Reviews are probably the most evident way in which you're doing well. If people give you some great reviews, you tend to feel that your business is doing well. And of course, they have a very positive impact on other people considering to do business with you. So how do you get reviews? Well, I put together an email as to how you could ask for reviews, and you'll see that it's here. Again, if you go to the website, you'll be able to download that particular review letter, and it's had great success. So try it out, see if that works for you. So that's my tip number 11. Tip number 12 is NAP, N-A-P, but it stands for name, address, phone number. And you can add to that website, you can add to that other credibility things that are needed. But basically Google, as much as it builds up its own understanding of your business, it likes to get reassurance from others too. So citations and indexes, they tend to also give you credibility. So think not just in terms of Google My Business, but think in terms of everything else outside of that. Is that supporting the consistency of what you told Google when you put together your Google My Business listing? So your name, address and phone number need to be the same. Most people don't even worry too much about whether they're the same or not. What my suggestion would be to you, and my tip would be to you, is use your Google My Business listing as the go-to source. Copy and paste that into all the other areas. So if you're putting together Facebook, Yale, Apple, wherever you're going and you're filling in information, use the Google My Business listing as the basis for that information. Now, if they're asking for information you haven't got in Google My Business, well, that's different. But certainly your name, address, phone number needs to be identical. And when we say identical, even things like the hours that you use, your opening hours, that can make a difference to whether or not you're credible in Google. And tip number 13 is control. Do you really have control over your Google My Business listing? Well, some of it you do. In fact, probably 70% of it you do. But there's about 30% you have no control over. And there's maybe a few bits in between that are grey areas too. But we had a really interesting video about the knowledge panel and how getting control over those things is difficult to do in some areas. So are you aware of what you can control? And are you aware of what you can't control? And are you aware of who is controlling the things that you can't control? Well, that's an important part of understanding local SEO. And particularly if you can make time for that video, then that'll be one that I'd certainly recommend that you look at, which again, I'll put a link above as well for you to go straight over after this video. So although at the moment you may not have any time to follow through on the 30 days, those were 13 tips that are probably the most important ones of the 30 days that we spent together. But also it's given you a glimpse into seeing the types of things we covered in the 30 days. So if you've only managed a handful of those days, go back on this playlist now, which I'll leave a link to, and then make sure you don't miss the important days that are going to help your business grow, because it's a small investment, but it will require a little bit of time. No time for SEO, just make a bit of time for it today and it could have quite a difference.